Question 119 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 119 of Prodigality in 3 articles. We must now consider prodigality, under which head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether prodigality is opposite to covetousness. Second, whether prodigality is a sin. Third, whether it is a graver sin than covetousness. First article, whether prodigality is opposite to covetousness. Objection 1. It seems that prodigality is not opposite to covetousness, for opposites cannot be together in the same subject. But some are at the same time prodigal and covetous. Therefore, prodigality is not opposite to covetousness. Objection 2 further. Opposites relate to one same thing. But covetousness, as opposed to liberality, relates to certain passions whereby man is affected towards money, whereas prodigality does not seem to relate to any passions of the soul, since it is not affected towards money or to anything else of the kind. Therefore, prodigality is not opposite to covetousness. Objection 3 further. Sin takes its species chiefly from its end, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 62, article 3. Now prodigality seems always to be directed to some unlawful end, for the sake of which the prodigal squanders his goods. Especially is it directed to pleasures, wherefore it is stated in Luke 15:13 of the prodigal son that he wasted his substance living riotously. Therefore, it seems that prodigality is opposed to temperance and insensibility rather than to covetousness and liberality. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 2:7, and again in Ethics 4:1, that prodigality is opposed to liberality and illiberality, to which we give here the name of covetousness. I answer that, in morals, vices are opposed to one another and to virtue in respect of excess and deficiency. Now covetousness and prodigality differ variously in respect of excess and deficiency. Thus, as regards affection for riches, the covetous man exceeds by loving them more than he ought, while the prodigal is deficient by being less careful of them than he ought. And as regards external action, prodigality implies excess in giving, but deficiency in retaining and acquiring, while covetousness, on the contrary, denotes deficiency in giving, but excess in acquiring and retaining. Hence it is evident that prodigality is opposed to covetousness. Reply to objection 1. Nothing prevents opposites from being in the same subject in different respects. For a thing is denominated more from what is in it principally. Now just as in liberality, which observes the mean, the principal thing is giving, to which receiving and retaining are subordinate, so too covetousness and prodigality regard principally giving. Wherefore he who exceeds in giving is said to be prodigal, while he who is deficient in giving is said to be covetous. Now it happens sometimes that a man is deficient in giving without exceeding in receiving, as the philosopher observes in Ethics 4:1. And in like manner it happens sometimes that a man exceeds in giving, and therefore is prodigal, and yet at the same time exceeds in receiving. This may be due either to some kind of necessity, since while exceeding in giving he is lacking in goods of his own, so that he is driven to acquire unduly, and this pertains to covetousness. Or it may be due to inordinateness of the mind, for he gives not for a good purpose, but as though despising virtue, cares not whence or how he receives. Wherefore he is prodigal and covetous in different respects. Reply to Objection 2. Prodigality regards passions in respect of money, not as exceeding, but as deficient in them. Reply to Objection 3. The prodigal does not always exceed in giving for the sake of pleasures which are the matter of temperance, but sometimes through being so disposed as to not care about riches, and sometimes on account of something else. More frequently, however, he inclines to intemperance, both because through spending too much on other things he becomes fearless of spending on objects of pleasure, to which the concupiscence of the flesh is more prone, and because through taking no pleasure in virtuous goods, he seeks for himself pleasures of the body. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:1, that many a prodigal ends in becoming intemperate. Second article. Whether prodigality is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that prodigality is not a sin. For the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 6:10, "Covetousness is the root of all evils." But it is not the root of prodigality, since this is opposed to it. Therefore, prodigality is not a sin. Objection 2 further. The Apostle says in 1 Timothy 6, verses 17 and 18, "Charge the rich of this world to give easily, to communicate to others." Now this is especially what prodigal persons do. Therefore, prodigality is not a sin. Objection 3 further. It belongs to prodigality to exceed in giving and to be deficient in solicitude about riches. But this is most becoming to the perfect, who fulfilled the words of our Lord in Matthew 6:34, "Be not solicitous for tomorrow," and in Matthew 19:21, "Sell all thou hast and give to the poor." Therefore, prodigality is not a sin. On the contrary, the prodigal son is held to blame for his prodigality. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the opposition between prodigality and covetousness is one of excess and deficiency, either of which destroys the mean of virtue. Now a thing is vicious and sinful through corrupting the good of virtue. Hence it follows that prodigality is a sin. Reply to Objection 1. Some expound this saying of the Apostle as referring not to actual covetousness, but to a kind of habitual covetousness, which is the concupiscence of the fomes. Confer the Pars Prima Secundae, question 81, Article 3, second reply. Whence all sins arise. Others say that he is speaking of a general covetousness with regard to any kind of good. And in this sense also it is evident that prodigality arises from covetousness, since the prodigal seeks to acquire some temporal good inordinately, namely, to give pleasure to others, or at least to satisfy his own will in giving. But to one that receives the passage correctly, it is evident that the Apostle is speaking literally of the desire of riches, for he had said previously, in 1 Timothy 6:9, "They that will become rich," etc. In this sense, covetousness is said to be the root of all evils. Not that all evils arise from covetousness, but because there is no evil that does not at some time arise from covetousness. Wherefore prodigality is sometimes born of covetousness, as when a man is prodigal in going to great expense in order to curry favor with certain persons from whom he may receive riches. Reply to Objection 2. the Apostle bids the rich to be ready to give and communicate their riches according as they ought. The prodigal does not do this, since, as the Philosopher remarks in Ethics 4:1, his giving is neither good, nor for a good end, nor according as it ought to be. For sometimes they give much to those who ought to be poor, namely to buffoons and flatterers, whereas to the good they give nothing. Reply to Obj. 3. The excess in prodigality consists chiefly not in the total amount given, but in the amount over and above what ought to be given. Hence sometimes the liberal man gives more than the prodigal man, if it be necessary. Accordingly, we must reply that those who give all their possessions with the intention of following Christ, and banish from their minds all solicitude for temporal things, are not prodigal, but perfectly liberal. Third article: whether prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. Objection 1. It seems that prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. For by covetousness a man injures his neighbor by not communicating his goods to him, whereas by prodigality a man injures himself, because the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that the wasting of riches, which are the means whereby a man lives, is an undoing of his very being. Now he that injures himself sins more grievously, according to Ecclesiasticus 14:5. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? Therefore, prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. Objection 2 further: a disorder that is accompanied by a laudable circumstance is less sinful. Now the disorder of covetousness is sometimes accompanied by a laudable circumstance, as in the case of those who are unwilling to spend their own, lest they be driven to accept from others, whereas the disorder of prodigality is accompanied by a circumstance that calls for blame, inasmuch as we ascribe to prodigality to those who are intemperate, as the Philosopher observes in Ethics 4:1. Therefore, prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. Objection 3 further: prudence is chief among the moral virtues, as stated above, in question 56, Article 1, first reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Article 2, first reply. Now prodigality is more opposed to prudence than covetousness is, for it is written in Proverbs 21:20, "There is a treasure to be desired, and oil in the dwelling of the just, and the foolish man shall spend it." And the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:6 that "it is the mark of a fool to give much and to receive nothing." Therefore, prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:6 that the prodigal seems to be much better than the illiberal man. I answer that prodigality considered in itself is a less grievous sin than covetousness, and this for 3 reasons. First, because covetousness differs more from the opposite virtue, since giving, wherein the prodigal exceeds, belongs to liberality more than receiving or retaining, wherein the covetous man exceeds. Secondly, because the prodigal man is of use to the many to whom he gives, while the covetous man is of use to no one, not even to himself, as stated in Ethics 4:6. Thirdly, because prodigality is easily cured. For not only is the prodigal on the way to old age, which is opposed to prodigality, but he is easily reduced to a state of want, since much useless spending impoverishes him and makes him unable to exceed in giving. Moreover, prodigality is easily turned into virtue on account of its likeness thereto. On the other hand, the covetous man is not easily cured, for the reason given above in question 118, Article 5, third reply. Reply to Obj. 1. The difference between the prodigal and the covetous man is not that the former sins against himself and the latter against another. For the prodigal sins against himself by spending that which is his and his means of support, and against others by spending the wherewithal to help others. This applies chiefly to the clergy, who are the dispensers of the Church's goods that belong to the poor whom they defraud by their prodigal expenditure. In like manner, the covetous man sins against others by being deficient in giving, and he sins against himself through deficiency in spending. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiastes 6:2, "A man to whom God hath given riches, yet doth not give him the power to eat thereof." Nevertheless, the prodigal man exceeds in this, that he injures both himself and others, yet so as to profit some, whereas the covetous man profits neither others nor himself, since he does not even use his own goods for his own profit. Reply to Obj. 2. In speaking of vices in general, we judge of them according to their respective natures. Thus, with regard to prodigality, we note that it consumes riches to excess, and with regard to covetousness, that it retains them to excess. That one spend too much for the sake of intemperance points already to several additional sins, wherefore the prodigal of this kind is worse, as stated in Ethics 4:1. That an illiberal or covetous man refrain from taking what belongs to others, although this appears in itself to call for praise, yet on account of the motive for which he does so, it calls for blame, since he is unwilling to accept from others lest he be forced to give to others. Reply to Obj. 3. All vices are opposed to prudence, even as all virtues are directed by prudence. Wherefore, if a vice be opposed to prudence alone, for this very reason it is deemed less grievous. End of question 119. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 120 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 120. Of EPIKEIA, or equity, in 2 articles. We must now consider EPIKEIA, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether EPIKEIA is a virtue. Second, whether it is a part of justice. First article, whether EPIKEIA is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that EPIKEIA is not a virtue. For no virtue does away with another virtue. Yet EPIKEIA does away with another virtue, since it sets aside that which is just according to law, and seemingly is opposed to severity. Therefore, EPIKEIA is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. Augustine says in On True Religion 31, with regard to these earthly laws, although men pass judgment on them when they make them, yet once they are made and established, the judge must pronounce judgment, not on them, but according to them. But seemingly, EPIKEIA pronounces judgment on the law, when it deems that the law should not be observed in some particular case. Therefore, EPIKEIA is a vice rather than a virtue. Objection 3 further. Apparently, it belongs to EPIKEIA to consider the intention of the lawgiver, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 5:10. but it belongs to the sovereign alone to interpret the intention of the lawgiver. Wherefore the emperor says in the Codex of Laws and Constitutions, under Law 1, "It is fitting and lawful that we alone should interpret between equity and law." Therefore, the act of EPIKEIA is unlawful, and consequently, EPIKEIA is not a virtue. On the contrary, the philosopher in Ethics 5:10 states it to be a virtue. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 96, Article 6, when we were treating of laws, since human actions with which laws are concerned are composed of contingent singulars and are innumerable in their diversity, it was not possible to lay down rules of law that would apply to every single case. Legislators, in framing laws, attend to what commonly happens, although if the law be applied to certain cases, it will frustrate the equality of justice and be injurious to the common good, which the law has in view. Thus the law requires deposits to be restored, because in the majority of cases this is just. Yet it happens sometimes to be injurious. For instance, if a madman were to put his sword in deposit and demand its delivery while in a state of madness, or if a man were to seek the return of his deposit in order to fight against his country. In these and like cases, it is bad to follow the law, and it is good to set aside the letter of the law and to follow the dictates of justice and the common good. This is the object of EPIKEIA, which we call equity. Therefore, it is evident that EPIKEIA is a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. EPIKEIA does not set aside that which is just in itself, but that which is just as by law established. Nor is it opposed to severity, which follows the letter of the law when it ought to be followed. To follow the letter of the law when it ought not to be followed is sinful. Hence it is written in the Codex of Laws and Constitutions, under Law 5, "Without doubt he transgresses the law, who by adhering to the letter of the law strives to defeat the intention of the lawgiver." Reply to Objection 2. It would be passing judgment on a law to say that it was not well made. But to say that the letter of the law is not to be observed in some particular case is passing judgment not on the law, but on some particular contingency. Reply to Objection 3. Interpretation is admissible in doubtful cases where it is not allowed to set aside the letter of the law without the interpretation of the sovereign. But when the case is manifest, there is need, not of interpretation, but of execution. Second article. Whether EPIKEIA is a part of justice. Objection 1. It seems that EPIKEIA is not a part of justice. For as stated above in question 58, Article 7, justice is twofold, particular and legal. Now EPIKEIA is not part of particular justice, since it extends to all virtues, even as legal justice does. In like manner, neither is it a part of legal justice, since its operation is beside that which is established by law. Therefore, it seems that EPIKEIA is not a part of justice. Objection 2 further. A more principal virtue is not assigned as the part of a less principal virtue. For it is to the cardinal virtue, as being principal, that secondary virtues are assigned as parts. Now EPIKEIA seems to be a more principal virtue than justice, as implied by its name, for it is derived from epi, that is, above, and dikaion, that is, just. Therefore, EPIKEIA is not a part of justice. Objection 3 further. It seems that EPIKEIA is the same as modesty. For where the Apostle says in Philippians 4:5, "Let your modesty be known to all men," the Greek has EPIKEIA. Now, according to Tully in his Rhetoric 2, modesty is a part of temperance. Therefore, EPIKEIA is not a part of justice. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 5:10 that EPIKEIA is a kind of justice. I answer that, as stated above in question 48, a virtue has three kinds of parts: subjective, integral, and potential. A subjective part is one of which the whole is predicated essentially, and it is less than the whole. This may happen in two ways. For sometimes one thing is predicated of many in one common ratio, as animal of horse and ox. And sometimes one thing is predicated of many according to priority and posteriority, as being of substance and accident. Accordingly, EPIKEIA is a part of justice taken in a general sense, for it is a kind of justice, as the philosopher states in Ethics 5:10. Wherefore it is evident that EPIKEIA is a subjective part of justice, and justice is predicated of it with priority to being predicated of legal justice, since legal justice is subject to the direction of EPIKEIA. Hence, EPIKEIA is by way of being a higher rule of human actions. Reply to Objection 1. EPIKEIA corresponds properly to legal justice, and in one way is contained under it, and in another way exceeds it. For if legal justice denotes that which complies with the law, whether as regards the letter of the law, or as regards the intention of the lawgiver, which is of more account, then EPIKEIA is the more important part of legal justice. But if legal justice denote merely that which complies with the law with regard to the letter, then EPIKEIA is not part of legal justice, but of justice in its general acceptation, and is condivided with legal justice as exceeding it. Reply to Objection 2. As the philosopher states in Ethics 5:10, EPIKEIA is better than a certain, namely legal, justice, which observes the letter of the law. Yet since it is itself a kind of justice, it is not better than all justice. Reply to Objection 3. It belongs to EPIKEIA to moderate something, namely, the observance of the letter of the law. But modesty, which is reckoned a part of temperance, moderates man's outward life, for instance, in his deportment, dress, or the like. Possibly also the term EPIKEIA is applied in Greek by a similitude to all kinds of moderation. End of question 120. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 121 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 121 of the Gift of Piety, in 2 articles. We must now consider the gift that corresponds to justice, namely piety. Under this head, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a gift of the Holy Ghost. Second, which of the Beatitudes and fruits corresponds to it. First article. Whether piety is a gift. Objection 1. It seems that piety is not a gift. For the gifts differ from the virtues as stated above in the Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 1. But piety is a virtue, as stated above in question 101, Article 3. Therefore, piety is not a gift. Objection 2 further. The gifts are more excellent than the virtues, above all the moral virtues, as above stated in the Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 8. Now among the parts of justice, religion is greater than piety. Therefore, if any part of justice is to be accounted a gift, it seems that religion should be a gift rather than piety. Objection 3. Further, the gifts and their acts remain in heaven, as stated above in the Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 6. But the act of piety cannot remain in heaven. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 1 that piety fills the inmost recesses of the heart with works of mercy. And so there will be no piety in heaven, since there will be no unhappiness. Therefore, piety is not a gift. On the contrary, it is reckoned among the gifts in the 11th chapter of Isaiah, verse 2. Translators note, the word in Latin is pietas, whence our English word pity, which is the same as mercy. End of note. I answer that, as stated above in the Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 1, as well as in question 69, Articles 1 and 3, the gifts of the Holy Ghost are habitual dispositions of the soul, rendering it amenable to the motion of the Holy Ghost. Now the Holy Ghost moves us to this effect, among others, of having a filial affection towards God, according to Romans 8:15. You have received the spirit of adoption of sons, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. And since it belongs properly to piety to pay duty and worship to one's Father, it follows that piety whereby, at the Holy Ghost's instigation, we pay worship and duty to God as our Father, is a gift of the Holy Ghost. Reply to objection 1. The piety that pays duty and worship to a father in the flesh is a virtue, but the piety that is a gift pays this to God as Father. Reply to objection 2. To pay worship to God as Creator, as religion does, is more excellent than to pay worship to one's father in the flesh, as the piety that is a virtue does. But to pay worship to God as Father is yet more excellent than to pay worship to God as Creator and Lord. Wherefore religion is greater than the virtue of piety, while the gift of piety is greater than religion. Reply to objection 3. As by the virtue of piety, man pays duty and worship not only to his father in the flesh, but also to all his kindred on account of their being related to his father, so by the gift of piety he pays worship and duty not only to God, but also to all men on account of the relationship to God. Hence it belongs to piety to honor the saints, and not to contradict the Scriptures, whether one understands them or not, as Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2. Consequently, it also assists those who are in a state of unhappiness. And although this act has no place in heaven, especially after the day of judgment, yet piety will exercise its principal act, which is to revere God with filial affection. For it is then above all that this act will be fulfilled, according to Wisdom 5:5. Behold how they are numbered among the children of God. The saints will also mutually honor one another. Now, however, before the judgment day, the saints have pity on those also who are living in this unhappy state. Second article. Whether the second beatitude, "Blessed are the meek," corresponds to the gift of piety? Objection 1. It seems that the second beatitude, "Blessed are the meek," does not correspond to the gift of piety. For piety is the gift corresponding to justice, to which rather belongs the fourth beatitude, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," or the fifth beatitude, "Blessed are the merciful," since, as stated above in Article 1, third objection, the works of mercy belong to piety. Therefore, the second beatitude does not pertain to the gift of piety. Objection 2 further. The gift of piety is directed by the gift of knowledge, which is united to it in the enumeration of the gifts in Isaiah chapter 11. Now direction and execution extend to the same matter. Since then the third beatitude, "Blessed are they that mourn," corresponds to the gift of knowledge, it seems that the second beatitude corresponds to piety. Objection 3 further. The fruits correspond to the beatitudes and gifts, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 70, Article 2. Now among the fruits, goodness and benignity seem to agree with piety rather than mildness, which pertains to meekness. Therefore, the second beatitude does not correspond to the gift of piety. On the contrary, Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 1, "Piety is becoming to the meek." I answer that, in adapting the beatitudes to the gifts, a twofold congruity may be observed. One is according to the order in which they are given, and Augustine seems to have followed this. Wherefore he assigns the first beatitude to the lowest gift, namely fear, and the second beatitude, "Blessed are the meek," to piety, and so on. Another congruity may be observed in keeping with the special nature of each gift and beatitude. In this way, one must adapt the beatitudes to the gifts according to their objects and acts. And thus the fourth and fifth beatitudes would correspond to piety rather than the second. Yet the second beatitude has a certain congruity with piety, inasmuch as meekness removes the obstacles to acts of piety. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. Taking the beatitudes and gifts according to their proper natures, the same beatitude must needs correspond to knowledge and piety. But taking them according to their order, different beatitudes correspond to them, although a certain congruity may be observed as stated above. Reply to objection 3. In the fruits, goodness and benignity may be directly ascribed to piety, and mildness indirectly insofar as it removes obstacles to acts of piety as stated above. End of question 121. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 122 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 122. Of the Precepts of Justice, in 6 articles. We must now consider the precepts of justice, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether the precepts of the Decalogue are precepts of justice. Second, of the first precept of the Decalogue. Third, of the second. Fourth, of the third. Fifth, of the fourth. Sixth, of the other 6. First article: whether the precepts of the Decalogue are precepts of justice. Objection 1. It seems that the precepts of the Decalogue are not precepts of justice. For the intention of a lawgiver is to make the citizens virtuous in respect of every virtue, as stated in Ethics 2:1. Wherefore, according to Ethics 5:1, the law prescribes about all acts of all virtues. Now the precepts of the Decalogue are the first principles of the whole divine law. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue do not pertain to justice alone. Objection 2. Further, it would seem that to justice belong especially the judicial precepts, which are condivided with the moral precepts, as stated above in the Secunda Secundae, question 99, Article 4. But the precepts of the Decalogue are moral precepts, as stated above in the Secunda Secundae, question 100, Article 3. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue are not precepts of justice. Objection 3. Further, the law contains chiefly precepts about acts of justice regarding the common good, for instance, about public officers and the like. But there is no mention of these in the precepts of the Decalogue. Therefore, it seems that the precepts of the Decalogue do not properly belong to justice. Objection 4. Further, the precepts of the Decalogue are divided into 2 tables, corresponding to the love of God and the love of our neighbor, both of which regard the virtue of charity. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue belong to charity rather than to justice. On the contrary, seemingly, justice is the sole virtue whereby we are directed to another. Now we are directed to another by all the precepts of the Decalogue, as is evident if one consider each of them. Therefore, all the precepts of the Decalogue pertain to justice. I answer that the precepts of the Decalogue are the first principles of the law, and the natural reason assents to them at once as to principles that are most evident. Now it is altogether evident that the notion of duty, which is essential to a precept, appears in justice, which is of one towards another. Because in those matters that relate to himself, it would seem at a glance that man is master of himself, and that he may do as he likes. Whereas in matters that refer to another, it appears manifestly that a man is under obligation to render to another that which is his due. Hence the precepts of the Decalogue must needs pertain to justice. Wherefore the first 3 precepts are about acts of religion, which is the chief part of justice. The 4th precept is about acts of piety, which is the second part of justice. And the 6 remaining are about justice commonly so called, which is observed among equals. Reply to Objection 1. The intention of the law is to make all men virtuous, but in a certain order, namely, by first of all giving them precepts about those things where the notion of duty is most manifest, as stated above. Reply to Objection 2. The judicial precepts are determinations of the moral precepts, insofar as these are directed to one's neighbor, just as the ceremonial precepts are determinations of the moral precepts, insofar as these are directed to God. Hence neither precepts are contained in the Decalogue, and yet they are determinations of the precepts of the Decalogue, and therefore pertain to justice. Reply to Obj. 3. Things that concern the common good must needs be administered in different ways according to the difference of men. Hence they were to be given a place not among the precepts of the Decalogue, but among the judicial precepts. Reply to Obj. 4. The precepts of the Decalogue pertain to charity as their end, according to 1 Timothy 1:5. The end of the commandment is charity. But they belong to justice inasmuch as they refer immediately to acts of justice. Second article. Whether the first precept of the Decalogue is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the first precept of the Decalogue is unfittingly expressed. For man is more bound to God than to his father in the flesh, according to Hebrews 12:9. How much more shall we obey the Father of spirits and live? Now the precept of piety, whereby man honors his father, is expressed affirmatively in these words: "Honor thy father and thy mother." Much more, therefore, should the first precept of religion, whereby all honor God, be expressed affirmatively, especially as affirmation is naturally prior to negation. Objection 2, further. The first precept of the Decalogue pertains to religion, as stated above in Article 1. Now religion, since it is one virtue, has one act. Yet in the first precept 3 acts are forbidden, since we read first, "Thou shalt not have strange gods before me." Secondly, "Thou shalt not make to thyself any graven thing." And thirdly, "Thou shalt not adore them nor serve them." Therefore, the first precept is unfittingly expressed. Objection 3, further. Augustine says that the first precept forbids the sin of superstition. But there are many wicked superstitions besides idolatry, as stated above in question 92, Article 2. Therefore, it was insufficient to forbid idolatry alone. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that it pertains to law to make men good, wherefore it behooved the precepts of the law to be set in order according to the order of generation, the order, to wit, of man's becoming good. Now 2 things must be observed in the order of generation. The first is that the first part is the first thing to be established. Thus, in the generation of an animal, the first thing to be formed is the heart, and in building a home, the first thing to be set up is the foundation, and in the goodness of the soul, the first part is goodness of the will, the result of which is that a man makes good use of every other goodness. Now the goodness of the will depends on its object, which is its end. Wherefore, since man was to be directed to virtue by means of the law, the first thing necessary was, as it were, to lay the foundation of religion, whereby man is duly directed to God, who is the last end of man's will. The second thing to be observed in the order of generation is that, in the first place, contraries and obstacles have to be removed. Thus the farmer first purifies the soil, and afterwards sows his seed, according to Jeremiah 4:3. "Break up anew your fallow ground, and sow not upon thorns." Hence it behooved man, first of all, to be instructed in religion, so as to remove the obstacles to true religion. Now the chief obstacle to religion is for man to adhere to a false god, according to Matthew 6:24. "You cannot serve God and mammon." Therefore, in the first precept of the law, the worship of false gods is excluded. Reply to Objection 1. In point of fact, there is one affirmative precept about religion, namely, "Remember that thou keep holy the Sabbath day." Still, the negative precepts had to be given first, so that by their means the obstacles to religion might be removed. For though affirmation naturally precedes negation, yet in the process of generation, negation, whereby obstacles are removed, comes first, as stated in the article. Especially is this true in matters concerning God, where negation is preferable to affirmation on account of our insufficiency, as Dionysius observes in On the Celestial Hierarchy 2. Reply to Obj. 2. People worshipped strange gods in two ways. For some served certain creatures as gods without having recourse to images. Hence Varro says that for a long time the ancient Romans worshipped gods without using images, and this worship is forbidden by the words, "Thou shalt not have strange gods." Among others, the worship of false gods was observed by using certain images, and so the very making of images was fittingly forbidden by the words, "Thou shalt not make to thyself any graven thing," as also the worship of those same images by the words, "Thou shalt not adore them," etc. Reply to Obj. 3. All other kinds of superstition proceed from some compact, tacit or explicit, with the demons. Hence all are understood to be forbidden by the words, "Thou shalt not have strange gods." Third article. Whether the second precept of the Decalogue is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the second precept of the Decalogue is unfittingly expressed. For this precept, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," is thus explained by a gloss on Exodus 27, "Thou shalt not deem the Son of God to be a creature," so that it forbids an error against faith. Again, a gloss on the words of Deuteronomy 5:11, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," adds, that is, by giving the name of God to wood or stone, as though they forbade a false confession of faith which, like error, is an act of unbelief. Now unbelief precedes superstition, as faith precedes religion. Therefore, this precept should have preceded the first, whereby superstition is forbidden. Objection 2. Further, the name of God is taken for many purposes, for instance, those of praise, of working miracles, and generally speaking in conjunction with all we say or do, according to Colossians 3:17, "All whatsoever you do in word or in work, do ye in the name of the Lord." Therefore, the precept forbidding the taking of God's name in vain seems to be more universal than the precept forbidding superstition, and thus should have preceded it. Objection 3. Further, a gloss on Exodus 20:7 expounds the precept, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," namely, by swearing to nothing. Hence this precept would seem to forbid useless swearing, that is to say, swearing without judgment. But false swearing, which is without truth, and unjust swearing, which is without justice, are much more grievous. Therefore, this precept should rather have forbidden them. Objection 4. Further, blasphemy, or any word or deed that is an insult to God, is much more grievous than perjury. Therefore, blasphemy and other like sins should rather have been forbidden by this precept. Objection 5. Further, God's names are many. Therefore, it should not have been said indefinitely, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain." On the contrary, stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, In one who is being instructed in virtue, it is necessary to remove obstacles to true religion before establishing him in true religion. Now a thing is opposed to true religion in two ways. First, by excess, when, to wit, that which belongs to religion is given to others than to whom it is due, and this pertains to superstition. Secondly, by lack, as it were, of reverence, when, to wit, God is contemned, and this pertains to the vice of irreligion, as stated above in question 97, in the preamble and in the article that follows. Now superstition hinders religion by preventing man from acknowledging God so as to worship him. And when a man's mind is engrossed in some undue worship, he cannot at the same time give due worship to God, according to Isaiah 28:20. The bed is straightened, so that one must fall out. That is, either the true God or a false God must fall out from man's heart. And a short covering cannot cover both. On the other hand, irreligion hinders religion by preventing man from honoring God after he has acknowledged him. Now one must first of all acknowledge God with a view to worship, before honoring him we have acknowledged. For this reason, the precept forbidding superstition is placed before the second precept, which forbids perjury that pertains to irreligion. Reply to Objection 1. These expositions are mystical. The literal explanation is that which is given in Deuteronomy 5:11, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," namely, by swearing on that which is not. Reply to Objection 2. This precept does not forbid all taking of the name of God, but properly the taking of God's name in confirmation of a man's word by way of an oath, because men are wont to take God's name more frequently in this way. Nevertheless, we may understand that in consequence, all inordinate taking of the divine name is forbidden by this precept. And it is in this sense that we are to take the explanation quoted in the first objection. Reply to Objection 3. To swear to nothing means to swear to that which is not. This pertains to false swearing, which is chiefly called perjury, as stated above, in question 98, article 1/3 reply. For when a man swears to that which is false, his swearing is vain in itself, since it is not supported by the truth. On the other hand, when a man swears without judgment, through levity, if he swear to the truth, there is no vanity on the part of the oath itself, but only on the part of the swearer. Reply to Objection 4. Just as when we instruct a man in some science, we begin by putting before him certain general maxims, even so the law, which forms man to virtue by instructing him in the precepts of the Decalogue, which are the first of all precepts, gave expression, by prohibition or by command, to those things which are of most common occurrence in the course of human life. Hence the precepts of the Decalogue include the prohibition of perjury, which is of more frequent occurrence than blasphemy, since man does not fall so often into the latter sin. Reply to Objection 5. Reverence is due to the divine names on the part of the thing signified, which is one, and not on the part of the signifying words, which are many. Hence it is expressed in the singular, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," since it matters not in which of God's names perjury is committed. Fourth article. Whether the third precept of the Decalogue, concerning the hallowing of the Sabbath, is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the third precept of the Decalogue concerning the hallowing of the Sabbath is unfittingly expressed. For this, understood spiritually, is a general precept, since Bede, in commenting on Luke 13:14, the ruler of the synagogue being angry that he had healed on the Sabbath, says, "The law forbids not to heal man on the Sabbath, but to do servile works, that is, to burden oneself with sin." Taken literally, it is a ceremonial precept, for it is written in Exodus 31:13, "See that you keep my Sabbath, because it is a sign between me and you in your generations." Now the precepts of the Decalogue are both spiritual and moral. Therefore, it is unfittingly placed among the precepts of the Decalogue. Objection 2: Further, the ceremonial precepts of the law contain sacred things, sacrifices, sacraments, and observances, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 101, Article 4. Now sacred things comprised not only sacred days, but also sacred places and sacred vessels, and so on. Moreover, there were many sacred days other than the Sabbath. Therefore, it was unfitting to omit all other ceremonial observances and to mention only that of the Sabbath. Objection 3: Further, whoever breaks a precept of the Decalogue sins. But in the Old Law some who broke the observances of the Sabbath did not sin. For instance, those who circumcised their sons on the 8th day, and the priests who worked in the temple on the Sabbath. Also Elias in 3 Kings 19, who journeyed for 40 days unto the mount of God, Horeb, must have traveled on a Sabbath. The priests also who carried the Ark of the Covenant for 7 days, as related in Joshua 7, must be understood to have carried it on the Sabbath. Again it is written in Luke 13:15, "Doth not every one of you on the Sabbath day loose his ox or his ass, and lead them to water?" Therefore, it is unfittingly placed among the precepts of the Decalogue. Objection 4: Further, the precepts of the Decalogue have to be observed also under the New Law. Yet in the New Law this precept is not observed, neither in the point of the Sabbath day, nor as to the Lord's Day, on which men cook their food, travel, fish, and do many like things. Therefore, the precept of the observance of the Sabbath is unfittingly expressed. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, the obstacles to true religion being removed by the first and second precepts of the Decalogue, as stated above in Articles 2 and 3, it remained for the third precept to be given, whereby man is established in true religion. Now it belongs to religion to give worship to God, and just as the divine Scriptures teach the interior worship under the guise of certain corporal similitudes, so is external worship given to God under the guise of sensible signs. And since for the most part man is induced to pay interior worship, consisting in prayer and devotion, by the interior prompting of the Holy Ghost, a precept of the law is necessary respecting the exterior worship that consists in sensible signs. Now the precepts of the Decalogue are, so to speak, first and common principles of the law, and consequently the third precept of the Decalogue describes the exterior worship of God as the sign of a universal boon that concerns all. This universal boon was the work of the creation of the world, from which work God is stated to have rested on the 7th day. And sign of this, we are commanded to keep holy the 7th day, that is, to set it aside as a day to be given to God. Hence, after the precept about the hallowing of the Sabbath, the reason for it is given. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and rested on the 7th day. Reply to Objection 1. The precept about hallowing the Sabbath, understood literally, is partly moral and partly ceremonial. It is a moral precept in the point of commanding man to set aside a certain time to be given to divine things. For there is in man a natural inclination to set aside a certain time for each necessary thing, such as refreshment of the body, sleep, and so forth. Hence, according to the dictate of reason, man sets aside a certain time for spiritual refreshment, by which man's mind is refreshed in God. And thus to have certain time set aside for occupying oneself with divine things is the matter of a moral precept. But insofar as this precept specializes the time as a sign representing the creation of the world, it is a ceremonial precept. Again, it is a ceremonial precept in its allegorical signification as representative of Christ's rest in the tomb on the seventh day. Also in its moral signification as representing cessation from all sinful acts, as mind's rest in God, in which sense too it is a general precept. Again, it is a ceremonial precept in its analogical signification, as foreshadowing the enjoyment of God in heaven. Hence the precept about hallowing the Sabbath is placed among the precepts of the Decalogue as a moral, but not as a ceremonial precept. Reply to Objection 2. The other ceremonies of the law are signs of certain particular divine works, but the observance of the Sabbath is representative of a general boon, namely, the production of all creatures. Hence it was fitting that it should be placed among the general precepts of the Decalogue, rather than any other ceremonial precept of the law. Reply to Objection 3. Two things are to be observed in the hallowing of the Sabbath. One of these is the end, and this is that man occupy himself with divine things, and is signified in the words, "Remember that thou keep holy the Sabbath day." For in the law, those things are said to be holy, which are applied to the divine worship. The other thing is cessation from work, and is signified in the words, quoted in Exodus 20, verse 11, "On the seventh day thou shalt do no work." The kind of work meant appears from Leviticus 23:3. "You shall do no servile work on that day." Now servile work is so called from servitude, and servitude is threefold. 1. Whereby man is the servant of sin, according to John 8:34. "Whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin." And in this sense all sinful acts are servile. Another servitude is whereby one man serves another. Now one man serves another, not with his mind, but with his body, as stated above, in question 104, articles 5 and 6. Wherefore, in this respect, those works are called servile, whereby one man serves another. The third is the servitude of God, and in this way the work of worship, which pertains to the service of God, may be called servile work. In this sense, servile work is not forbidden on the Sabbath day, because that would be contrary to the end of the Sabbath observance, since man abstains from other works on the Sabbath day, in order that he may occupy himself with works connected with God's service. For this reason, according to John 23, a man receives circumcision on the Sabbath day, that the law of Moses may not be broken. And for this reason too we read in Matthew 12:5 that, "On the Sabbath days the priests in the temple break the Sabbath," that is, do corporal works on the Sabbath, "and are without blame." Accordingly, the priests, in carrying the ark on the Sabbath, did not break the precept of the Sabbath observance. In like manner, it is not contrary to the observance of the Sabbath to exercise any spiritual act, such as teaching by word or writing. Wherefore a gloss on Numbers 28 says that Smiths and like craftsmen rest on the Sabbath day, but the reader or teacher of the divine law does not cease from his work, yet he profanes not the Sabbath, even as the priests in the temple break the Sabbath, and are without blame. On the other hand, those works that are called servile in the first or second way are contrary to the observance of the Sabbath, insofar as they hinder man from applying himself to divine things. And since man is hindered from applying himself to divine things rather by sinful than by lawful, albeit corporal works, it follows that to sin on a feast day is more against this precept than to do some other but lawful bodily work. Hence Augustine says, "It would be better if the Jew did some useful work on his farm than spent his time seditiously in the theatre, and their womenfolk would do better to be making linen on the Sabbath than to be dancing lewdly all day in their feasts of the new moon." It is not, however, against this precept to sin venially on the Sabbath, because venial sin does not destroy holiness. Again, corporal works, not pertaining to the spiritual worship of God, are said to be servile insofar as they belong properly to servants, while they are not said to be servile insofar as they are common to those who serve and to those who are free. Moreover, everyone, be he servant or free, is bound to provide necessaries both for himself and for his neighbor, chiefly in respect of things pertaining to the well-being of the body, according to Proverbs 24:11. Deliver them that are led to death. Secondarily, as regards avoiding damage to one's property, according to Deuteronomy 22:1. Thou shalt not pass by, if thou seest thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, but thou shalt bring them back to thy brother. Hence a corporal work pertaining to the preservation of one's own bodily well-being does not profane the Sabbath, for it is not against the observance of the Sabbath to eat and to do such things as preserve the health of the body. For this reason, the Maccabees did not profane the Sabbath when they fought in self-defense on the Sabbath day, in 1 Maccabees 2, nor Elias when he fled from the face of Jezebel on the Sabbath. For the same reason our Lord, in Matthew 12:3, excused his disciples for plucking the ears of corn on account of the need which they suffered. In like manner, a bodily work that is directed to the bodily well-being of another is not contrary to the observance of the Sabbath. Wherefore it is written in John 7:23, "Are you angry at me because I have healed the whole man on the Sabbath day?" And again, a bodily work that is done to avoid an imminent damage to some external thing does not profane the Sabbath. Wherefore our Lord says, in Matthew 12:11, "What man shall there be among you, that hath one sheep, and if the same fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, will he not take hold on it and lift it up?" Reply to Obj. 4. In the New Law, the observance of the Lord's Day took the place of the observance of the Sabbath, not by virtue of the precept, but by the institution of the Church and the custom of Christian people. For this observance is not figurative, as was the observance of the Sabbath in the Old Law. Hence the prohibition to work on the Lord's Day is not so strict as on the Sabbath, and certain works are permitted on the Lord's Day which were forbidden on the Sabbath, such as the cooking of food and so forth. And again, in the New Law, dispensation is more easily granted than in the Old, in the matter of certain forbidden works on account of their necessity, because the figure pertains to the protestation of truth, which it is unlawful to omit even in small things, while works, considered in themselves, are changeable in point of place and time. Fifth article. Whether the fourth precept about honoring one's parents is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the fourth precept about honoring one's parents is unfittingly expressed. for this is the precept pertaining to piety. Now, just as piety is a part of justice, so are observance, gratitude, and others of which we have spoken in questions 101 and following. Therefore, it seems that there should not have been given a special precept of piety, as none is given regarding the others. Objection 2 further. Piety pays worship not only to one's parents, but also to one's country, and also to other blood kindred, and to the well-wishers of our country, as stated above in question 101, Articles 1 and 2. Therefore, it was unfitting for this precept to mention only the honoring of one's father and mother. Objection 3 further. We owe our parents not merely honor, but also support. Therefore, the mere honoring of one's parents is unfittingly prescribed. Objection 4 further. Sometimes those who honor their parents die young, and on the contrary, those who honor them not live a long time. Therefore, it was unfitting to supplement this precept with the promise that thou mayest be long-lived upon the earth. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that the precepts of the Decalogue are directed to the love of God and of our neighbor. Now to our parents, of all our neighbors, we are under the greatest obligation. Hence, immediately after the precepts directing us to God, a place is given to the precept directing us to our parents, who are the particular principle of our being, just as God is the universal principle, so that this precept has a certain affinity to the precepts of the first table. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in question 101, Article 2, piety directs us to pay the debt due to our parents, a debt which is common to all. Hence, since the precepts of the Decalogue are general precepts, they ought to contain some reference to piety rather than to the other parts of justice, which regard some special debt. Reply to Objection 2. The debt to one's parents precedes the debt to one's kindred and country, since it is because we are born of our parents that our kindred and country belong to us. Hence, since the precepts of the Decalogue are the first precepts of the law, they direct man to his parents rather than to his country and other kindred. Nevertheless, this precept of honoring our parents is understood to command whatever concerns the payment of debt to any person as secondary matter included in the principal matter. Reply to Objection 3. Reverential honor is due to one's parents as such, whereas support and so forth are due to them accidentally, for instance, because they are in want, in slavery, or the like, as stated above in question 101, Article 2. And since that which belongs to a thing by nature precedes that which is accidental, it follows that among the first precepts of the law, which are the precepts of the Decalogue, there is a special precept of honoring our parents, and this honor, as a kind of principle, is understood to comprise support and whatever else is due to our parents. Reply to Objection 4. A long life is promised to those who honor their parents, not only as to the life to come, but also as to the present life, according to the saying of the Apostle in 1 Timothy 4:8, "Piety is profitable to all things, having promise of the life that now is, and of that which is to come." And with reason, because the man who is grateful for a favor deserves, with a certain congruity, that the favor should be continued to him, and he who is ungrateful for a favor deserves to lose it. Now we owe the favor of bodily life to our parents after God, wherefore he that honors his parents deserves the prolongation of his life, because he is grateful for that favor. while he that honors not his parents deserves to be deprived of life because he is ungrateful for the favor. However, present goods or evils are not the subject of merit or demerit except insofar as they are directed to a future reward, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 114, Article 12. Wherefore, sometimes in accordance with the hidden design of the divine judgments, which regard chiefly the future reward, some who are dutiful to their parents are sooner deprived of life, while others who are undutiful to their parents live longer. Sixth Article. Whether the other 6 precepts of the Decalogue are fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the other 6 precepts of the Decalogue are unfittingly expressed. For it is not sufficient for salvation that one refrain from injuring one's neighbor, but it is required that one pay one's debts, according to Romans 13:7, "Render to all men their dues." Now the last 6 precepts merely forbid one to injure one's neighbor. Therefore, these precepts are unfittingly expressed. Objection 2. Further, these precepts forbid murder, adultery, stealing, and bearing false witness. But many other injuries can be inflicted on one's neighbor, as appears from those which have been specified above in questions 72 and following. Therefore, it seems that the aforesaid precepts are unfittingly expressed. Objection 3. Further, concupiscence may be taken in 2 ways. First, as denoting an act of the will, as in Wisdom 6:21, "The desire, concupiscentia, of wisdom bringeth to the everlasting kingdom." Secondly, as denoting an act of the sensuality, as in James 4:1, "From whence are wars and contentions among you? Are they not from your concupiscences which war in your members?" Now the concupiscence of the sensuality is not forbidden by a precept of the Decalogue. Otherwise, first movements would be mortal sins, as they would be against a precept of the Decalogue. Nor is the concupiscence of the will forbidden, since it is included in every sin. Therefore, it is unfitting for the precepts of the Decalogue to include some that forbid concupiscence. Objection 4. Further, murder is a more grievous sin than adultery or theft. But there is no precept forbidding the desire of murder. Therefore, neither was it fitting to have precepts forbidding the desire of theft and of adultery. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, just as by the parts of justice, a man pays that which is due to certain definite persons, to whom he is bound for some special reason, so too by justice properly so called, he pays that which is due to all in general. Hence, after the 3 precepts pertaining to religion, whereby man pays what is due to God, and after the 4th precept pertaining to piety, whereby he pays what is due to his parents, which duty includes the payment of all that is due for any special reason, it was necessary in due sequence to give certain precepts pertaining to justice properly so called, which pays to all indifferently what is due to them. Reply to Objection 1. Man is bound towards all persons in general to inflict injury on no one. Hence the negative precepts, which forbid the doing of those injuries that can be inflicted on one's neighbor, had to be given a place as general precepts among the precepts of the Decalogue. On the other hand, the duties we owe to our neighbor are paid in different ways to different people. Hence it did not behoove to include affirmative precepts about those duties among the precepts of the Decalogue. Reply to Objection 2. All other injuries that are inflicted on our neighbor are reducible to those that are forbidden by these precepts, as taking precedence of others in point of generality and importance. For all injuries that are inflicted on the person of our neighbor are understood to be forbidden under the head of murder as being the principal of all. Those that are inflicted on a person connected with one's neighbor, especially by way of lust, are understood to be forbidden together with adultery. Those that come under the head of damage done to property are understood to be forbidden together with theft, and those that are comprised under speech, such as detractions, insults, and so forth, are understood to be forbidden together with the bearing of false witness, which is more directly opposed to justice. Reply to Obj. 3. The precepts forbidding concupiscence do not include the prohibition of first movements of the concupiscence, that do not go farther than the bounds of sensuality. The direct object of their prohibition is the consent of the will, which is directed to deed or pleasure. Reply to Obj. 4. Murder in itself is an object not of concupiscence, but of horror, since it has not in itself the aspect of good. On the other hand, adultery has the aspect of a certain kind of good, that is, of something pleasurable, and theft has an aspect of good, that is, of something useful, and good of its very nature has the aspect of something concupiscible. Hence the concupiscence of theft and adultery had to be forbidden by special precepts, but not the concupiscence of murder. End of question 122. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. End of Summa Theologica pars Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of justice. Question 123, Part 1 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 123, of Fortitude, in 12 Articles, Part 1, Articles 1 through 6. After considering justice, we must, in due sequence, consider fortitude. We must, 1. Consider the virtue itself of fortitude. 2. Its parts. 3. The gift corresponding thereto. 4. The precepts that pertain to it. Concerning fortitude, 3 things have to be considered. 1. Fortitude itself. 2. Its principal act, notably martyrdom. 3. The vices opposed to fortitude. Under the first head there are 12 points of inquiry. First, whether fortitude is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, whether fortitude is only about fear and daring. Fourth, whether it is only about fear of death. Fifth, whether it is only in warlike matters. Sixth, whether endurance is its chief act. Seventh, whether its action is directed to its own good. Eighth, whether it takes pleasure in its own action. Ninth, whether fortitude deals chiefly with sudden occurrences. 10th, whether it makes use of anger in its action. 11th, whether it is a cardinal virtue. 12th, of its comparison with the other cardinal virtues. First article: whether fortitude is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not a virtue. For the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "Virtue is perfected in infirmity." But fortitude is contrary to infirmity. Therefore fortitude is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, if it is a virtue, it is either theological, intellectual, or moral. Now fortitude is not contained among the theological virtues, nor among the intellectual virtues, as may be gathered from what we have said above (Pars Prima Secundae, Question 57, Article 2, and Question 62, Article 3). Neither, apparently, is it contained among the moral virtues, since according to the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 7, 8), "some seem to be brave through ignorance or through experience, as soldiers," both of which cases seem to pertain to act rather than to moral virtue. "And some are called brave on account of certain passions," for instance, on account of fear of threats or of dishonor, or again on account of sorrow, anger, or hope. But moral virtue does not act from passion, but from choice, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Question 55, Article 4. Therefore fortitude is not a virtue. Obj. 3. Further, human virtue resides chiefly in the soul, since it is a "good quality of the mind," as stated above from Ethic. iii, 7, 8. But fortitude, seemingly, resides in the body, or at least results from the temperament of the body. Therefore it seems that fortitude is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine, in his Of the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans (15, 21, 22), numbers fortitude among the virtues. I answer that, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. ii, 6), "virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and renders his work good." Hence human virtue, of which we are speaking now, is that which makes a man good, and renders his work good. Now man's good is to be in accordance with reason, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv, 22). Wherefore it belongs to human virtue to make man good, to make his work accord with reason. This happens in three ways. First, by rectifying reason itself, and this is done by the intellectual virtues. Secondly, by establishing the rectitude of reason in human affairs, and this belongs to justice. Thirdly, by removing the obstacles to the establishment of this rectitude in human affairs. Now the human will is hindered in two ways from following the rectitude of reason. First, through being drawn by some object of pleasure to something other than what the rectitude of reason requires. And this obstacle is removed by the virtue of temperance. Secondly, through the will being disinclined to follow that which is in accord with reason, on account of some difficulty that presents itself. In order to remove this obstacle, fortitude of the mind is requisite, whereby to resist the aforesaid difficulty, even as a man, by fortitude of body, overcomes and removes bodily obstacles. Hence it is evident that fortitude is a virtue, in so far as it conforms man to reason. Reply Obj. 1. The virtue of the soul is perfected, not in the infirmity of the soul, but in the infirmity of the body, of which the Apostle was speaking. Now it belongs to fortitude of the mind to bear bravely with infirmities of the flesh, and this belongs to the virtue of patience or fortitude, as also to acknowledge one's own infirmity, and this belongs to the perfection that is called humility. Reply Obj. 2: Sometimes a person performs the exterior act of a virtue without having the virtue, and from some other cause than virtue. Hence the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 8) mentions 5 ways in which people are said to be brave by way of resemblance, through performing acts of fortitude without having the virtue. This may be done in 3 ways. First, because they tend to that which is difficult as though it were not difficult. And this again happens in 3 ways, for sometimes this is owing to ignorance, through not perceiving the greatness of the danger. Sometimes it is owing to the fact that one is hopeful of overcoming dangers, when, for instance, one has often experienced escape from danger. And sometimes this is owing to a certain science and art, as in the case of soldiers who, through skill in practice and the use of arms, think little of the dangers of battle, as they reckon themselves capable of defending themselves against them. Thus Vegetius says on the military institutions of the Romans (1): "No man fears to do what he is confident of having learned to do well." Secondly, a man performs an act of fortitude without having the virtue, through the impulse of a passion, whether of sorrow that he wishes to cast off, or again of anger. Thirdly, through choice, not indeed of a due end, but of some temporal advantage to be obtained, such as honor, pleasure, or gain, or of some disadvantage to be avoided, such as blame, pain, or loss. Reply Obj. 3: The fortitude of the soul which is reckoned a virtue, as explained in the reply to the first objection, is so called from its likeness to fortitude of the body. Nor is it inconsistent with the notion of virtue that a man should have a natural inclination to virtue by reason of his natural temperament, as stated above (Prima Secundae, Q. 63, A. 1). Second article: Whether fortitude is a special virtue? Objection 1: It seems that fortitude is not a special virtue. For it is written (Wisdom 7:7): "She teacheth temperance, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude," where the text has "virtue" for fortitude. Since then the term virtue is common to all virtues, it seems that fortitude is a general virtue. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says (De Officiis i, 1): "Fortitude is not lacking in courage, for alone she defends the honor of the virtues and guards their behests. She it is that wages an inexorable war on all vice, undeterred by toil, brave in face of dangers, steeled against pleasures, unyielding to lusts, avoiding covetousness as a deformity that weakens virtue." And he says the same further on in connection with other vices. Now this cannot apply to any special virtue. Therefore fortitude is not a special virtue. Obj. 3: Further, fortitude would seem to derive its name from firmness. But it belongs to every virtue to stand firm, as stated in Ethic. ii. Therefore fortitude is a general virtue. On the contrary, Gregory in his Commentary on Job 22, numbers it among the other virtues. I answer that, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, articles 3 and 4, the term fortitude can be taken in two ways. First, as simply denoting a certain firmness of mind, and in this sense it is a general virtue, or rather a condition of every virtue, since, as the Philosopher states in Ethics ii, it is requisite for every virtue to act firmly and immovably. Secondly, fortitude may be taken to denote firmness only in bearing and withstanding those things wherein it is most difficult to be firm, namely, in certain grave dangers. Therefore Tully says, in Rhetoric ii, that fortitude is deliberate facing of dangers and bearing of toils. In this sense, fortitude is reckoned a special virtue because it has a special matter. Reply to Obj. 1. According to the Philosopher, in On the Heavens 1:116, the word virtue refers to the extreme limit of a power. Now a natural power is, in one sense, the power of resisting corruptions, and in another sense is a principle of action, as stated in Metaphysics 5:17. And since this latter meaning is the more common, the term virtue, as denoting the extreme limit of such a power, is a common term, for virtue taken in a general sense is nothing else than a habit whereby one acts well. But as denoting the extreme limit of a power in the first sense, which sense is more specific, it is applied to a special virtue, namely fortitude, to which it belongs to stand firm against all kinds of assaults. Reply to Obj. 2. Ambrose takes fortitude in a broad sense, as denoting firmness of mind in face of assaults of all kinds. Nevertheless, even as a special virtue with a determinate matter, it helps to resist the assaults of all vices. For he that can stand firm in things that are most difficult to bear is prepared, in consequence, to resist those which are less difficult. Reply to Obj. 3. This objection takes fortitude in the first sense. Third article. Whether fortitude is about fear and daring. Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not about fear and daring. For Gregory says, in his Commentary on Job 7, "The fortitude of the just man is to overcome the flesh, to withstand self-indulgence, to quench the lusts of the present life." Therefore, fortitude seems to be about pleasures rather than about fear and daring. Objection 2. Further, Tully says, in his On the Art of Rhetoric ii, that it belongs to fortitude to face dangers and to bear toil. But this seemingly has nothing to do with the passions of fear and daring, but rather with a man's toilsome deeds and external dangers. Therefore, fortitude is not about fear and daring. Objection 3. Further, not only daring, but also hope is opposed to fear, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 25, Article 1, second reply, in the Treatise on Passions. Therefore, fortitude should not be about daring any more than about hope. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, in Ethics 2:7 and 3:9, that fortitude is about fear and daring. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, It belongs to the virtue of fortitude to remove any obstacle that withdraws the will from following the reason. Now to be withdrawn from something difficult belongs to the notion of fear, which denotes withdrawal from an evil that entails difficulty, as stated above (Prima Secundae, Question 42, Articles 3 and 5) in the Treatise on Passions. Hence fortitude is chiefly about fear of difficult things, which can withdraw the will from following the reason. And it behooves one not only firmly to bear the assault of these difficulties by restraining fear, but also moderately to withstand them, when, to wit, it is necessary to dispel them altogether in order to free oneself therefrom for the future, which seems to come under the notion of daring. Therefore fortitude is about fear and daring, as curbing fear and moderating daring. Reply to Obj. 1. Gregory is speaking then of the fortitude of the just man, as to its common relation to all virtues. Hence he first of all mentions matters pertaining to temperance, as in the words quoted, and then adds that which pertains properly to fortitude as a special virtue by saying, "to love the trials of this life for the sake of an eternal reward." Reply to Obj. 2. Dangers and toils do not withdraw the will from the course of reason, except in so far as they are an object of fear. Hence fortitude needs to be immediately about fear and daring, but mediately about dangers and toils, these being the objects of those passions. Reply to Obj. 3. Hope is opposed to fear on the part of the object, for hope is of good, fear of evil, whereas daring is about the same object and is opposed to fear by way of approach and withdrawal, as stated above (Prima Secundae, Question 45, Article 1). And since fortitude properly regards those temporal evils that withdraw one from virtue, as appears from Tully's definition quoted in the second objection, it follows that fortitude properly is about fear and daring, and not about hope, except in so far as it is connected with daring, as stated above (Prima Secundae, Question 45, Article 2). Fourth article. Whether fortitude is only about dangers of death. Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not only about dangers of death. For Augustine says (De Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans, 15) that "fortitude is love bearing all things readily for the sake of the object beloved." And in Music 6 he says that fortitude is "the love which dreads no hardship, not even death." Therefore fortitude is not only about danger of death, but also about other afflictions. Obj. 2. Further, all the passions of the soul need to be reduced to a mean by some virtue. Now there is no other virtue reducing fears to a mean. Therefore fortitude is not only about fear and death, but also about other fears. Obj. 3. Further, no virtue is about extremes. But fear of death is about an extreme, since it is the greatest of fears, as stated in Ethic. iii. Therefore the virtue of fortitude is not about fear of death. On the contrary, Andronicus says that "fortitude is a virtue of the irascible faculty that is not easily deterred by the fear of death." I answer that, as stated above (Article 3), it belongs to the virtue of fortitude to guard the will against being withdrawn from the good of reason through fear of bodily evil. Now it behooves one to hold firmly the good of reason against every evil whatsoever, since no bodily good is equivalent to the good of reason. Hence fortitude of soul must be that which binds the will firmly to the good of reason in face of the greatest evils. Because he that stands firm against great things will in consequence stand firm against less things, but not conversely. Moreover, it belongs to the notion of virtue that it should regard something extreme, and the most fearful of all bodily evils is death, since it does away all bodily goods. Wherefore Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and the Morals of the Manichaeans 22 that "the soul is shaken by its fellow body, with fear of toil and pain, lest the body be stricken, and harassed with fear of death, lest it be done away with and destroyed." Therefore the virtue of fortitude is about the fear of dangers and death. Reply Obj. 1: Fortitude behaves well in bearing all manner of adversity. Yet a man is not reckoned brave simply through bearing any kind of adversity, but only through bearing well even the greatest evils; while through bearing others he is said to be brave in a restricted sense. Reply Obj. 2: Since fear is born of love, any virtue that moderates love of certain goods must in consequence moderate the fear of contrary evils. Thus liberality, which moderates the love of money, as a consequence moderates the fear of losing it; and the same is the case with temperance and other virtues. But to love one's own life is natural, and hence the necessity of a special virtue modifying the fear of death. Reply Obj. 3: In virtues the extreme consists in exceeding right reason, wherefore to undergo the greatest dangers in accordance with reason is not contrary to virtue. Fifth article: Whether fortitude is properly about dangers of death in battle? Objection 1: It seems that fortitude is not properly about dangers of death in battle. For martyrs above all are commended for their fortitude. But martyrs are not commended in connection with battle. Therefore fortitude is not properly about dangers of death in battle. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy (1) that "fortitude is applicable both to warlike and to civil matters"; and Tully (On the Duties of the Clergy (1), under the heading "that it pertains to fortitude to excel in battle rather than in civil life," says: "Although not a few think that business of war is of greater importance than the affairs of civil life, this opinion must be qualified. And if we wish to judge the matter truly, there are many things in civil life that are more important and more glorious than those connected with war." Now greater fortitude is about greater things. Therefore fortitude is not properly concerned with death in battle. Obj. 3: Further, war is directed to the preservation of a country's temporal peace. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xix) that "wars are waged in order to ensure peace." Now it does not seem that one ought to expose oneself to the danger of death for the temporal peace of one's country, since this same peace is the occasion of much license in morals. Therefore it seems that the virtue of fortitude is not about the danger of death in battle. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii) that fortitude is chiefly about death in battle. I answer that, as stated above in Article 4, fortitude strengthens a man's mind against the greatest danger, which is that of death. Now fortitude is a virtue, and it is essential to virtue ever to tend to good. Wherefore it is in order to pursue some good that man does not fly from the danger of death. But the dangers of death arising out of sickness, storms at sea, attacks from robbers, and the like, do not seem to come on a man through his pursuing some good. On the other hand, the dangers of death which occur in battle come to man directly on account of some good, because, to wit, he is defending the common good by a just fight. Now a just fight is of two kinds. First, there is the general combat, for instance, of those who fight in battle. Secondly, there is the private combat, is when a judge, or even private individual, does not refrain from giving a just judgment through fear of the impending sword, or any other danger, though it threaten death. Hence it belongs to fortitude to strengthen the mind against dangers of death, not only such as arise in a general battle, but also such as occur in singular combat, which may be called by the general name of battle. Accordingly, it must be granted that fortitude is properly about dangers of death occurring in battle. Moreover, a brave man behaves well in face of danger in any other kind of death, especially since man may be in danger of any kind of death on account of virtue. Thus may a man not fail to attend on a sick friend through fear of deadly infection, or not refuse to undertake a journey with some godly object in view through fear of shipwreck or robbers. Reply to Obj. 1. Martyrs face the fight that is waged against their own person, and this for the sake of the sovereign good, which is God. Wherefore their fortitude is praised above all. Nor is it outside the genus of fortitude that regards warlike actions, for which reason they are said to have been valiant in battle. Cf. Office of the Martyrs, and also, for example, Hebrews 11:34. Reply to Obj. 2. Personal and civil business is differentiated from the business of war that regards general wars. However, personal and civil affairs admit of dangers of death arising out of certain conflicts, which are private wars, and so with regard to these also there may be fortitude properly so called. Reply to Obj. 3. The peace of the state is good in itself, nor does it become evil because certain persons make evil use of it. For there are many others who make good use of it, and many evils prevented by it, such as murders and sacrileges, are much greater than those which are occasioned by it, and which belong chiefly to the sins of the flesh. Sixth Article. Whether endurance is the chief act of fortitude? Objection 1. It seems that endurance is not the chief act of fortitude. For virtue is about the difficult and the good. Ethics 2:3. Now it is more difficult to attack than to endure. Therefore endurance is not the chief act of fortitude. Objection 2. Further, to be able to act on another seems to argue greater power than not to be changed by another. Now to attack is to act on another, and to endure is to persevere unchangeably. Since then fortitude denotes perfection of power, it seems that it belongs to fortitude to attack rather than to endure. Objection 3. Further, one contrary is more distant from the other than its mere negation. Now to endure is merely not to fear, whereas to attack denotes a movement contrary to that of fear, since it implies pursuit. Since then fortitude above all withdraws the mind from fear, it seems that it regards attack rather than endurance. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:9 that certain persons are said to be brave chiefly because they endure affliction. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, and according to the Philosopher in Ethic. 3:9, fortitude is more concerned to allay fear than to moderate daring. For it is more difficult to allay fear than to moderate daring, since the danger which is the object of daring and fear tends by its very nature to check daring, but to increase fear. Now to attack belongs to fortitude in so far as the latter moderates daring, whereas to endure follows the repression of fear. Therefore the principal act of fortitude is endurance, that is, to stand immovable in the midst of dangers rather than to attack them. Reply to Obj. 1. Endurance is more difficult than aggression for 3 reasons. First, because endurance seemingly implies that one is being attacked by a stronger person, whereas aggression denotes that one is attacking as though one were the stronger party. And it is more difficult to contend with a stronger than with a weaker. Secondly, because he that endures already feels the presence of danger, whereas the aggressor looks upon danger as something to come. And it is more difficult to be unmoved by the present than by the future. Thirdly, because endurance implies length of time, whereas aggression is consistent with sudden movements. And it is more difficult to remain unmoved for a long time than to be moved suddenly to something arduous. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:8 that some hurry to meet danger, yet fly when the danger is present. This is not the behavior of brave men. Reply to Obj. 2. Endurance denotes indeed a passion of the body, but an action of the soul cleaving most resolutely, fortissime, to the good, the result being that it does not yield to the threatening passion of the body. Now virtue concerns the soul rather than the body. Reply to Obj. 3. He that endures fears not, though he is confronted with the cause of fear, whereas this cause is not present to the aggressor. End of question 123, Part 1. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 123, Part 2, of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 123, of Fortitude, in 12 Articles, Part 2, Articles 7 through 12. Seventh Article. Whether the brave man acts for the sake of the good of his habit. Objection 1. It seems that the brave man does not act for the sake of the good of his habit. For in matters of action, the end, though first in intention, is last in execution. Now the act of fortitude in the order of execution follows the habit of fortitude. Therefore it is impossible for the brave man to act for the sake of the good of his habit. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Trin. xiii): "We love virtues for the sake of happiness, and yet some make bold to counsel us to be virtuous, namely by saying that we should desire virtue for its own sake, without loving happiness. If they succeed in their endeavor, we shall surely cease to love virtue itself, since we shall no longer love that for the sake of which alone we love virtue." But fortitude is a virtue. Therefore the act of fortitude is directed not to fortitude but to happiness. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says (De Morals of the Catholic Church and De Morals of the Manicheans xv) that "fortitude is love ready to bear all things for God's sake." Now God is not the habit of fortitude, but something better, since the end must needs be better than what is directed to the end. Therefore the brave man does not act for the sake of the good of his habit. On the contrary, The Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 7) that "to the brave man fortitude itself is a good, and such is his end." I answer that, An end is twofold, proximate and ultimate. Now the proximate end of every agent is to introduce a likeness of that agent's form into something else. Thus the end of fire in heating is to introduce the likeness of its heat into some passive matter, and the end of the builder is to introduce into matter the likeness of his art. Whatever good ensues from this, if it be intended, may be called the remote end of the agent. Now just as in things made, external matter is fashioned by art, so in things done, human deeds are fashioned by prudence. Accordingly, we must conclude that the brave man intends as his proximate end to reproduce in action a likeness of his habit, for he intends to act in accordance with his habit. But his remote end is happiness or God. This suffices for the replies to the objections. For the first objection proceeds as though the very essence of a habit were its end, instead of the likeness of a habit in act as stated. The other two objections consider the ultimate end. Eighth article: Whether the brave man delights in his act. Objection 1: It seems that the brave man delights in his act. For delight is the unhindered action of a connatural habit (Ethic. x, 4, 6, 8). Now the brave deed proceeds from a habit which acts after the manner of nature. Therefore the brave man takes pleasure in his act. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose, commenting on Gal. 5:22, "But the fruit of the Spirit is charity, joy, peace," says that deeds of virtue are called "fruits because they refresh man's mind with a holy and pure delight." Now the brave man performs actions of virtue. Therefore he takes pleasure in his act. Obj. 3: Further, the weaker is overcome by the stronger. Now the brave man has a stronger love for the good of virtue than for his own body, which he exposes to the danger of death. Therefore the delight in the good of virtue banishes the pain of the body, and consequently the brave man does all things with pleasure. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 9) that The brave man seems to have no delight in his act. I answer that, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 31, articles 3, 4, and 5, where we were treating of the passions, pleasure is twofold. One is bodily, resulting from bodily contact. The other is spiritual, resulting from an apprehension of the soul. It is the latter which properly results from deeds of virtue, since in them we consider the good of reason. Now the principal act of fortitude is to endure, not only certain things that are unpleasant as apprehended by the soul, for instance, the loss of bodily life, which the virtuous man loves not only as a natural good, but also as being necessary for acts of virtue and things connected with them, but also to endure things unpleasant in respect of bodily contact, such as wounds and blows. Hence the brave man, on one side, has something that affords him delight, namely as regards spiritual pleasure, in the act itself of virtue and the end thereof, while on the other hand, he has cause for both spiritual sorrow in the thought of losing his life and for bodily pain. Hence we read in 2 Maccabees 6:30 that Eleazar said, "I suffer grievous pains in body, but in soul am well content to suffer these things because I fear thee." Now the sensible pain of the body makes one insensible to the spiritual delight of virtue, without the copious assistance of God's grace, which has more strength to raise the soul to divine things in which it delights, than bodily pains have to afflict it. Thus the blessed Tiburtius, while walking barefoot on the burning coal, said that he felt as though he were walking on roses. Yet the virtue of fortitude prevents the reason from being entirely overcome by bodily pain, and the delight of virtue overcomes spiritual sorrow, inasmuch as a man prefers the good of virtue to the life of the body and to whatever appertains thereto. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 3 and 3:9) that "it is not necessary for a brave man to delight so as to perceive his delight, but it suffices for him not to be sad." Reply Obj. 1: The vehemence of the action or passion of the one power hinders the action of another power, wherefore the pain in his senses hinders the mind of the brave man from feeling delight in its proper operation. Reply Obj. 2: Deeds of virtue are delightful chiefly on account of their end. Yet they can be painful by their nature, and this is principally the case with fortitude. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 9) that "to perform deeds with pleasure does not happen in all virtues, except in so far as one attains the end." Reply Obj. 3: In the brave man, spiritual sorrow is overcome by the delight of virtue. Yet since bodily pain is more sensible, and the sensitive apprehension is more in evidence to man, it follows that spiritual pleasure in the end of virtue fades away, so to speak, in the presence of great bodily pain. Ninth article. Whether fortitude deals chiefly with sudden occurrences? Objection 1: It seems that fortitude does not deal chiefly with sudden occurrences. For it would seem that things occur suddenly when they are foreseen. But Tully says (On the Art of Rhetoric ii) that "fortitude is the deliberate facing of danger and bearing of toil." Therefore fortitude does not deal chiefly with sudden happenings. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says (De Officiis i) that "the brave man is not unmindful of what may be likely to happen, he takes measures beforehand, and looks out as from the cunning tower of his mind, so as to encounter the future by his forethought, lest he should say afterwards, "This befell me, because I did not think it could possibly happen." But it is not possible to be prepared for the future in the case of sudden occurrences. Therefore the operation of fortitude is not concerned with sudden happenings. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that "the brave man is of good hope." But hope looks forward to the future, which is inconsistent with sudden occurrences. Therefore the operation of fortitude is not concerned with sudden happenings. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that fortitude is chiefly about sudden dangers of death. I answer that, two things must be considered in the operation of fortitude. One is in regard to its choice, and thus fortitude is not about sudden occurrences, because the brave man chooses to think beforehand of the dangers that may arise, in order to be able to withstand them, or to bear them more easily; since, according to Gregory (Hom. xxv on the Gospel), "the blow that is foreseen strikes with less force, and we are able more easily to bear earthly wrongs, if we are forearmed with the shield of foreknowledge." The other thing to be considered in the operation of fortitude regards the display of the virtuous habit, and in this way fortitude is chiefly about sudden occurrences, because, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 8), the habit of fortitude is displayed chiefly in sudden dangers, since a habit works by way of nature. Wherefore, if a person without forethought does that which pertains to virtue, when necessity urges on account of some sudden danger, this is a very strong proof that habitual fortitude is firmly seated in his mind. Yet it is possible for a person, even without the habit of fortitude, to prepare his mind against danger by long forethought, in the same way as a brave man prepares himself when necessary. This suffices for the replies to the objections. _10th Article. Whether the brave man makes use of anger in his action? Objection 1: It seems that the brave man does not use anger in his action. For no one should employ as an instrument of his action that which he cannot use at will. Now man cannot use anger at will, so as to take it up and lay it aside when he will. For, as the Philosopher says (On Memory ii), when a bodily passion is in movement, it does not rest at once just as one wishes. Therefore a brave man should not employ anger for his action. Obj. 2: Further, if a man is competent to do a thing by himself, he should not seek the assistance of something weaker and more imperfect. Now the reason is competent to achieve by itself deeds of fortitude, wherein anger is impotent. Wherefore Seneca says (On Anger i): "Reason by itself suffices not only to make us prepared for action, but also to accomplish it. In fact, is there greater folly than for reason to seek help from anger? The steadfast from the unstayed, the trusty from the untrustworthy, the healthy from the sick." Therefore a brave man should not make use of anger. Obj. 3: Further, just as people are more earnest in doing deeds of fortitude on account of anger, so are they on account of sorrow or desire. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that wild beasts are incited to face danger through sorrow or pain, and adulterous persons dare many things for the sake of desire. Now fortitude employs neither sorrow nor desire for its action. Therefore, in like manner, it should not employ anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that anger helps the brave. I answer that, as stated above (I, Secundae, Q. 24, A. 2), concerning anger and the other passions, there was a difference of opinion between the Peripatetics and the Stoics. For the Stoics excluded anger and all other passions of the soul from the mind of a wise or good man, whereas the Peripatetics, of whom Aristotle was the chief, ascribed to virtuous men both anger and the other passions of the soul, albeit modified by reason. And possibly they differed not in reality, but in their way of speaking. For the Peripatetics, as stated above (I, Secundae, Q. 24, A. 2), gave the name of passions to all movements of the sensitive appetite, however they may comport themselves. And since the sensitive appetite is moved by the command of reason, so that it may cooperate by rendering action more prompt, they held that virtuous persons should employ both anger and the other passions of the soul, modified according to the dictate of reason. On the other hand, the Stoics gave the name of passions to certain immoderate emotions of the sensitive appetite, wherefore they called them sicknesses or diseases, and for this reason severed them altogether from virtue. Accordingly, the brave man employs moderate anger for his action, but not immoderate action. Reply Obj. 1: Anger, that is moderated in accordance with reason, is subject to the command of reason, so that man uses it at his will, which would not be the case were it immoderate. Reply Obj. 2: Reason employs anger for its action, not as seeking its assistance, but because it uses the sensitive appetite as an instrument, just as it uses the members of the body. Nor is it unbecoming for the instrument to be more imperfect than the principal agent, even as the hammer is more imperfect than the smith. Moreover, Seneca was a follower of the Stoics, and the above words were aimed by him directly at Aristotle. Reply Obj. 3: Whereas fortitude, as stated above (A. 6), has two acts, namely endurance and aggression, it employs anger not for the act of endurance, because the reason by itself performs this act, but for the act of aggression, for which it employs anger rather than the other passions, since it belongs to anger to strike at the cause of sorrow, so that it directly cooperates with fortitude in attacking. On the other hand, sorrow by its very nature gives way to the thing that hurts, though accidentally it helps in aggression, either as being the cause of anger, as stated above (I, Secundae, Q. 47, A. 3), or as making a person expose himself to danger in order to escape from sorrow. In like manner, desire, by its very nature, tends to a pleasurable good, to which it is directly contrary to withstand danger. Yet accidentally, sometimes it helps one to attack, in so far as one prefers to risk dangers rather than lack pleasure. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 5): "Of all the cases in which fortitude arises from a passion, the most natural is when a man is brave through anger, making his choice and acting for a purpose, that is, for a due end. This is true fortitude." _______________________ 11th Article. Whether fortitude is a cardinal virtue? Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not a cardinal virtue. For as stated above (A. 10), anger is closely allied with fortitude. Now anger is not accounted a principal passion, nor is daring, which belongs to fortitude. Neither should fortitude be reckoned a cardinal virtue. Obj. 2: Further, the object of virtue is good. But the direct object of fortitude is not good, but evil, for it is endurance of evil and toil, as Tully says (De Art. Rhet. ii). Therefore fortitude is not a cardinal virtue. Obj. 3: Further, the cardinal virtues are about those things upon which human life is chiefly occupied, just as a door turns upon a hinge (cardine). But fortitude is about dangers of death, which are of rare occurrence in human life. Therefore fortitude should not be reckoned a cardinal or principal virtue. On the contrary, Gregory in his commentary on Job 22, Ambrose in his commentary on Luke 6:20, and Augustine in his Of the Morals of the Catholic Church and the Morals of the Manichaeans 15, number fortitude among the 4 cardinal or principal virtues. I answer that, as stated above (I, Secundae, Q. 21, AA. 3, 4), those virtues are said to be cardinal or principal, which have a foremost claim to that which belongs to the virtues in common. And among other conditions of virtue in general, one is that it is stated to act steadfastly, according to Ethic. ii, 4. Now fortitude above all lays claim to praise for steadfastness, because he that stands firm is so much the more praised, as he is more strongly impelled to fall or recede. Now man is impelled to recede from that which is in accordance with reason, both by the pleasing good and the displeasing evil. But bodily pain impels him more strongly than pleasure. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, Question 36, "There is none that does not shun pain more than he desires pleasure. For we perceive that even the most untamed beasts are deterred from the greatest pleasures by the fear of pain." And among the pains of the mind and dangers, those are mostly feared which lead to death, and it is against them that the brave man stands firm. Therefore fortitude is a cardinal virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Daring and anger do not cooperate with fortitude in its act of endurance, wherein its steadfastness is chiefly commended. For it is by that act that the brave man curbs fear, which is a principal passion, as stated above (I, Secundae, Q. 25, A. 4). Reply Obj. 2: Virtue is directed to the good of reason which it behooves to safeguard against the onslaught of evils; and fortitude is directed to evils of the body as contraries which it withstands, and to the good of reason as the end which it intends to safeguard. Reply Obj. 3: Though dangers of death are of rare occurrence, yet the occasions of those dangers occur frequently, since on account of justice which he pursues, and also on account of other good deeds, man encounters mortal adversaries. _______________________ 12th Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 12] Whether Fortitude Excels Among All Other Virtues? Objection 1: It seems that fortitude excels among all other virtues. For Ambrose says (De Officiis i): "Fortitude is higher, so to speak, than the rest." Obj. 2: Further, virtue is about that which is difficult and good. But fortitude is about most difficult things. Therefore it is the greatest of the virtues. Obj. 3: Further, the person of a man is more excellent than his possessions. But fortitude is about a man's person, for it is this that a man exposes to the danger of death for the good of virtue; whereas justice and the other moral virtues are about other and external things. Therefore fortitude is the chief of the moral virtues. Obj. 4: On the contrary, Tully says (De Officiis i): "Justice is the most resplendent of the virtues, and gives its name to a good man." Obj. 5: Further, the Philosopher says (Rhet. i, 19): "Those virtues must needs be greatest which are most profitable to others." Now liberality seems to be more useful than fortitude. Therefore it is a greater virtue. I answer that, as Augustine says (De Trin. vi), "In things that are great, but not in bulk, to be great is to be good." Wherefore the better a virtue, the greater it is. Now reason's good is man's good, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv). Prudence, since it is a perfection of reason, has the good essentially; while justice effects this good, since it belongs to justice to establish the order of reason in all human affairs; whereas the other virtues safeguard this good, inasmuch as they moderate the passions, lest they lead man away from reason's good. As to the order of the latter, fortitude holds the first place, because fear of dangers of death has the greatest power to make man recede from the good of reason; and after fortitude comes temperance, since also pleasures of touch excel all others in hindering the good of reason. Now to be a thing essentially ranks before effecting it, and the latter ranks before safeguarding it by removing obstacles thereto. Wherefore among the cardinal virtues prudence ranks first, justice second, fortitude third, temperance fourth, and after these the other virtues. Reply Obj. 1: Ambrose places fortitude before the other virtues in respect of a certain general utility, inasmuch as it is useful both in warfare and in matters relating to civil or home life. Hence he begins by saying (De Duties of the Clergy i): "Now we come to treat of fortitude, which being higher, so to speak, than the others, is applicable both to warlike and to civil matters." Reply Obj. 2: Virtue essentially regards the good rather than the difficult. Hence the greatness of a virtue is measured according to its goodness rather than its difficulty. Reply Obj. 3: A man does not expose his person to dangers of death except in order to safeguard justice; wherefore the praise awarded to fortitude depends somewhat on justice. Hence Ambrose says (On the Duties of the Clergy i) that "fortitude without justice is an occasion of injustice, since the stronger a man is, the more ready is he to oppress the weaker." The fourth argument is granted. Reply Obj. 5: Liberality is useful in conferring certain particular favors, whereas a certain general utility attaches to fortitude, since it safeguards the whole order of justice. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 1:9 that "just and brave men are most beloved, because they are most useful in war and peace." End of question 123. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 124 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 124 of Martyrdom, in 5 articles. We must now consider martyrdom, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether martyrdom is an act of virtue. Second, of what virtue is it the act? Third, concerning the perfection of this act. Fourth, the pain of martyrdom. Fifth, its cause. First article, whether martyrdom is an act of virtue. Objection 1. It seems that martyrdom is not an act of virtue. For all acts of virtue are voluntary. But martyrdom is sometimes not voluntary, as in the case of the innocents who were slain for Christ's sake, and of whom Hilary says, on the Gospel of Matthew 1, that "they attained the ripe age of eternity through the glory of martyrdom." Therefore, martyrdom is not an act of virtue. Objection 2. Further, nothing unlawful is an act of virtue. Now, it is unlawful to kill oneself, as stated above, Question 64, Article 5, and yet martyrdom is achieved by doing so. For Augustine says, On the City of God 1, that "during persecution, certain holy women, in order to escape from those who threatened their chastity, threw themselves into a river, and so ended their lives, and their martyrdom is honored in the Catholic Church with most solemn veneration." Therefore, martyrdom is not an act of virtue. Objection 3. Further, it is praiseworthy to offer oneself to do an act of virtue, but it is not praiseworthy to court martyrdom. Rather, it would seem to be presumptuous and rash. Therefore, martyrdom is not an act of virtue. On the contrary, the reward of beatitude is not due save to acts of virtue. Now, it is due to martyrdom, since it is written, in Matthew 5:10, "Blessed are they that suffer persecution for justice' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Therefore, martyrdom is an act of virtue. I answer that, as stated above, in question 123, Articles 1 and 3, it belongs to virtue to safeguard man in the good of reason. Now the good of reason consists in the truth as its proper object, and in justice as its proper effect, as shown above, question 109, Articles 1 and 2, question 123, Article 12. And martyrdom consists essentially in standing firmly to truth and justice against the assaults of persecution. Hence it is evident that martyrdom is an act of virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Some have said that in the case of the innocents, the use of their free will was miraculously accelerated, so that they suffered martyrdom even voluntarily. Since, however, Scripture contains no proof of this, it is better to say that these babes, in being slain, obtained by God's grace the glory of martyrdom, which others acquire by their own will. For the shedding of one's blood for Christ's sake takes the place of baptism. Wherefore, just as in the case of baptized children, the merit of Christ is conducive to the acquisition of glory through the baptismal grace, so in those who were slain for Christ's sake, the merit of Christ's martyrdom is conducive to the acquisition of the martyr's palm. Hence Augustine says in a sermon on the Epiphany, number 46, as though he were addressing them: "A man that does not believe that children are benefited by the baptism of Christ will doubt of your being crowned in suffering for Christ. You are not old enough to believe in Christ's future sufferings, but you had a body wherein you could endure suffering of Christ who was to suffer." Reply to Obj. 2. Augustine says (On the City of God i) that "possibly the Church was induced by certain credible witnesses of divine authority thus to honor the memory of those holy women." Cf. Q. 64, A. 1, 2 Reply. Reply to Obj. 3. The precepts of the law are about acts of virtue. Now it has been stated (Prima Secundae, Q. 108, A. 1, 4 Reply) that some of the precepts of the divine law are to be understood in reference to the preparation of the mind, in the sense that man ought to be prepared to do such and such a thing, whenever expedient. In the same way, certain things belong to an act of virtue as regards the preparation of the mind, so that in such and such a case a man should act according to reason. And this observation would seem very much to the point in the case of martyrdom, which consists in the right endurance of sufferings unjustly inflicted. Nor ought a man to give another an occasion of acting unjustly, yet if anyone act unjustly, one ought to endure it in moderation. Second article: Whether martyrdom is an act of fortitude? Objection 1. It seems that martyrdom is not an act of fortitude. For the Greek martyr signifies a witness. Now witness is borne to the faith of Christ, according to Acts 1:8, "You shall be witnesses unto me," etc. And Maximus says in a sermon, "The mother of martyrs is the Catholic faith, which those glorious warriors have sealed with their blood." Therefore martyrdom is an act of faith rather than of fortitude. Obj. 2: Further, a praiseworthy act belongs chiefly to the virtue which inclines thereto, is manifested thereby, and without which the act avails nothing. Now charity is the chief incentive to martyrdom. Thus Maximus says in a sermon, "The charity of Christ is victorious in his martyrs." Again, the greatest proof of charity lies in the act of martyrdom, according to John 15:13, "Greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends." Moreover, without charity martyrdom avails nothing, according to 1 Corinthians 13:3, "If I should deliver my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing." Therefore martyrdom is an act of charity rather than of fortitude. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says in a sermon on St. Cyprian, "It is easy to honor a martyr by singing his praises, but it is a great thing to imitate his faith and patience." Now that which calls chiefly for praise in a virtuous act is the virtue of which it is the act. Therefore
martyrdom is an act of patience rather than of fortitude. On the contrary, Cyprian says, in his letter to Martyrs and Confessors, 2, "Blessed martyrs, with what praise shall I extol you? Most valiant warriors, how shall I find words to proclaim the strength of your courage?" Now a person is praised on account of the virtue whose act he performs. Therefore, martyrdom is an act of fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 1 and following, it belongs to fortitude to strengthen man in the good of virtue, especially against dangers, and chiefly against dangers of death, and most of all against those that occur in battle. Now it is evident that in martyrdom man is firmly strengthened in the good of virtue, since he cleaves to faith and justice, notwithstanding the threatening danger of death, the imminence of which is moreover due to a kind of particular contest with his persecutors. Hence Cyprian says in a sermon, his letter to Martyrs and Confessors 2, "The crowd of onlookers wondered to see an unearthly battle, and Christ's servants fighting erect, undaunted in speech, with souls unmoved, and strength divine." Wherefore it is evident that martyrdom is an act of fortitude, for which reason the Church reads in the office of martyrs, "They became valiant in battle." Cf. Hebrews 11:34. Reply Obj. 1. Two things must be considered in the act of fortitude. One is the good wherein the brave man is strengthened, and this is the end of fortitude. The other is the firmness itself, whereby a man does not yield to contraries that hinder him from achieving that good, and in this consists the essence of fortitude. Now just as civic fortitude strengthens a man's mind in human justice, for the safeguarding of which he braves the danger of death, so gratuitous fortitude strengthens man's soul in the good of divine justice, which is "through faith in Christ Jesus," according to Romans 3:22. Thus martyrdom is related to faith as the end in which one is strengthened, but to fortitude as the eliciting habit. Reply Obj. 2. Charity inclines one to the act of martyrdom as its first and chief motive cause, being the virtue commanding it, whereas fortitude inclines thereto as being its proper motive cause, being the virtue that elicits it. Hence martyrdom is an act of charity as commanding, and of fortitude as eliciting. For this reason also it manifests both virtues. It is due to charity that it is meritorious, like any other act of virtue, and for this reason it avails not without charity. Reply Obj. 3. As stated above in question 123, Article 6, the chief act of fortitude is endurance. To this, and not to its secondary act, which is aggression, martyrdom belongs. And since patience serves fortitude on the part of its chief act, notably endurance, hence it is that martyrs are also praised for their patience. Third article: Whether martyrdom is an act of the greatest perfection. Objection 1. It seems that martyrdom is not an act of the greatest perfection. For seemingly that which is a matter of counsel and not of precept pertains to perfection, because, to wit, it is not necessary for salvation. But it would seem that martyrdom is necessary for salvation, since the Apostle says in Romans 10:10, "With the heart we believe unto justice, but with the mouth confession is made unto salvation." And it is written, in 1 John 3:16 that we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren. Therefore, martyrdom does not attain to perfection. Obj. 2: Further, it seems to point to greater perfection that a man give his soul to God, which is done by obedience, than that he give God his body, which is done by martyrdom. Wherefore Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35 that obedience is preferable to all sacrifices. Therefore, martyrdom is not an act of the greatest perfection. Obj. 3: Further, it would seem better to do good to others than to maintain oneself in good, since the good of the nation is better than the good of the individual, according to the Philosopher in Ethics i, 2. Now he that suffers martyrdom profits himself alone, whereas he that teaches does good to many. Therefore the act of teaching and guiding subjects is more perfect than the act of martyrdom. On the contrary, Augustine, in his On Holy Virginity 46, prefers martyrdom to virginity, which pertains to perfection. Therefore martyrdom seems to belong to perfection in the highest degree. I answer that, we may speak of an act of virtue in two ways. First, with regard to the species of that act, as compared to the virtue proximately eliciting it. In this way martyrdom, which consists in the due endurance of death, cannot be the most perfect of virtuous acts, because endurance of death is not praiseworthy in itself, but only in so far as it is directed to some good consisting in an act of virtue, such as faith or the love of God, so that this act of virtue being the end is better. A virtuous act may be considered in another way, in comparison with its first motive cause, which is the love of charity, and it is in this respect that an act comes to belong to the perfection of life, since, as the Apostle says in Colossians 3:14, that charity is the bond of perfection. Now, of all virtuous acts, martyrdom is the greatest proof of the perfection of charity, since a man's love for a thing is proved to be so much the greater, according as that which he despises for its sake is more dear to him, or that which he chooses to suffer for its sake is more odious. But it is evident that of all the goods of the present life, man loves life itself most, and on the other hand, he hates death more than anything, especially when it is accompanied by the pains of bodily torment. From fear of which even dumb animals refrain from the greatest pleasures, as Augustine observes in his 83 Questions, question 36. And from this point of view, it is clear that martyrdom is the most perfect of human acts in respect of its genus, as being the sign of the greatest charity, according to John 15:13. Greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Reply to Obj. 1: There is no act of perfection, which is a matter of counsel, but what in certain cases is a matter of precept, as being necessary for salvation. Thus Augustine declares in his On Adulterous Marriages 13, that a man is under the obligation of observing continency through the absence or sickness of his wife. Hence it is not contrary to the perfection of martyrdom, if in certain cases it be necessary for salvation, since there are cases when it is not necessary for salvation to suffer martyrdom. Thus we read of many holy martyrs who through zeal for their faith or brotherly love gave themselves up to martyrdom of their own accord. As to these precepts, they are to be understood as referring to the preparation of the mind. Reply to Obj. 2: Martyrdom embraces the highest possible degree of obedience, namely, obedience unto death. Thus we read of Christ in Philippians 2:8 that he became obedient unto death. Hence it is evident that martyrdom is of itself more perfect than obedience considered absolutely. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument considers martyrdom according to the proper species of its act, whence it derives no excellence over all the other virtuous acts. Thus neither is fortitude more excellent than all virtues. Fourth article: whether death is essential to martyrdom. Objection 1. It seems that death is not essential to martyrdom. For Jerome says in a sermon on the Assumption, his letter to Paulina and Eustochium, "I should say rightly that the Mother of God was both virgin and martyr, although she ended her days in peace." And Gregory says in his third homily on the Gospel, "Although persecution has ceased to offer the opportunity, yet the peace we enjoy is not without its martyrdom, since even if we no longer yield the life of the body to the sword, yet do we slay fleshly desires in the soul with the sword of the Spirit." Therefore there can be martyrdom without suffering death. Objection 2: Further, we read of certain women as commended for despising life for the sake of safeguarding the integrity of the flesh. Wherefore seemingly the integrity of chastity is preferable to the life of the body. Now sometimes the integrity of the flesh has been forfeited or has been threatened in confession of the Christian faith, as in the case of Agnes and Lucy. Therefore it seems that the name of martyr should be accorded to a woman who forfeits the integrity of the flesh for the sake of Christ's faith, rather than if she were to forfeit even the life of the body. Wherefore also Lucy said, "If thou causest me to be violated against my will, my chastity will gain me a twofold crown." Objection 3: Further, martyrdom is an act of fortitude. But it belongs to fortitude to brave not only death but also other hardships, as Augustine declares (De Music vi). Now there are many other hardships besides death, which one may suffer for Christ's faith, namely imprisonment, exile, being stripped of one's goods, as mentioned in Hebrews 10:34, for which reason we celebrate the martyrdom of Pope Saint Marcellus, notwithstanding that he died in prison. Therefore it is not essential to martyrdom that one suffer the pain of death. Obj. 4: Further, martyrdom is a meritorious act, as stated above (A. 2, First Reply, and A. 3). Now it cannot be a meritorious act after death. Therefore it is before death, and consequently death is not essential to martyrdom. On the contrary, Maximus says in a sermon on the martyrs that "in dying for the faith he conquers who would have been vanquished in living without faith." I answer that, as stated above in A. 2, a martyr is so called as being a witness to the Christian faith, which teaches us to despise things visible for the sake of things invisible, as stated in Hebrews 11. Accordingly, it belongs to martyrdom that a man bear witness to the faith in showing by deed that he despises all things present, in order to obtain invisible goods to come. Now so long as a man retains the life of the body, he does not show by deed that he despises all things relating to the body. For men are wont to despise both their kindred and all they possess, and even to suffer bodily pain rather than lose life. Hence Satan testified against Job in Job 2:4. Skin for skin, and all that a man hath he will give for his soul. Translator's note: the Dewey version translates soul as life. That is, for the life of his body. Therefore, the perfect notion of martyrdom requires that a man suffer death for Christ's sake. Reply to Obj. 1: The authorities quoted, and the like that one may meet with, speak of martyrdom by way of similitude. Reply to Obj. 2: When a woman forfeits the integrity of the flesh, or is condemned to forfeit it under pretext of the Christian faith, it is not evident to men whether she suffers this for love of the Christian faith, or rather through contempt of chastity. Wherefore, in the sight of men, her testimony is not held to be sufficient, and consequently this is not martyrdom properly speaking. In the sight of God, however, who searcheth the heart, this may be deemed worthy of a reward, as Lucy said. Reply to Obj. 3: As stated above in question 123, Articles 4 and 5, fortitude regards danger of death chiefly, and other dangers consequently. Wherefore a person is not called a martyr merely for suffering imprisonment, or exile, or forfeiture of his wealth, except in so far as these result in death. Reply to Obj. 4: The merit of martyrdom is not after death, but in the voluntary endurance of death, namely in the fact that a person willingly suffers being put to death. It happens sometimes, however, that a man lives for some time after being mortally wounded for Christ's sake, or after suffering for the faith of Christ any other kind of hardship inflicted by persecution and continued until death ensues. The act of martyrdom is meritorious while a man is in this state, and at the very time that he is suffering these hardships. Fifth article: Whether faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. Objection 1: It seems that faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. For it is written in 1 Peter 4:15 and 16, "Let none of you suffer as a murderer, or a thief, or a railer, or a coveter of other men's things. But if as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, let him glorify God in this name." Now a man is said to be a Christian because he holds the faith of Christ. Therefore only faith in Christ gives the glory of martyrdom to those who suffer. Obj. 2: Further, a martyr is a kind of witness. But witness is borne to the truth alone. Now one is not called a martyr for bearing witness to any truth, but only for witnessing to the divine truth. Otherwise a man would be a martyr if he were to die for confessing a truth of geometry or some other speculative science, which seems ridiculous. Therefore faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. Obj. 3: Further, those virtuous deeds would seem to be of most account which are directed to the common good, since "the good of the nation is better than the good of the individual," according to the Philosopher in Ethics i, 2. If then some other good were the cause of martyrdom, it would seem that, before all, those would be martyrs who die for the defense of their country. Yet this is not consistent with church observance, for we do not celebrate the martyrdom of those who die in a just war. Therefore faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. On the contrary, it is written in Matthew 15:10, "Blessed are they that suffer persecution for justice' sake," which pertains to martyrdom, according to a gloss as well as Jerome's commentary on this passage. Now, not only faith, but also the other virtues pertain to justice. Therefore, other virtues can be the cause of martyrdom. I answer that, as stated above in Article 4, martyrs are so called as being witnesses, because by suffering in body unto death they bear witness to the truth, not indeed to any truth, but to the truth which is in accordance with godliness, and was made known to us by Christ. Wherefore, Christ's martyrs are his witnesses. Now this truth is the truth of faith. Wherefore, the cause of all martyrdom is the truth of faith. But the truth of faith includes not only inward belief, but also outward profession, which is expressed not only by words, whereby one confesses the faith, but also by deeds, whereby a person shows that he has faith, according to James 2:18. "I will show thee by works my faith." Hence it is written of certain people, Titus 1:16, "They profess that they know God, but in their works they deny him." Thus all virtuous deeds, inasmuch as they are referred to God, are professions of the faith whereby we come to know that God requires these works of us, and rewards us for them. And in this way they can be the cause of martyrdom. For this reason the Church celebrates the martyrdom of Blessed John the Baptist, who suffered death not for refusing to deny the faith, but for reproving adultery. Reply to Obj. 1. A Christian is one who is Christ's. Now a person is said to be Christ's, not only through having faith in Christ, but also because he is actuated to virtuous deeds by the Spirit of Christ, according to Romans 8:9. "If any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his." And again, because in imitation of Christ he is dead to sins, according to Galatians 5:24. "They that are Christ's have crucified their flesh with the vices and concupiscences." Hence to suffer as a Christian is not only to suffer in confession of the faith, which is done by words, but also to suffer for doing any good work, and for avoiding any sin, for Christ's sake, because this all comes under the head of witnessing to the faith. Reply to Obj. 2. The truth of other sciences has no connection with the worship of the Godhead. Hence it is not called truth according to godliness, and consequently the confession thereof cannot be said to be the direct cause of martyrdom. Yet, since every lie is a sin, as stated above (Q. 110, Articles 3 and 4), avoidance of a lie, to whatever truth it may be contrary, may be the cause of martyrdom, inasmuch as a lie is a sin against the divine law. Reply to Obj. 3. The good of one's country is paramount among human goods. Yet the divine good, which is the proper cause of martyrdom, is of more account than human good. Nevertheless, since human good may become divine, for instance when it is referred to God, it follows that any human good, in so far as it is referred to God, may be the cause of martyrdom.
End of question 124. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 125 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 125. Of Fear, in 4 Articles. Translator's Note. St. Thomas calls this vice indifferently fear and timidity. The translation requires one to adhere to these terms on account of the connection with the passion of fear. Otherwise, cowardice would be a better rendering. We must now consider the vices opposed to fortitude. 1. Fear. 2. Fearlessness. 3. Daring. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether fear is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to fortitude. Third, whether it is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether it excuses from sin or diminishes it. First article, whether fear is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a sin. For fear is a passion, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, article 4, and in question 42. Now we are neither praised nor blamed for passions, as stated in Ethics 2. Since, then, every sin is blameworthy, it seems that fear is not a sin. Objection 2 further. Nothing that is commanded in the divine law is a sin, since the law of the Lord is unspotted, according to Psalm 18:8. Yet fear is commanded in God's law, for it is written in Ephesians 6:5, "Servants, be obedient to them that are your lords according to the flesh, with fear and trembling." Therefore, fear is not a sin. Objection 3 further. Nothing that is naturally in man is a sin, for sin is contrary to nature according to Damascene, in On the True Faith 3. Now fear is natural to man, wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 3:7 that a man would be insane or insensible to pain if nothing, not even earthquakes nor deluges, inspired him with fear. Therefore, fear is not a sin. On the contrary, our Lord said in Matthew 10:28, "Fear ye not them that kill the body." And it is written in Ezekiel 2:6, "Fear not, neither be thou afraid of their words." I answer that a human act is said to be a sin on account of its being inordinate, because the good of a human act consists in order, as stated above, in question 109, article 2, and in question 114, article 1. Now this due order requires that the appetite be subject to the ruling of reason. And reason dictates that certain things should be shunned, and some sought after. Among things to be shunned, it dictates that some are to be shunned more than others, and among things to be sought after, that some are to be sought after more than others. Moreover, the more a good is to be sought after, the more is the opposite evil to be shunned. The result is that the reason dictates that certain goods are to be sought after more than certain evils are to be avoided. Accordingly, when the appetite shuns what the reason dictates that we should endure rather than forfeit others that we should rather seek for, fear is inordinate and sinful. On the other hand, when the appetite fears so as to shun what reason requires to be shunned, the appetite is neither inordinate nor sinful. Reply to Obj. 1. Fear, in its generic acception, denotes avoidance in general. Hence, in this way, it does not include the notion of good or evil. And the same applies to every other passion. Wherefore, the philosopher says that passions call for neither praise nor blame, because, to wit, we neither praise nor blame those who are angry or afraid, but only those who behave thus in an ordinate or inordinate manner. Reply to Obj. 2. The fear which the Apostle inculcates is in accordance with reason, namely that servants should fear lest they be lacking in the service they owe their masters. Reply to Obj. 3. Reason dictates that we should shun the evils that we cannot withstand, and the endurance of which profits us nothing. Hence there is no sin in fearing them. Second article. Whether the sin of fear is contrary to fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that the sin of fear is not contrary to fortitude, because fortitude is about dangers of death, as stated above in question 123, Articles 4 and 5. But the sin of fear is not always connected with dangers of death. For a gloss on Psalm 127, verse 1, "Blessed are they that fear the Lord," says that it is human fear whereby we dread to suffer carnal dangers or to lose worldly goods. Again, a gloss on Matthew 27:44, "He prayed the third time, saying the selfsame word," says that evil fear is threefold: fear of death, fear of pain, and fear of contempt. Therefore, the sin of fear is not contrary to fortitude. Objection 2. Further, the chief reason why a man is commended for fortitude is that he exposes himself to the danger of death. Now, sometimes a man exposes himself to death through fear of slavery or shame. Thus Augustine relates in On the City of God 1 that Cato, in order not to be Caesar's slave, gave himself up to death. Therefore, the sin of fear bears a certain likeness to fortitude, instead of being opposed thereto. Objection 3. Further, all despair arises from fear. But despair is opposed not to fortitude, but to hope, as stated above in question 20, Article 1, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 4. Neither, therefore, is the sin of fear opposed to fortitude. On the contrary, the philosopher, in Ethics 2:7 and Ethics 3:7, states that timidity is opposed to fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 19, Article 3, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 43, Article 1. All fear arises from love, since no one fears save what is contrary to something he loves. Now, love is not confined to any particular kind of virtue or vice, but ordinate love is included in every virtue, since every virtuous man loves the good proper to his virtue, while inordinate love is included in every sin, because inordinate love gives use to inordinate desire. Hence, in like manner, inordinate fear is included in every sin. Thus, the covetous man fears the loss of money, the intemperate man the loss of pleasure, and so on. But the greatest fear of all is that which has the danger of death for its object, as we find proved in Ethics 3:6. Wherefore the inordinateness of this fear is opposed to fortitude which regards dangers of death. For this reason, timidity is said to be antinomastically opposed to fortitude. Translator's note: Antinomasia is the figure of speech whereby we substitute the general for the individual term. For example, the philosopher for Aristotle. And so timidity, which is inordinate fear of any evil, is employed to denote inordinate fear of the danger of death. End of note. Reply to Objection 1. The passages quoted refer to inordinate fear in its generic acception, which can be opposed to various virtues. Reply to Objection 2. Human acts are estimated chiefly with reference to the end, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 1, article 3, as well as in question 18, article 6. And it belongs to a brave man to expose himself to danger of death for the sake of a good. But a man who exposes himself to danger of death in order to escape from slavery or hardships is overcome by fear, which is contrary to fortitude. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 3:7 that to die in order to escape poverty, lust, or something disagreeable is an act not of fortitude but of cowardice. For to shun hardships is a mark of effeminacy. Reply to Objection 3. As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 45, article 2, fear is the beginning of despair, even as hope is the beginning of daring. Wherefore, just as fortitude, which employs daring in moderation, presupposes hope, so, on the other hand, despair proceeds from some kind of fear. It does not follow, however, that any kind of despair results from any kind of fear, but that only from fear of the same kind. Now, the despair that is opposed to hope is referred to another kind, namely to divine things, whereas the fear that is opposed to fortitude regards dangers of death. Hence, the argument does not prove. Third article: whether fear is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a mortal sin. For, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, article 1, fear is in the irascible faculty, which is a part of the sensuality. Now, there is none but venial sin in the sensuality, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 74, article 4. Therefore, fear is not a mortal sin. Objection 2. Further, every mortal sin turns the heart wholly from God. But fear does not do this. For a gloss on Judges 7:3, whoever is fearful, etc., says that a man is fearful when he trembles at the very thought of conflict, yet he is not so wholly terrified at heart, but that he can rally and take courage. Therefore, fear is not a mortal sin. Objection 3. Further, mortal sin is a lapse not only from perfection, but also from a precept. But fear does not make one lapse from a precept, but only from perfection. For a gloss on Deuteronomy 20, verse 8, "What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted?" says, "We learn from this that no man can take up the profession of contemplation or spiritual warfare if he still fears to be despoiled of earthly riches." Therefore, fear is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, for mortal sin alone is the pain of hell due, and yet this is due to the fearful, according to Apocalypse 21 verse 8. But the fearful, and unbelieving, and the abominable, etc., shall have their portion in the pool burning with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Therefore, fear is a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, fear is a sin through being inordinate, that is to say, through shunning what ought not to be shunned according to reason. Now sometimes this inordinateness of fear is confined to the sensitive appetites, without the accession of the rational appetite's consent, and then it cannot be a mortal but only a venial sin. But sometimes this inordinateness of fear reaches to the rational appetite, which is called the will, which deliberately shuns something against the dictate of reason. And this inordinateness of fear is sometimes a mortal, sometimes a venial sin. For if a man, through fear of the danger of death or of any other temporal evil, is so disposed as to do what is forbidden, or to omit what is commanded by the divine law, such fear is a mortal sin. Otherwise, it is a venial sin. Reply to Objection 1. This argument considers fear as confined to the sensuality. Reply to Objection 2. This gloss can also be understood as referring to the fear that is confined within the sensuality. Or better still, we may reply that a man is terrified with his whole heart when fear banishes his courage beyond remedy. Now, even when fear is a mortal sin, it may happen nevertheless that one is not so willfully terrified that one cannot be persuaded to put fear aside. Thus, sometimes a man sins mortally by consenting to concupiscence, and is turned aside from accomplishing what he purposed doing. Reply to Objection 3. This gloss speaks of the fear that turns man aside from a good that is necessary, not for the fulfillment of a precept, but for the perfection of a counsel. Such like fear is not a mortal sin, but is sometimes venial. And sometimes it is not a sin, for instance, when one has a reasonable cause for fear. Fourth article: whether fear excuses from sin. Objection 1. It seems that fear does not excuse from sin. For fear is a sin, as stated above in Article 1. But sin does not excuse from sin, rather does it aggravate it. Therefore, fear does not excuse from sin. Objection 2. Further, if any fear excuses from sin, most of all would this be true of the fear of death, to which, as the saying is, a courageous man is subject. Yet this fear seemingly is no excuse, because, since death comes of necessity to all, it does not seem to be an object of fear. Therefore, fear does not excuse from sin. Objection 3 further. All fear is of evil, either temporal or spiritual. Now, fear of spiritual evil cannot excuse sin, because instead of inducing one to sin, it withdraws one from sin. And fear of temporal evil does not excuse from sin, because, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:6, one should not fear poverty, nor sickness, nor anything that is not a result of one's own wickedness. Therefore, it seems that in no sense does fear excuse from sin. On the contrary, it is stated in the Decretals, "A man who has been forcibly and unwillingly ordained by heretics has an ostensible excuse." I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, fear is sinful insofar as it runs counter to the order of reason. Now reason judges certain evils to be shunned rather than others. Wherefore it is no sin not to shun what is less to be shunned, in order to avoid what reason judges to be more avoided. Thus death of the body is more to be avoided than the loss of temporal goods. Hence a man would be excused from sin if through fear of death he were to promise or give something to a robber, and yet he would be guilty of sin were he to give to sinners, rather than to the good to whom he should give in preference. On the other hand, if through fear a man were to avoid evils which according to reason are less to be avoided, and so incur evils which according to reason are more to be avoided, he could not be wholly excused from sin, because such like fear would be inordinate. Now the evils of the soul are more to be feared than the evils of the body, and the evils of the body more than evils of external things. Wherefore, if one were to incur evils of the soul, namely sins, in order to avoid evils of the body, such as blows or death, or evils of external things, such as loss of money, or if one were to endure evils of the body in order to avoid loss of money, one would not be wholly excused from sin. Yet one sin would be extenuated somewhat, for what is done through fear is less voluntary, because when fear lays hold of a man, he is under a certain necessity of doing a certain thing. Hence the philosopher, in Ethics 3:1, says that these things that are done through fear are not simply voluntary, but a mixture of voluntary and involuntary. Reply to Objection 1. Fear excuses, not in the point of its sinfulness, but in the point of its involuntariness. Reply to Objection 2. Although death comes of necessity to all, yet the shortening of temporal life is an evil, and consequently an object of fear. Reply to Objection 3. According to the opinion of Stoics, who held temporal goods not to be man's goods, it follows in consequence that temporal evils are not man's evils, and that therefore they are nowise to be feared. But according to Augustine, these temporal things are goods of the least account, and this was also the opinion of the Peripatetics. Hence their contraries are indeed to be feared, but not so much that one ought for their sake to renounce that which is good according to virtue. End of question 125. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 126 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 126 of Fearlessness in 2 articles. We must now consider the vice of fearlessness, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a sin to be fearless. Second, whether it is opposed to fortitude. First article: whether fearlessness is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that fearlessness is not a sin. For that which is reckoned to the praise of a just man is not a sin. Now, it is written in praise of the just man in Proverbs 21 verse 1, "The just, bold as a lion, shall be without dread." Therefore, it is not a sin to be without fear. Objection 2. Further, nothing is so fearful as death, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:6. Yet one ought not to fear even death, according to Matthew 10:28. "Fear ye not them that kill the body," etc. Nor anything that can be inflicted by man, according to Isaiah 51:12. "Who art thou, thou that shouldest be afraid of a mortal man?" Therefore, it is not a sin to be fearless. Objection 3. Further, fear is born of love, as stated above in question 125, Article 2. Now it belongs to the perfection of virtue to love nothing earthly, since according to Augustine, On the City of God 14, "The love of God to the abasement of self makes us citizens of the heavenly city." Therefore, it is seemingly not a sin to fear nothing earthly. On the contrary, it is said of the unjust judge in Luke 18:2 that "he feared not God, nor regarded man." I answer that, since fear is born of love, we must seemingly judge alike of love and fear. Now, it is here a question of that fear whereby one dreads temporal evils, and which results from the love of temporal goods. And every man has it instilled in him by nature to love his own life and whatever is directed thereto, and to do so in due measure, that is, to love these things not as placing his end therein, but as things to be used for the sake of his last end. Hence it is contrary to the natural inclination, and therefore a sin, to fall short of loving them in due measure. Nevertheless, one never lapses entirely from this love, since what is natural cannot be wholly lost, for which reason the Apostle says in Ephesians 5:29, "No man ever hated his own flesh." Wherefore, even those that slay themselves do so from love of their own flesh, which they desire to free from present stress. Hence it may happen that a man fears death and other temporal evils less than he ought, for the reason that he loves them less than he ought. But that he fear none of these things cannot result from an entire lack of love, but only from the fact that he thinks it impossible for him to be afflicted by the evils contrary to the goods he loves. This is sometimes the result of pride of soul, presuming on self and despising others, according to the saying of Job 41, verses 24 and 25. "He was made to fear no one, he beholdeth every high thing." And sometimes it happens through a defect in the reason. Thus the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:7 that "the Celts through lack of intelligence fear nothing." It is therefore evident that fearlessness is a vice, whether it result from lack of love, pride of soul, or dullness of understanding. Yet the latter is excused from sin if it be invincible. Reply to Objection 1. The just man is praised for being without fear that withdraws him from good. Not that he is altogether fearless, for it is written in Ecclesiasticus 1:28, "He that is without fear cannot be justified." Reply to Objection 2. Death and whatever else can be afflicted by mortal man are not to be feared so that they make us forsake justice, but they are to be feared as hindering man in acts of virtue, either as regards himself or as regards the progress he may cause in others. Hence it is written in Proverbs 14:16, "A wise man feareth and declineth from evil." Reply to Objection 3. Temporal goods are to be despised as hindering us from loving and serving God, and on the same score they are not to be feared. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 34:16, "He that feareth the Lord shall tremble at nothing." But temporal goods are not to be despised, insofar as they are helping us instrumentally to attain to those things that pertain to divine fear and love. Second article: Whether fearlessness is opposed to fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that fearlessness is not opposed to fortitude. For we judge of habits by their acts. Now, no act of fortitude is hindered by a man being fearless, since if fear be removed, one is both brave to endure and daring to attack. Therefore, fearlessness is not opposed to fortitude. Objection 2. Further, fearlessness is a vice, either through lack of due love, or on account of pride, or by reason of folly. Now, lack of due love is opposed to charity, pride is contrary to humility, and folly to prudence or wisdom. Therefore, the vice of fearlessness is not opposed to fortitude. Objection 3. Further, vices are opposed to virtue and extremes to the mean. But one mean has only one extreme on the other side. Since then fortitude has fear opposed to it on the one side and daring on the other, it seems that fearlessness is not opposed thereto. On the contrary, the Philosopher, in Ethics 3, reckons fearlessness to be opposed to fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 3, fortitude is concerned about fear and daring. Now, every moral virtue observes the rational mean in the matter about which it is concerned. Hence it belongs to fortitude that man should moderate his fear according to reason, namely, that he should fear what he ought, and when he ought, and so forth. Now, this mode of reason may be corrupted either by excess or by deficiency. Wherefore, just as timidity is opposed to fortitude by excess of fear, insofar as a man fears what he ought not, and as he ought not, so too fearlessness is opposed thereto by deficiency of fear, insofar as a man fears not what he ought to fear. Reply to Objection 1. The act of fortitude is to endure death without fear, and to be aggressive, not anyhow, but according to reason. This the fearless man does not do. Reply to Objection 2. Fearlessness, by its specific nature, corrupts the mean of fortitude, wherefore it is opposed to fortitude directly. But in respect of its causes, nothing hinders it from being opposed to other virtues. Reply to Objection 3. The vice of daring is opposed to fortitude by excess of daring, and fearlessness by deficiency of fear. Fortitude imposes the mean on each passion. Hence there is nothing unreasonable in its having different extremes in different respects. End of question 126. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 127 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 127. Of daring. Translator's note: daring understood as excessive daring or foolhardiness. In 2 articles. We must now consider daring, and under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether daring is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to fortitude. First article: whether daring is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that daring is not a sin. For it is written in Job 39:21, concerning the horse by which, according to Gregory, the godly preacher is denoted, that he goeth forth boldly to meet armed men. But no vice redounds to a man's praise. Therefore, it is not a sin to be daring. Objection 2 further, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 6:9, one should take counsel in thought, and do quickly what has been counselled. But daring helps this quickness in doing. Therefore, daring is not sinful, but praiseworthy. Objection 3 further, daring is a passion caused by hope, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 45, Article 2, when we were treating of the passions. But hope is accounted not a sin, but a virtue. Neither, therefore, should daring be accounted a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 8:18, "Go not on the way with a bold man, lest he burden thee with his evils." Now no man's fellowship is to be avoided, save on account of sin. Therefore, daring is a sin. I answer that daring, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, Article 1, as well as in question 55, is a passion. Now a passion is sometimes moderated according to reason, and sometimes it lacks moderation, either by excess or by deficiency, and on this account the passion is sinful. Again, the names of the passions are sometimes employed in the sense of excess. Thus we speak of anger meaning not any, but excessive anger, in which case it is sinful. And in the same way daring, as implying excess, is accounted a sin. Reply to Objection 1. The daring spoken of there is that which is moderated by reason, for in that sense it belongs to the virtue of fortitude. Reply to Objection 2. It is praiseworthy to act quickly after taking counsel, which is an act of reason. But to wish to act quickly before taking counsel is not praiseworthy but sinful. For this would be to act rashly, which is a vice contrary to prudence, as stated above in question 58, Article 3. Wherefore daring which leads one to act quickly is so far praiseworthy as it is directed by reason. Reply to Obj. 3. Some vices are unnamed, and so also are some virtues, as the Philosopher remarks in Ethics 2:7 and in Ethics 4:4, 5, and 6. Hence the names of certain passions have to be applied to certain vices and virtues, and in order to designate vices we employ especially the names of those passions, the object of which is an evil, as in the case of hatred, fear, anger, and daring. But hope and love have a good for this object, and so we use them rather to designate virtues. Second article: whether daring is opposed to fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that daring is not opposed to fortitude. For excess of daring seems to result from presumption of mind. But presumption pertains to pride, which is opposed to humility. Therefore, daring is opposed to humility rather than to fortitude. Objection 2. Further, daring does not seem to call for blame, except in so far as it results in harm either to the daring person who puts himself in danger inordinately, or to others whom he attacks with daring or exposes to danger. But this seemingly pertains to injustice. Therefore, daring, as designating a sin, is opposed not to fortitude, but to justice. Objection 3. Further, fortitude is concerned about fear and daring, as expressed above in question 123, Article 3. Now, since timidity is opposed to fortitude in respect of an excess of fear, there is another vice opposed to timidity in respect of a lack of fear. If, then, daring is opposed to fortitude in the point of excessive daring, there will likewise be a vice opposed to it in the point of deficient daring. But there is no such vice. Therefore, neither should daring be accounted a vice in opposition to fortitude. On the contrary, the Philosopher, in both the second and third books of Ethics, accounts daring to be opposed to fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 126, Article 2, it belongs to a moral virtue to observe the rational mean in the matter about which it is concerned. Wherefore every vice that denotes lack of moderation in the matter of a moral virtue is opposed to that virtue as immoderate to moderate. Now daring, in so far as it denotes a vice, implies excess of passion, and this excess goes by the name of daring. Wherefore it is evident that it is opposed to the virtue of fortitude, which is concerned about fear and daring, as stated above, in question 122, Article 3. Reply to Objection 1. Opposition between vice and virtue does not depend chiefly on the cause of the vice, but on the vice's very species. Wherefore it is not necessary that daring be opposed to the same virtue as presumption, which is its cause. Reply to Objection 2. Just as the direct opposition of a vice does not depend on its cause, so neither does it depend on its effect. Now the harm done by daring is its effect. Wherefore neither does the opposition of daring depend on this. Reply to Objection 3. The movement of daring consists in a man taking the offensive against that which is in opposition to him, and nature inclines him to do this except in so far as such inclination is hindered by the fear of receiving harm from that source. Hence the vice which exceeds in daring has no contrary deficiency, save only timidity. Yet daring does not always accompany so great a lack of timidity, for as the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:7, "The daring are precipitate, and eager to meet danger, yet fail when the danger is present, namely through fear. End of question 127. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 128 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 128. Of the parts of fortitude. We must now consider the parts of fortitude. First we shall consider what are the parts of fortitude, and secondly we shall treat of each part. The article. Whether the parts of fortitude are suitably assigned. Objection 1. It seems that the parts of fortitude are unsuitably assigned. For Tully, On the Art of Rhetoric 2, assigns 4 parts to fortitude, namely magnificence, confidence, patience, and perseverance. Now magnificence seems to pertain to liberality, since both are concerned about money, and a magnificent man must needs be liberal, as the philosopher observes in Ethics 4:2. But liberality is a part of justice, as stated above in question 117, Article 5. Therefore, magnificence should not be reckoned a part of fortitude. Objection 2, further, confidence is apparently the same as hope. But hope does not seem to pertain to fortitude, but is rather a virtue by itself. Therefore, confidence should not be reckoned a part of fortitude. Objection 3. Further, fortitude makes a man behave aright in face of danger. But magnificence and confidence do not essentially imply any relation to danger. Therefore, they are not suitably reckoned as parts of fortitude. Objection 4, further, according to Tully, On the Art of Rhetoric 2, patience denotes endurance of hardships, and he ascribes the same to fortitude. Therefore, patience is the same as fortitude, and not a part thereof. Objection 5. Further, that which is a requisite to every virtue should not be reckoned a part of a special virtue. But perseverance is required in every virtue, for it is written in Matthew 24:13, "He that shall persevere to the end, he shall be saved." Therefore, perseverance should not be accounted a part of fortitude. Objection 6. Further, Macrobius reckons 7 parts of fortitude, namely magnanimity, confidence, security, magnificence, constancy, forbearance, stability. Andronicus also reckons 7 virtues annexed to fortitude, and these are courage, strength of will, magnanimity, manliness, perseverance, magnificence. Therefore it seems that Tully's reckoning of the parts of fortitude is incomplete. Objection 7, further, Aristotle in Ethics 3 reckons 5 parts of fortitude. The first is civic fortitude, which produces brave deeds through fear of dishonor or punishment. The second is military fortitude, which produces brave deeds as a result of warlike art or experience. The third is the fortitude which produces brave deeds resulting from passion, especially anger. The fourth is the fortitude which makes a man act bravely through being accustomed to overcome. The fifth is the fortitude which makes a man act bravely through being unaccustomed to danger. Now, these kinds of fortitude are not comprised under any of the above enumerations. Therefore, these enumerations of the parts of fortitude are unfitting. I answer that, as stated above in question 48, a virtue can have three kinds of parts: subjective, integral, and potential. But fortitude, taken as a special virtue, cannot have subjective parts, since it is not divided into several specifically distinct virtues, for it is about a very special matter. However, there are quasi-integral and potential parts assigned to it. Integral parts with regard to those things the concurrence of which is requisite for an act of fortitude, and potential parts because what fortitude practices in face of the greatest hardships, namely dangers of death, certain other virtues practice in the matter of certain minor hardships, and these virtues are annexed to fortitude as secondary virtues to the principal virtue. As stated above in question 123, Articles 3 and 6, the act of fortitude is twofold: aggression and endurance. Now, two things are required for the act of aggression. The first regards preparation of the mind, and consists in one's having a mind ready for aggression. In this respect, Tully mentions confidence, of which he says in the Art of Rhetoric 2 that, "With this, the mind is much assured and firmly hopeful in great and honorable undertakings." The second regards the accomplishment of the deed, and consists in not failing to accomplish what one has confidently begun. In this respect, Tully mentions magnificence, which he describes as being the discussion and administration, that is, accomplishment of great and lofty undertakings, with a certain broad and noble purpose of mind, so as to combine execution with greatness of purpose. Accordingly, if these two be confined to the proper matter of fortitude, namely to dangers of death, they will be quasi-integral parts thereof, because without them there can be no fortitude, whereas if they be referred to other matters involving less hardship, they will be virtues specifically distinct from fortitude, but annexed thereto as secondary virtues to principle. Thus, magnificence is referred by the philosopher in Ethics 4 to great expenses, and magnanimity, which seems to be the same as confidence, to great honors. Again, two things are requisite for the other act of fortitude, notably endurance. The first is that the mind be not broken by sorrow, and fall away from its greatness by reason of the stress of threatening evil. In this respect, he mentions patience, which he describes as the voluntary and prolonged endurance of arduous and difficult things for the sake of virtue or profit. The other is that, by the prolonged suffering of hardships, man be not wearied so as to lose courage, according to Hebrews 12:3, that you not be wearied, fainting in your minds. In this respect, he mentions perseverance, which accordingly he describes as the fixed and continued persistence in a well-considered purpose. If these two be confined to the proper matter of fortitude, they will be quasi-integral parts thereof, but if they be referred to any kind of hardship, they will be virtues distinct from fortitude, yet annexed thereto as secondary to principle. Reply to Objection 1. Magnificence in the matter of liberality adds a certain greatness. This is connected with the notion of difficulty, which is the object of the irascible faculty, that is perfected chiefly by fortitude, and to this virtue, in this respect, it belongs. Reply to Obj. 2. Hope, whereby one confides in God, is accounted a theological virtue, as stated above, in question 17, Article 5, and in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 62, Article 3. But by confidence, which here is accounted a part of fortitude, man hopes in himself, yet under God withal. Reply to Obj. 3. To venture on anything great seems to involve danger, since to fail in such things is very disastrous. Wherefore, although magnificence and confidence are referred to the accomplishment of or venturing on any other great things, they have a certain connection with fortitude by reason of the imminent danger. Reply to Obj. 4. Patience endures not only dangers of death, with which fortitude is concerned, without excessive sorrow, but also any other hardships or dangers. In this respect, it is accounted a virtue annexed to fortitude. But as referred to dangers of death, it is an integral part thereof. Reply to Obj. 5. Perseverance, as denoting persistence in a good deed unto the end, may be a circumstance of every virtue, but it is reckoned a part of fortitude in the sense stated in the body of the article. Reply to Obj. 6. Macrobius reckons the four aforesaid mentioned by Tully, namely confidence, magnificence, forbearance, which he puts in the place of patience, and firmness, which he substitutes for perseverance. And he adds 3, 2 of which, namely magnanimity and security, are comprised by Tully under the head of confidence. But Macrobius is more specific in his enumeration, because confidence denotes a man's hope for great things, and hope for anything presupposes an appetite stretching forth to great things by desire, and this belongs to magnanimity. For it has been stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 2, that hope presupposes love and desire of the thing hoped for. A still better reply is that confidence pertains to the certitude of hope, while magnanimity refers to the magnitude of the thing hoped for. Now, hope has no firmness unless its contrary be removed, for sometimes one, for one's own part, would hope for something, but hope is avoided on account of the obstacle of fear, since fear is somewhat contrary to hope, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 4, first reply. Hence, Macrobius adds security, which banishes fear. He adds a third, namely constancy, which may be comprised under magnificence. For in performing deeds of magnificence, one needs to have a constant mind. For this reason, Tully says that magnificence consists not only in accomplishing great things, but also in discussing them generously in the mind. Constancy may also pertain to perseverance, so that one may be called persevering through not desisting on account of delays, and constant through not desisting on account of any other obstacles. Those that are mentioned by Andronicus seem to amount to the same as the above. For with Tully and Macrobius he mentions perseverance and magnificence, and with Macrobius magnanimity. Strength of will is the same as patience or forbearance, for he says that strength of will is a habit that makes one ready to attempt what ought to be attempted, and to endure what reason says should be endured. That is, good courage seems to be the same as assurance, for he defines it as strength of soul in the accomplishment of its purpose. Manliness is apparently the same as confidence, for he says that manliness is a habit of self-sufficiency in matters of virtue. Besides magnificence, he mentions andragathia, that is, manly goodness, which we may render strenuousness. For magnificence consists not only in being constant in the accomplishment of great deeds, which belongs to constancy, but also in bringing a certain manly prudence and solicitude to that accomplishment, and this belongs to andragathia, strenuousness. Wherefore he says that andragathia is the virtue of a man, whereby he thinks out profitable works. Accordingly, it is evident that all these parts may be reduced to the four principal parts mentioned by Tully. Reply to Objection 7. The five mentioned by Aristotle fall short of the true notion of virtue, for though they concur in the act of fortitude, they differ as to motive, as stated above in question 123, Article 1, second reply. Wherefore, they are not reckoned parts, but modes of fortitude. End of question 128. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 129 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 129 of Magnanimity in 8 articles. Translator's note: magnanimity is not used in the ordinary restricted sense, but as explained by the author. We must now consider each of the parts of fortitude, including, however, the other parts under those mentioned by Tully, with the exception of confidence, for which we shall substitute magnanimity, of which Aristotle treats. Accordingly, we shall consider 1. Magnanimity, 2. Magnificence, 3. Patience, 4. Perseverance. As regards the first, we shall treat of 1. Magnanimity, 2. Of its contrary vices. Under the first head, there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether magnanimity is about honors. Second, whether magnanimity is only about great honors. Third, whether it is a virtue. Fourth, whether it is a special virtue. Fifth, whether it is a part of fortitude. Sixth, of its relation to confidence. Seventh, of its relation to assurance. Eighth, of its relation to goods of fortune. First article: whether magnanimity is about honors. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not about honors. For magnanimity is in the irascible faculty, as its very name shows, since magnanimity signifies greatness of mind, and mind denotes the irascible part, as appears from De Anima 342, where the philosopher says that in the sensitive appetite are desire and mind, that is, the concupiscible and irascible parts. But honor is a concupiscible good, since it is the reward of virtue. Therefore, it seems that magnanimity is not about honors. Objection 2, further. Since magnanimity is a moral virtue, it must needs be about either passions or operations. Now, it is not about operations, for then it would be a part of justice, whence it follows that it is about passions. But honor is not a passion. Therefore, magnanimity is not about honors. Objection 3, further. The nature of magnanimity seems to regard pursuit rather than avoidance. For a man is said to be magnanimous because he tends to great things. But the virtuous are praised not for desiring honors, but for shunning them. Therefore, magnanimity is not about honors. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that magnanimity is about honor and dishonor. I answer that magnanimity, by its very name, denotes stretching forth of the mind to great things. Now, virtue bears a relationship to two things. First, to the matter about which is the field of its activity. Secondly, to its proper act, which consists in the right use of such matter. And since a virtuous habit is denominated chiefly from its act, a man is said to be magnanimous chiefly because he is minded to do some great act. Now, an act may be called great in two ways. In one way, proportionately; in another, absolutely. An act may be called great proportionately even if it consist in the use of some small or ordinary thing, if, for instance, one make a very good use of it. But an act is simply and absolutely great when it consists in the best use of the greatest thing. The things which come into man's use are external things, and among these honor is the greatest simply, both because it is the most akin to virtue, since it is an attestation to a person's virtue, as stated above, in question 103, Articles 1 and 2, and because it is offered to God and to the best, and again because, in order to obtain honor even as to avoid shame, men set aside all other things. Now, a man is said to be magnanimous in respect of things that are great absolutely and simply, just as a man is said to be brave in respect of things that are difficult simply. It follows, therefore, that magnanimity is about honors. Reply to Objection 1. Good and evil absolutely considered regard the concupiscible faculty, but insofar as the aspect of difficult is added, they belong to the irascible. Thus it is that magnanimity regards honor, inasmuch, to wit, as honor has the aspect of something great or difficult. Reply to Objection 2. Although honor is neither a passion nor an operation, yet it is the object of a passion, namely, hope, which tends to a difficult good. Wherefore magnanimity is immediately about the passions of hope, and mediately about honor as the object of hope. Even so, we have stated in question 123, Articles 4 and 5, with regard to fortitude, that it is about dangers of death insofar as they are the object of fear and daring. Reply to Objection 3. Those are worthy of praise who despise riches in such a way as to do nothing unbecoming in order to obtain them, nor have too great a desire for them. If, however, one were to despise honors so as not to care to do what is worthy of honor, this would be deserving of blame. Accordingly, magnanimity is about honors in the sense that a man strives to do what is deserving of honor, yet not so as to think much of the honor accorded by man. Second article: whether magnanimity is essentially about great honors. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not essentially about great honors. For the proper matter of magnanimity is honor, as stated above in Article 1. But great and little are accidental to honor. Therefore, it is not essential to magnanimity to be about great honors. Objection 2. Further, just as magnanimity is about honor, so is meekness about anger. But it is not essential to meekness to be about either great or little anger. Therefore, neither is it essential to magnanimity to be about great honor. Objection 3. Further, small honor is less aloof from great honor than is dishonor. But magnanimity is well ordered in relation to dishonor, and consequently in relation to small honors also. Therefore, it is not only about great honors. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 that magnanimity is about great honors. I answer that, according to the Philosopher in Physics 7:17 and 18, virtue is a perfection, and by this we are to understand the perfection of a power, and that it regards the extreme limit of that power, as stated in On the Heavens 1:116. Now the perfection of a power is not perceived in every operation of that power, but in such operations as are great or difficult. For every power, however imperfect, can extend to ordinary and trifling operations. Hence, it is essential to a virtue to be about the difficult and the good, as stated in Ethics 2:3. Now the difficult and the good, which amount to the same, in an act of virtue may be considered from two points of view. First, from the point of view of reason, insofar as it is difficult to find and establish the rational means in some particular matter, and this difficulty is found only in the act of intellectual virtues and also of justice. The other difficulty is on the part of the matter, which may involve a certain opposition to the moderation of reason, which moderation has to be applied thereto, and this difficulty regards chiefly the other moral virtues, which are about the passions, because the passions resist reason, as Dionysius states in On the Divine Names 4:4. Now, as regards the passions, it is to be observed that the greatness of this power of resistance to reason arises chiefly in some cases from the passions themselves, and in others from the things that are the objects of the passions. The passions themselves have no great power of resistance, unless they be violent, because the sensitive appetite, which is the seat of the passions, is naturally subject to reason. Hence the resisting virtues that are about these passions regard only that which is great in such passions. Thus fortitude is about very great fear and daring, temperance about the concupiscence of the greatest pleasures, and likewise meekness about the greatest anger. On the other hand, some passions have great power of resistance to reason, arising from the external things themselves that are the objects of those passions. Such are the love or desire of money or of honor. And for these it is necessary to have a virtue not only regarding that which is greatest in those passions, but also about that which is ordinary or little, because things external, though they be little, are very desirable, as being necessary for human life. Hence, with regard to the desire of money, there are two virtues, one about ordinary or little sums of money, namely liberality, and another about large sums of money, namely magnificence. In like manner, there are two virtues about honors, one about ordinary honors. This virtue has no name, but is denominated by its extremes, which are philotimia, that is, love of honor, and aphilotimia, that is, without love of honor. For sometimes a man is commended for loving honor, and sometimes for not caring about it, insofar, to wit, as both these things may be done in moderation. But with regard to great honors there is magnanimity. Wherefore we must conclude that the proper matter of magnanimity is great honor, and that a magnanimous man tends to such things as are deserving of honor. Reply to Objection 1. Great and little are accidental to honor, considered in itself, but they make a great difference in their relation to reason, the mode of which has to be observed in the use of honor, for it is much more difficult to observe it in great than in little honors. Reply to Objection 2. In anger and other matters, only that which is greatest presents any notable difficulty, and about this alone is there any need of a virtue. It is different with riches and honors, which are things existing outside the soul. Reply to Objection 3. He that makes good use of great things is much more able to make good use of little things. Accordingly, the magnanimous man looks upon great honors as a thing of which he is worthy, or even little honors as something he deserves, because, to wit, man cannot sufficiently honor virtue which deserves to be honored by God. Hence he is not uplifted by great honors because he does not deem them above him. Rather does he despise them, and much more such as are ordinary or little. In like manner he is not cast down by dishonor, but despises it, since he recognizes that he does not deserve it. Third article. Whether magnanimity is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not a virtue. For every moral virtue observes the mean, but magnanimity observes not the mean, but the greater extreme, because the magnanimous man deems himself worthy of the greatest things, according to Ethics 4:3. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. He that has one virtue has them all, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. But one may have a virtue without having magnanimity, since the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that whosoever is worthy of little things and deems himself worthy of them is temperate, but he is not magnanimous. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. Virtue is a good quality of the mind, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 55, Article 4. But magnanimity implies certain dispositions of the body, for the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 of a magnanimous man that his gait is slow, his voice deep, and his utterance calm. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 4. Further, no virtue is opposed to another virtue, but magnanimity is opposed to humility, since the magnanimous deems himself worthy of great things and despises others, according to Ethics 4:3. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 5. Further, the properties of every virtue are praiseworthy. But magnanimity has certain properties that call for blame. For, in the first place, the magnanimous is unmindful of favors. Secondly, he is remiss and slow of action. Thirdly, he employs irony towards many. Fourthly, he is unable to associate with others. Fifthly, because he holds to the barren things rather than to those that are fruitful. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. On the contrary, it is written in praise of certain men in 2 Maccabees 15:18. Nicanor, hearing of the valor of Judas' companions and the greatness of courage, animi magnitudinem, with which they fought for their country, was afraid to try the matter by the sword. Now only deeds of virtue are worthy of praise. Therefore, magnanimity, which consists in greatness of courage, is a virtue. I answer that the essence of human virtue consists in safeguarding the good of reason in human affairs, for this is man's proper good. Now among external human things, honors take precedence of all others, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, magnanimity, which observes the mode of reason in great honors, is a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. As the Philosopher again says in Ethics 4:3, the magnanimous, in point of quantity, goes to extremes, insofar as he tends to what is greatest. But in the matter of becomingness he follows the mean, because he tends to the greatest things according to reason. For he deems himself worthy in accordance with his worth, as is stated in Ethics 4:3, since his aims do not surpass his deserts. Reply to Objection 2. The mutual connection of the virtues does not apply to their acts, as though every one were competent to practice the acts of all the virtues. Wherefore the act of magnanimity is not becoming to every virtuous man, but only to great men. On the other hand, as regards the principles of virtue, namely prudence and grace, all virtues are connected together, since their habits reside together in the soul, either in act or by way of approximate disposition thereto. Thus it is possible for one to whom the act of magnanimity is not competent to have the habit of magnanimity, whereby he is disposed to practice that act if it were competent to him according to his state. Reply to Objection 3. The movements of the body are differentiated according to the different apprehensions and emotions of the soul. And so it happens that to magnanimity there accrue certain fixed accidents by way of bodily movements. For quickness of movement results from a man being intent on many things which he is in a hurry to accomplish, whereas the magnanimous is intent only on great things. These are few and require great attention, wherefore they call for slow movement. Likewise, shrill and rapid speaking is chiefly competent to those who are quick to quarrel about anything, and this becomes not the magnanimous, who are busy only about great things. And just as these dispositions of bodily movements are competent to magnanimous man according to the mode of his emotions, so too in those who are naturally disposed to magnanimity, these conditions are found naturally. Reply to Objection 4. There is in man something great which he possesses through the gift of God, and something defective which accrues to him through the weakness of nature. Accordingly, magnanimity makes a man deem himself worthy of great things in consideration of the gifts he holds from God. Thus, if his soul is endowed with great virtue, magnanimity makes him tend to perfect works of virtue, and the same is to be said of the use of any other good, such as science or external fortune. On the other hand, humility makes a man think little of himself in consideration of his own deficiency, and magnanimity makes him despise others in so far as they fall away from God's gifts, since he does not think so much of others as to do anything wrong for their sake. Yet humility makes us honor others and esteem them better than ourselves, in so far as we see some of God's gifts in them. Hence it is written of the just man in Psalm 14, verse 4, "In his sight a vile person is contemned, which indicates the contempt of magnanimity. But he honoreth them that fear the Lord," which points to the reverential bearing of humility. It is therefore evident that magnanimity and humility are not contrary to one another, although they seem to tend in contrary directions, because they proceed according to different considerations. Reply to Obj. 5. These properties, in so far as they belong to a magnanimous man, call not for blame, but for very great praise. For in the first place, when it is said that the magnanimous is not mindful of those from whom he has received favors, this points to the fact that he takes no pleasure in accepting favors from others unless he repay them with yet greater favor. This belongs to the perfection of gratitude, in the act of which he wishes to excel, even as in the acts of other virtues. Again, in the second place, it is said that he is remiss and slow of action, not that he is lacking in doing what becomes him, but because he does not busy himself with all kinds of work, but only with great works, such are becoming to him. He is also said, in third place, to employ irony, not as opposed to truth, and so as either to say of himself vile things that are not true, or deny of himself great things that are true, but because he does not disclose all his greatness, especially to the large number of those who are beneath him, since, as also the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3, "It belongs to a magnanimous man to be great towards persons of dignity and affluence, and unassuming towards the middle class." In the fourth place, it is said that he cannot associate with others. This means that he is not at home with others than his friends, because he altogether shuns flattery and hypocrisy, which belong to littleness of mind. But he associates with all, both great and little, according as he ought, as stated above in the first reply. It is also said, fifthly, that he prefers to have barren things, not indeed any, but good, that is, virtuous. For in all things he prefers the virtuous to the useful, as being greater, since the useful is sought in order to supply a defect which is inconsistent with magnanimity. Fourth article. Whether magnanimity is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not a special virtue. For no special virtue is operative in every virtue. But the Philosopher states in Ethics 4:3 that whatever is great in each virtue belongs to the magnanimous. Therefore, magnanimity is not a special virtue. Objection 2. Further, the acts of different virtues are not ascribed to any special virtue, but the acts of different virtues are ascribed to the magnanimous man, for it is stated in Ethics 4:3 that it belongs to the magnanimous not to avoid reproof, which is an act of prudence, nor to act unjustly, which is an act of justice, that he is ready to do favors, which is an act of charity; that he gives his services readily, which is an act of liberality; that he is truthful, which is an act of truthfulness; and that he is not given to complaining, which is an act of patience. Therefore, magnanimity is not a special virtue. Obj. 3 further, every virtue is a special ornament of the soul, according to the saying of Isaiah 61:10, "He hath clothed me with the garments of salvation." And afterwards he adds, "and as a bride adorned with her jewels." But magnanimity is the ornament of all the virtues, as stated in Ethics 4. Therefore, magnanimity is a general virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher in Ethics 2:7 distinguishes it from the other virtues. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, it belongs to a special virtue to establish the mode of reason in a determinate matter. Now magnanimity establishes the mode of reason in a determinate matter, namely, honors, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2. And honor, considered in itself, is a special good, and accordingly, magnanimity, considered in itself, is a special virtue. Since, however, honor is the reward of every virtue, as stated above in question 103, Article 1, second reply, it follows that by reason of its matter, it regards all the virtues. Reply to Obj. 1. Magnanimity is not about any kind of honor, but great honor. Now, as honor is due to virtue, so great honor is due to a great deed of virtue. Hence it is that the magnanimous is intent on doing great deeds in every virtue, insofar to wit as he tends to what is worthy of great honors. Reply to Obj. 2. Since the magnanimous tends to great things, it follows that he tends chiefly to things that involve a certain excellence, and shuns those that imply defect. Now it savors of excellence that a man is beneficent, generous, and grateful. Wherefore he shows himself ready to perform actions of this kind, but not as acts of the other virtues. On the other hand, it is a proof of defect that a man thinks so much of certain external goods or evils that for their sake he abandons and gives up justice or any virtue whatever. Again, all concealment of the truth indicates a defect, since it seems to be the outcome of fear. Also, that a man be given to complaining denotes a defect, because by doing so, the mind seems to give way to external evils. Wherefore these and like things the magnanimous man avoids under a special aspect, inasmuch as they are contrary to his excellence or greatness. Reply to Obj. 3. Every virtue derives from its species a certain luster or adornment, which is proper to each virtue. But further adornment results from the very greatness of a virtuous deed, through magnanimity, which makes all virtues greater, as stated in Ethics 4:3. Fifth article: whether magnanimity is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not a part of fortitude. For a thing is not a part of itself. But magnanimity appears to be the same as fortitude. For Seneca says, "If magnanimity, which is also called fortitude, be in thy soul, thou shalt live in great assurance." And Tully says, "If a man is brave, we expect him to be magnanimous, truth-loving, and far removed from deception." Therefore, magnanimity is not a part of fortitude. Objection 2. Further, the philosopher in Ethics 4:3 says that a magnanimous man is not philokindinos, that is, a lover of danger. But it belongs to a brave man to expose himself to danger. Therefore, magnanimity has nothing in common with fortitude so as to be called a part thereof. Objection 3. Further, magnanimity regards the great in things to be hoped for, whereas fortitude regards the great in things to be feared or dared. But good is of more import than evil. Therefore, magnanimity is a more important virtue than fortitude. Therefore, it is not a part thereof. On the contrary, Macrobius and Andronicus reckon magnanimity as a part of fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Article 3, a principal virtue is one to which it belongs to establish a general mode of virtue in a principal matter. Now, one of the general modes of virtue is firmness of mind, because a firm standing is necessary in every virtue, according to Ethics 2. And this is chiefly commended in those virtues that tend to something difficult, in which it is most difficult to preserve firmness. Wherefore, the more difficult it is to stand firm in some matter of difficulty, the more principal is the virtue which makes the mind firm in that matter. Now, it is more difficult to stand firm in dangers of death, wherein fortitude confirms the mind, than in hoping for or obtaining the greatest goods, wherein the mind is confirmed by magnanimity. For, as a man loves his life above all things, so does he fly from dangers of death more than of any others. Accordingly, it is clear that magnanimity agrees with fortitude in confirming the mind about some difficult matter. But it falls short thereof, in that it confirms the mind about a matter wherein it is easier to stand firm. Hence, magnanimity is reckoned a part of fortitude because it is annexed thereto as secondary to principle. Reply to Objection 1. As the philosopher says in Ethics 5, 1 and 3, to lack evil is looked upon as a good. Wherefore, not to be overcome by a grievous evil, such as the danger of death, is looked upon as though it were the obtaining of a great good, the former belonging to fortitude, and the latter to magnanimity. In this sense, fortitude and magnanimity may be considered as identical. Since, however, there is a difference as regards the difficulty on the part of either of the aforesaid, it follows that, properly speaking, magnanimity, according to the philosopher in Ethics 2:7, is a distinct virtue from fortitude. Reply to Objection 2. A man is said to love danger when he exposes himself to all kinds of dangers, which seems to be the mark of one who thinks many the same as great. This is contrary to the nature of a magnanimous man, for no one seemingly exposes himself to danger for the sake of a thing that he does not deem great. But for things that are truly great, a magnanimous man is most ready to expose himself to danger, since he does something great in the act of fortitude, even as in the acts of the other virtues. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 that the magnanimous man is not mikrokindinos, that is, endangering himself for small things, but megalokindinos, that is, endangering himself for great things. And Seneca says, "Thou wilt be magnanimous if thou neither seekest dangers like a rash man, nor fearest them like a coward, For nothing makes the soul a coward save the consciousness of a wicked life. Reply to Obj. 3. Evil as such is to be avoided, and that one has to withstand it is accidental, insofar to wit as one has to suffer an evil in order to safeguard a good. But a good as such is to be desired, and that one avoids it is only accidental, insofar to wit as it is deemed to surpass the ability of the one who desires it. Now that which is so essentially is always of more account than that which is so accidentally. Wherefore the difficult in evil things is always more opposed to firmness of mind than the difficult in good things. Hence the virtue of fortitude takes precedence of the virtue of magnanimity. For though good is simply of more import than evil, evil is of more import in this particular respect. Sixth article: whether confidence belongs to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that confidence does not belong to magnanimity. For a man may have assurance not only in himself, but also in another, according to 2 Corinthians 3, verses 4 and 5. Such confidence we have through Christ towards God, not that we are sufficient to think anything of ourselves as of ourselves. But this seems inconsistent with the idea of magnanimity. Therefore, confidence does not belong to magnanimity. Objection 2. Further, confidence seems to be opposed to fear, according to Isaiah 12:2, "I will deal confidently and will not fear." But to be without fear seems more akin to fortitude. Therefore, confidence also belongs to fortitude, rather than to magnanimity. Objection 3. Further, reward is not due except to virtue. But a reward is due to confidence, according to Hebrews 3:6, where it is said that we are the house of Christ, if we hold fast to the confidence and glory of hope unto the end. Therefore, confidence is a virtue distinct from magnanimity, and this is confirmed by the fact that Macrobius enumerates it with magnanimity. On the contrary, Tully seems to substitute confidence for magnanimity, as stated above in the preceding question in the sixth reply, and in the prologue to this. I answer that confidence takes its name from fides, faith, and it belongs to faith to believe something and in somebody. But confidence belongs to hope, according to Job 11:18. "Thou shalt have confidence, hope being set before thee." Wherefore confidence apparently denotes chiefly that a man derives hope through believing the word of one who promises to help him. Since, however, faith signifies also a strong opinion, and since one may come to have a strong opinion about something not only on account of another's statement, but also on account of something we observe in another, it follows that confidence may denote the hope of having something, which hope we conceive through observing something either in oneself, for instance, through observing that he is healthy, a man is confident that he will live long, or in another, for instance, through observing that another is friendly to him and powerful, a man is confident that he will receive help from him. Now, it has been stated above in Article 1, second reply, that magnanimity is chiefly about the hope of something difficult. Wherefore, since confidence denotes a certain strength of hope arising from some observation which gives one a strong opinion that one will obtain a certain good, it follows that confidence belongs to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 1. As the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3, it belongs to the magnanimous to need nothing, for need is a mark of the deficient. But this is to be understood according to the mode of a man, hence he adds, or scarcely anything. For it surpasses man to need nothing at all. For every man needs, first, the divine assistance, secondly, even human assistance, since man is naturally a social animal, for he is not sufficient by himself to provide for his own life. Accordingly, insofar as he needs others, it belongs to a magnanimous man to have confidence in others, for it is also a point of excellence in a man that he should have at hand those who are able to be of service to him. And insofar as his own ability goes, it belongs to a magnanimous man to be confident in himself. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, Article 2, as well as in question 40, Article 4, when we were treating of the passions, hope is directly opposed to despair, because the latter is about the same object, namely good. But as regards contrariety of objects, it is opposed to fear, because the latter's object is evil. Now confidence denotes a certain strength of hope, wherefore it is opposed to fear even as hope is. Since, however, fortitude properly strengthens a man in respect of evil, and magnanimity in respect of the obtaining of a good, it follows that confidence belongs more properly to magnanimity than to fortitude. Yet because hope causes daring, which belongs to fortitude, it follows in consequence that confidence pertains to fortitude. Reply to Objection 3. Confidence, as stated above, denotes a certain mode of hope. For confidence is hope strengthened by a strong opinion. Now the mode applied to any affection may call for commendation of the act, so that it becomes meritorious. Yet it is not this that draws it to a species of virtue, but its matter. Hence, properly speaking, confidence cannot denote a virtue, though it may denote the conditions of a virtue. For this reason it is reckoned among the parts of fortitude, not as an annexed virtue, except as identified with magnanimity by Tully, but as an integral part, as stated in the preceding question. Seventh Article. Whether security belongs to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that security does not belong to magnanimity. For security, as stated above in question 128, sixth reply, denotes freedom from the disturbance of fear. But fortitude does this most effectively. Wherefore security is seemingly the same as fortitude. But fortitude does not belong to magnanimity. Rather, the reverse is the case. Neither, therefore, does security belong to magnanimity. Objection 2. Further, Isidore says in his Etymologies 10 that a man is said to be secure because he is without care. But this seems to be contrary to virtue, which has a care for honorable things, according to 2 Timothy 2:15, carefully studied to present thyself approved unto God. Therefore, security does not belong to magnanimity, which does great things in all the virtues. Objection 3. Further, virtue is not its own reward, but security is accounted the reward of virtue, according to Job 11, verses 14 and 18. If thou wilt put away from thee the iniquity that is in thy hand, being buried thou shalt sleep secure. Therefore, security does not belong to magnanimity or to any other virtue as a part thereof. On the contrary, Tully says, under the heading, "Magnanimity consists of two things: that it belongs to magnanimity to give way neither to a troubled mind, nor to a man, nor to fortune." But a man's security consists in this. Therefore, security belongs to magnanimity. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, "Fear makes a man take counsel, because, to wit, he takes care to avoid what he fears." Now security takes its name from the removal of this care, of which fear is the cause, wherefore security denotes perfect freedom of the mind from fear, just as confidence denotes strength of hope. Now, as hope directly belongs to magnanimity, so fear directly regards fortitude. Wherefore, as confidence belongs immediately to magnanimity, so security belongs immediately to fortitude. It must be observed, however, that as hope is the cause of daring, so is fear the cause of despair, as stated above when we were treating of the Passion, in the Prudence Secundae, question 45, Article 2. Wherefore, as confidence belongs indirectly to fortitude, insofar as it makes use of daring, so security belongs indirectly to magnanimity, insofar as it banishes despair. Reply to Obj. 1. Fortitude is chiefly commended not because it banishes fear, which belongs to security, but because it denotes a firmness of mind in the matter of the passion. Wherefore security is not the same as fortitude, but is a condition thereof. Reply to Obj. 2. Not all security is worthy of praise, but only when one puts care aside as one ought, and in things when one should not fear. In this way it is a condition of fortitude and of magnanimity. Reply to Obj. 3. There is in the virtues a certain likeness to, and participation of, future happiness, as stated above in the Prudence Secundae, question 5, Articles 3 and 7. Hence nothing hinders a certain security from being a condition of virtue, although perfect security belongs to virtue's reward. Eighth Article. Whether goods of fortune conduce to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that goods of fortune do not conduce to magnanimity. For according to Seneca, On Anger 1, virtue suffices for itself. Now magnanimity makes every virtue great, as stated above in Article 4, third reply. Therefore, goods of fortune do not conduce to magnanimity. Objection 2. Further, no virtuous man despises what is helpful to him. But the magnanimous man despises whatever pertains to goods of fortune. For Tully says under the heading, "Magnanimity consists of two things: that a great soul is commended for despising external things." Therefore, a magnanimous man is not helped by goods of fortune. Objection 3. Further, Tully adds that it belongs to a great soul so to bear what seems troublesome, as no wise to depart from his natural estate, or from the dignity of a wise man. And Aristotle says in Ethics 4:3 that a magnanimous man does not grieve at misfortune. Now troubles and misfortunes are opposed to goods of fortune, for everyone grieves at the loss of what is helpful to him. Therefore, external goods of fortune do not conduce to magnanimity. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that good fortune seems to conduce to magnanimity. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, magnanimity regards two things: honor as its matter, and the accomplishment of something great as its end. Now, goods of fortune conduce to both these things. For since honor is conferred on the virtuous, not only by the wise, but also by the multitude who hold these goods of fortune in the highest esteem, the result is that they show great honor to those who possess goods of fortune. Likewise, goods of fortune are useful organs or instruments of virtuous deeds, since we can easily accomplish things by means of riches, power, and friends. Hence it is evident that goods of fortune conduce to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 1. Virtue is said to be sufficient for itself because it can be without even these external goods, yet it needs them in order to act more expeditiously. Reply to Objection 2. The magnanimous man despises external goods, inasmuch as he does not think them so great as to be bound to do anything unbecoming for their sake. Yet he does not despise them, but that he esteems them useful for the accomplishment of virtuous deeds. Reply to Objection 3. If a man does not think much of a thing, he is neither very joyful at obtaining it, nor very grieved at losing it. Wherefore, since the magnanimous man does not think much of external goods, that is, goods of fortune, he is neither much uplifted by them if he has them, nor much cast down by their loss. End of question 129. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 130 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 130, of Presumption, in 2 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to magnanimity, and in the first place, those that are opposed thereto by excess. These are 3, namely, presumption, ambition, and vainglory. Secondly, we shall consider pusillanimity, which is opposed to it by way of deficiency. Under the first head, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether presumption is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to magnanimity by excess. First article. Whether presumption is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that presumption is not a sin. For the Apostle says, "Forgetting the things that are behind, I stretch forth myself to those that are before." But it seems to savor of presumption that one should tend to what is above oneself. Therefore, presumption is not a sin. Objection 2, further, the philosopher says in Ethics 1:7, "We should not listen to those who would persuade us to relish human things because we are men, or mortal things because we are mortal, but we should relish those that make us immortal." And in Metaphysics 1, he says, "that man should pursue divine things as far as possible." Now divine and immortal things are seemingly far above man. Since then presumption consists essentially in tending to what is above oneself, it seems that presumption is something praiseworthy rather than a sin. Objection 3 further. The Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 3:5, "Not that we are sufficient to think anything of ourselves as of ourselves." If then presumption, by which one strives at that for which one is not sufficient, be a sin, it seems that man cannot lawfully even think of anything good, which is absurd. Therefore, presumption is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 37:3, "O wicked presumption, whence camest thou?" And a gloss answers, "From a creature's evil will." Now all that comes of the root of an evil will is a sin. Therefore, presumption is a sin. I answer that, since whatever is according to nature is ordered by the divine reason, which human reason ought to imitate, whatever is done in accordance with human reason in opposition to the order established in general throughout natural things is vicious and sinful. Now it is established throughout all natural things that every action is commensurate with the power of the agent, nor does any natural agent strive to do what exceeds its ability. Hence, it is vicious and sinful, as being contrary to the natural order, that any one should assume to do what is above his power. And this is what is meant by presumption, as its very name shows. Wherefore it is evident that presumption is a sin. Reply to Objection 1. A thing may be above the active power of a natural thing, and yet not above the passive power of that same thing. Thus the air is possessed of a passive power, by reason of which it can be so changed as to obtain the action and movement of fire, which surpass the active power of air. Thus too it would be sinful and presumptuous for a man, while in a state of imperfect virtue, to attempt the immediate accomplishment of what belongs to perfect virtue. But it is not presumptuous or sinful for a man to endeavor to advance towards a perfect virtue. In this way the Apostle stretched himself forth to the things that were before him, namely, continually advancing forward. Reply to Objection 2. Divine and immortal things surpass man according to the order of nature. Yet man is possessed of a natural power, namely the intellect, whereby he can be united to immortal and divine things. In this respect, the philosopher says that man ought to pursue immortal and divine things, not that he should do what it becomes God to do, but that he should be united to him in intellect and will. Reply to Objection 3. As the philosopher says in Ethics 3:3, "What we can do by the help of others, we can do by ourselves in a sense." Hence, since we can think and do good by the help of God, this is not altogether above our ability. Hence, it is not presumptuous for a man to attempt the accomplishment of a virtuous deed, but it would be presumptuous if one were to make the attempt without confidence in God's assistance. Second article. Whether presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Objection 1. It seems that presumption is not opposed to magnanimity by excess. For presumption is accounted a species of the sin against the Holy Ghost, as stated above in question 14, Article 2, and in question 21, Article 1. But the sin against the Holy Ghost is not opposed to magnanimity, but to charity. Neither, therefore, is presumption opposed to magnanimity. Objection 2: Further, it belongs to magnanimity that one should deem oneself worthy of great things. But a man is said to be presumptuous, even if he deem himself worthy of small things, if they surpass his ability. Therefore, presumption is not directly opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3: Further, the magnanimous man looks upon external goods as little things. Now, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:3, on account of external fortune, the presumptuous disdain and wrong others, because they deem external goods as something great. Therefore, presumption is opposed to magnanimity, not by excess, but only by deficiency. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 and 4:3 that the vain man, that is, a vaporer or windbag, which with us denotes a presumptuous man, is opposed to the magnanimous man by excess. I answer that, as stated above in question 129, Article 3, first reply, magnanimity observes the means, not as regards the quantity of that to which it tends, but in proportion to our own ability, for it does not tend to anything greater than is becoming to us. Now the presumptuous man, as regards that to which he tends, does not exceed the magnanimous, but sometimes falls short of him. But he does exceed in proportion to his own ability, whereas the magnanimous man does not exceed his. It is in this way that presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Reply to Objection 1. It is not every presumption that is accounted a sin against the Holy Ghost, but that by which one contemns the divine justice through inordinate confidence in the divine mercy. The latter kind of presumption, by reason of its matter, inasmuch to wit as it implies contempt of something divine, is opposed to charity, or rather to the gift of fear, whereby we revere God. Nevertheless, insofar as this contempt exceeds the proportion to one's own ability, it can be opposed to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 2. Presumption, like magnanimity, seems to tend to something great. For we are not, as a rule, wont to call a man presumptuous for going beyond his powers in something small. If, however, such a man be called presumptuous, this kind of presumption is not opposed to magnanimity, but to that virtue which is about ordinary honor, as stated above in question 129, Article 2. Reply to Objection 3. No one attempts what is above his ability, except insofar as he deems his ability greater than it is. In this one may err in two ways. First, only as regards quantity, as when a man thinks he has greater virtue or knowledge or the like than he has. Secondly, as regards the kind of thing, as when he thinks himself great and worthy of great things by reason of something that does not make him so, for instance by reason of riches or goods of fortune. For, as the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3, those who have these things without virtue neither justly deem themselves worthy of great things, nor are rightly called magnanimous. Again, the thing to which a man sometimes tends in excess of his ability is sometimes in very truth something great, simply as in the case of Peter, whose intent was to suffer for Christ, which has exceeded his power. while sometimes it is something great, not simply, but only in the opinion of fools, such as wearing costly clothes, despising and wronging others. This savors of an excess of magnanimity, not in any truth, but in people's opinion. Hence Seneca says that, "Whence magnanimity exceeds its measure, it makes a man high-handed, proud, haughty, restless, and bent on excelling in all things, whether in words or in deeds, without any considerations of virtue." Thus it is evident that the presumptuous man sometimes falls short of the magnanimous in reality, although in appearance he surpasses him. End of question 130. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 131 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 131. Of ambition, in 2 articles. We must now consider ambition, and under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to magnanimity by excess. First article. Whether ambition is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that ambition is not a sin, for ambition denotes the desire of honor. Now, honor is in itself a good thing, and the greatest of external goods. Wherefore those who care not for honor are reproved. Therefore, ambition is not a sin. Rather, it is something deserving of praise, insofar as a good is laudably desired. Objection 2, further. Anyone may, without sin, desire what is due to him as a reward. Now, honor is the reward of virtue, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 1:12, 4:3, and 8:14. Therefore, ambition of honor is not a sin. Objection 3, further. That which heartens a man to do good and disheartens him from doing evil is not a sin. Now, honor heartens men to do good and to avoid evil. Thus the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8 that, "With the bravest men, cowards are held in dishonor, and the brave in honor." And Tully says that, "Honor fosters the arts." Therefore, ambition is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Corinthians 13:5 that, "Charity is not ambitious, seeketh not her own." Now nothing is contrary to charity except sin. Therefore, ambition is a sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 103, articles 1 and 2. Honor denotes reverence shown to a person in witness of his excellence. Now, 2 things have to be considered with regard to a man's honor. The first is that a man has not from himself the thing in which he excels, for this is, as it were, something divine in him. Wherefore, on this count, honor is due principally, not to him, but to God. The second point that calls for observation is that the thing in which man excels is given to him by God, that he may profit others thereby. Wherefore a man ought so far to be pleased that others bear witness to his excellence, and this enables him to profit others. Now the desire of honor may be inordinate in three ways. First, when a man desires recognition of an excellence which he has not, this is to desire more than his share of honor. Secondly, when a man desires honor for himself without referring it to God. Thirdly, when a man's appetite rests in honor itself without referring it to the profit of others. Since then ambition denotes inordinate desire of honor, it is evident that it is always a sin. Reply to Obj. 1. The desire for good should be regulated according to reason, and if it exceed this rule, it will be sinful. In this way, it is sinful to desire honor in disaccord with the order of reason. Now those are reproved who care not for honor in accordance with reason's dictate that they should avoid what is contrary to honor. Reply to Obj. 2. Honor is not the reward of virtue as regards the virtuous man, in this sense that he should seek for it as his reward, since the reward he seeks is happiness, which is the end of virtue. But it is said to be the reward of virtue as regards others, who have nothing greater than honor whereby to reward the virtuous, which honor derives greatness from the very fact that it bears witness to virtue. Hence it is evident that it is not an adequate reward, as stated in Ethics 4:3. Reply to Obj. 3. Just as some are heartened to do good and disheartened from doing evil by the desire of honor, if this be desired in due measure, so if it be desired inordinately, it may become to man an occasion of doing many evil things, as when a man cares not by what means he obtains honor. Wherefore Sallust says that the good as well as the wicked covet honors for themselves, but the one, that is, the good, go about it in the right way, whereas the other, that is, the wicked, through lack of the good arts, make use of deceit and falsehood. Yet they who, merely for the sake of honor, either do good or avoid evil, are not virtuous, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:8, where he says that they who do brave things for the sake of honor are not truly brave. Second article. Whether ambition is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Objection 1. It seems that ambition is not opposed to magnanimity by excess. For one mean has only one extreme opposed to it on the other side. Now presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess, as stated above in question 130, Article 2. Therefore, ambition is not opposed to it by excess. Objection 2. Further, magnanimity is about honors, whereas ambition seems to regard positions of dignity, for it is written in 2 Maccabees 4:7 that Jason ambitiously sought the high priesthood. Therefore, ambition is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3. Further, ambition seems to regard outward show, for it is written in Acts 25:27 that Agrippa and Berenice, with great pomp, ambitione, had entered into the hall of audience. And in 2 Chronicles 16:14 that when Asa died, they burned spices and ointments over his body, with very great pomp, ambitione. But magnanimity is not about outward show. Therefore, ambition is not opposed to magnanimity. On the contrary, Tully says that the more a man exceeds in magnanimity, the more he desires himself alone to dominate others. But this pertains to ambition. Therefore, ambition denotes an excess of magnanimity. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, ambition signifies inordinate love of honor. Now, magnanimity is about honors and makes use of them in a becoming manner. Wherefore it is evident that ambition is opposed to magnanimity as the inordinate to that which is well ordered. Reply to Objection 1. Magnanimity regards two things. It regards one as its end, insofar as it is some great deed that the magnanimous man attempts in proportion to his ability. In this way, presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess, because the presumptuous man attempts great deeds beyond his ability. The other thing that magnanimity regards is its matter, notably honor, of which it makes right use. And in this way ambition is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Nor is it impossible for one mean to be exceeded in various respects. Reply to Objection 2. Honor is due to those who are in a position of dignity, on account of a certain excellence of their estate, and accordingly, inordinate desire for positions of dignity pertains to ambition. For if a man were to have an inordinate desire for a position of dignity, not for the sake of honor, but for the sake of a right use of a dignity exceeding his ability, he would not be ambitious but presumptuous. Reply to Objection 3. The very solemnity of outward worship is a kind of honor, wherefore in such cases honor is wont to be shown. This is signified by the words of James 2, verses 2 and 3. If there shall come into your assembly a man having a golden ring, in fine apparel, and you shall say to him, Sit thou here well, etc. Wherefore ambition does not regard outward worship, except insofar as this is a kind of honor. End of question 131. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 132 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 132 of Vainglory in 5 articles. We must now consider vainglory, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether desire of glory is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to magnanimity. Third, whether it is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether it is a capital vice. Fifth, of its daughters. First article, whether the desire of glory is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that the desire of glory is not a sin. For no one sins in being likened to God. In fact, we are commanded in Ephesians 5:1, Be ye followers of God as most dear children. Now by seeking glory, man seems to imitate God, who seeks glory from men. Wherefore it is written in Isaiah 43, verses 6 and 7, Bring my sons from afar, and my daughters from the ends of the earth. And every one that calleth on my name I have created him for my glory. Therefore, the desire for glory is not a sin. Objection 2, further. That which incites a man to do good is apparently not a sin. Now the desire of glory incites men to do good. For Tully says that glory inflames every man to strive his utmost. And in Holy Writ, glory is promised for good works, according to Romans 2:7. To them indeed who according to patience in good work, glory and honor. Therefore, the desire for glory is not a sin. Objection 3, further. Tully says that glory is consistent good report about a person together with praise. And this comes to the same as what Augustine says, that glory is, as it were, clear knowledge with praise. Now, it is no sin to desire praiseworthy renown. Indeed, it seems itself to call for praise, according to Ecclesiasticus 41:15. Take care of a good name. And in Romans 12:17, providing good things not only in the sight of God, but also in the sight of all men. Therefore, the desire of vainglory is not a sin. On the contrary, Augustine says in On the City of God 5, He is better advised who acknowledges that even the love of praise is sinful. I answer that glory signifies a certain clarity, wherefore Augustine says that to be glorified is the same as to be clarified. Now clarity and comeliness imply a certain display, wherefore the word glory properly denotes the display of something as regards its seeming comely in the sight of men, whether it be a bodily or a spiritual good. Since, however, that which is clear simply can be seen by many, and by those who are far away, it follows that the word glory properly denotes that somebody's good is known and approved by many, according to the saying of Sallust, I must not boast while I am addressing one man. But if we take the word glory in a broader sense, it not only consists in the knowledge of many, but also in the knowledge of few, or of one, or of oneself alone, as when one considers one's own good as being worthy of praise. Now it is not a sin to know and approve one's own good, for it is written in 1 Corinthians 2:12, Now we have received not the spirit of this world, but the Spirit that is of God, that we may know the things that are given us from God. Likewise, it is not a sin to be willing to approve one's own good works, for it is written in Matthew 5:16, Let your light shine before men. Hence, the desire for glory does not, of itself, denote a sin, but the desire for empty or vainglory denotes a sin. For it is sinful to desire anything vain, according to Psalm 4:3, Why do you love vanity and seek after lying? Now glory may be called vain in 3 ways. First, on the part of the thing for which one seeks glory, as when a man seeks glory for that which is unworthy of glory, for instance when he seeks it for something frail and perishable. Secondly, on the part of him from whom he seeks glory, for instance a man whose judgment is uncertain. Thirdly, on the part of the man himself who seeks glory, for that he does not refer the desire of his own glory to a due end, such as God's honor, or the spiritual welfare of his neighbor. Reply to Objection 1. As Augustine says on John 13:13, You call me Master and Lord, and you say well, self-complacency is fraught with danger of one who has to beware of pride. But he who is above all, however much he may praise himself, does not uplift himself. For knowledge of God is our need, not his, nor does any man know him unless he be taught of him who knows. It is therefore evident that God seeks glory not for his own sake, but for ours. In like manner, a man may rightly seek his own glory for the good of others, according to Matthew 5:16, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Reply to Obj. 2. That which we receive from God is not vain, but true glory. It is this glory that is promised as a reward for good works, and of which it is written in 2 Corinthians 10, verses 17 and 18, "He that glorieth, let him glory in the Lord, for not he who commendeth himself is approved, but he whom God commendeth." It is true that some are heartened to do works of virtue through desire for human glory, as though through the desire for other earthly goods. Yet he is not truly virtuous who does virtuous deeds for the sake of human glory, as Augustine proves in On the City of God 5. Reply to Obj. 3. It is requisite for a man's perfection that he should know himself, but not that he should be known by others, wherefore it is not to be desired in itself. It may, however, be desired as being useful for something, either in order that God may be glorified by men, or that men may become better by reason of the good they know to be in another man, or in order that man, knowing the testimony of others' praise, the good of which is in him, may himself strive to persevere therein and to become better. In this sense, it is praiseworthy that a man should take care of his good name, and that he should provide good things in the sight of God and men, but not that he should take an empty pleasure in human praise. Second article, whether vainglory is opposed to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that vainglory is not opposed to magnanimity. For as stated above in Article 1, vainglory consists in glorying in things that are not, which pertains to falsehood, or in earthly and perishable things, which pertains to covetousness, or in the testimony of men, whose judgment is uncertain, which pertains to imprudence. Now these vices are not contrary to magnanimity. Therefore, vainglory is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 2 further. Vainglory is not, like pusillanimity, opposed to magnanimity by way of deficiency, for this seems inconsistent with vainglory. Nor is it opposed to it by way of excess, for in this way presumption and ambition are opposed to magnanimity, as stated above, in question 130, Article 2, and question 131, Article 2. And these differ from vainglory. Therefore, vainglory is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3. Further, a gloss on Philippians 2:3, "Let nothing be done through contention, neither by vainglory," says, "Some among them were given to dissension and restlessness, contending with one another for the sake of vainglory." But contention is not opposed to magnanimity. Neither, therefore, is vainglory. On the contrary, Tully says, under the heading, "Magnanimity consists in two things," we should be aware of the desire for glory, since it enslaves the mind, which a magnanimous man should ever strive to keep untrammeled. Therefore, it is opposed to magnanimity. I answer that, as stated above in question 103, Article 1, third reply, glory is an effect of honor and praise, because from the fact that a man is praised, or shown any kind of reverence, he acquires charity in the knowledge of others. And since magnanimity is about honor, as stated above in question 129, Articles 1 and 2, it follows that it is also about glory, seeing that as a man uses honor moderately, so too does he use glory in moderation. Wherefore, inordinate desire of glory is directly opposed to magnanimity. Reply to Obj. 1. To think so much of little things as to glory in them is itself opposed to magnanimity. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous man in Ethics 4 that honor is of little account to him. In like manner he thinks little of other things that are sought for honor's sake, such as power and wealth. Likewise is inconsistent with magnanimity to glory in things that are not. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous man that he cares more for truth than for opinion. Again, it is incompatible with magnanimity for a man to glory in the testimony of human praise, as though he deemed this something great. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous man that he cares not to be praised. And so, when a man looks upon little things as though they were great, nothing hinders this from being contrary to magnanimity as well as to other virtues. Reply to Obj. 2. He that is desirous of vainglory does in truth fall short of being magnanimous, because he glories in what the magnanimous man thinks little of, as stated in the preceding reply. But if we consider his estimate, he is opposed to the magnanimous man by way of excess, because the glory which he seeks is something great in his estimation, and he tends thereto in excess of his deserts. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above, in question 127, Article 2, second reply, the opposition of vices does not depend on their effects. Nevertheless, contention, if done intentionally, is opposed to magnanimity, since no one contends save for what he deems great. Wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that the magnanimous man is not contentious, because nothing is great in his estimation. Third article. Whether vainglory is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that vainglory is a mortal sin, for nothing precludes the eternal reward except a mortal sin. Now vainglory precludes the eternal reward, for it is written in Matthew 6:1, "Take heed that you do not give justice before men, to be seen by them. Otherwise you shall not have a reward of your Father who is in heaven." Therefore, vainglory is a mortal sin. Objection 2 further. Whoever appropriates to himself that which is proper to God sins mortally. Now, by desiring vainglory, a man appropriates to himself that which is proper to God. For it is written in Isaiah 42:8, "I will not give my glory to another." And in 1 Timothy 1:17, "To the only God be honor and glory." Therefore, vainglory is a mortal sin. Objection 3 further. Apparently a sin is mortal if it be most dangerous and harmful. Now vainglory is a sin in this kind, because a gloss of Augustine on 1 Thessalonians 2:4, "God who proveth our hearts," says, "Unless a man war against the love of human glory, he does not perceive its baneful power. For though it be easy for anyone not to desire praise as long as one does not get it, it is difficult not to take pleasure in it when it is given." Chrysostom also says in his 19th homily on the Gospel of Matthew that vainglory enters secretly and robs us insensibly of all our inward possessions. Therefore, vainglory is a mortal sin, On the contrary, Chrysostom says that, while other vices find their abode in the servants of the devil, vainglory finds a place even in the servants of Christ. Yet in the latter there is no mortal sin. Therefore, vainglory is not a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 24, Article 12, question 110, Article 4, and question 112, Article 2, a sin is mortal through being contrary to charity. Now the sin of vainglory, considered in itself, does not seem to be contrary to charity as regards the love of one's neighbor, yet as regards the love of God, it may be contrary to charity in two ways. In one way, by reason of the matter about which one glories. For instance, when one glories in something false that is opposed to the reverence we owe to God, according to Ezekiel 28:2. Thy heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am God. And in 1 Corinthians 4:7, What hast thou that thou hast not received? And if thou hast received, why dost thou glory, as if thou hadst not received it? Or again, when a man prefers to God the temporal good in which he glories, for this is forbidden. For example, in Jeremiah 9, verses 23 and 24, Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, and let not the strong man glory in his strength, and let not the rich man glory in his riches. But let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me. Or again, when a man prefers the testimony of man to God's. Thus it is written in reproval of certain people, in John 12:43, For they love the glory of men more than the glory of God. In another way, vainglory may be contrary to charity on the part of the one who glories, in that he refers his intention to glory as his last end, so that he directs even virtuous deeds thereto, and in order to obtain it, forbears not from doing even that which is against God. In this way it is a mortal sin. Wherefore Augustine says, and on the City of God 5:14, that this vice, namely the love of human praise, is so hostile to a godly faith, if the heart desires glory more than it fears or loves God, that our Lord said, How can you believe, you who receive glory from one another, and the glory which is from God alone you do not seek? John 5:44. If, however, the love of human glory, though it be vain, be not inconsistent with charity, neither as regards the matter gloried in, nor as to the intention of him that seeks glory, it is not a mortal but a venial sin. Reply to Obj. 1. No man, by sinning, merits eternal life. Wherefore a virtuous deed loses its power to merit eternal life, even if it be done for the sake of vainglory, even though that vainglory be not a mortal sin. On the other hand, when a man loses the eternal reward simply through vainglory, and not merely in respect of one act, vainglory is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 2. Not every man that is desirous of vainglory desires the excellence which belongs to God alone. For the glory due to God alone differs from the glory due to a virtuous or rich man. Reply to Obj. 3. Vainglory is stated to be a dangerous sin, not only on account of its gravity, but also because it is a disposition to grave sins, in so far as it renders man presumptuous and too self-confident, and so it gradually disposes a man to lose his inward goods. Fourth Article. Whether vainglory is a capital vice. Objection 1. it seems that vainglory is not a capital vice. For a vice that always arises from another vice is seemingly not capital. But vainglory always arises from pride. Therefore, vainglory is not a capital vice. Objection 2 further. Honor would seem to take precedence of glory, for this is its effect. Now ambition, which is inordinate desire of honor, is not a capital vice. Neither, therefore, is the desire of vainglory. Objection 3 further. A capital vice has a certain prominence, but vainglory seems to have no prominence, neither as a sin, because it is not always a mortal sin, nor considered as an appetible good, since human glory is apparently a frail thing, and is something outside man himself. Therefore, vainglory is not a capital vice. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31, numbers vainglory among the 7 capital vices. I answer that the capital vices are enumerated in 2 ways. For some reckon pride as one of their number, and these do not place vainglory among the capital vices. Gregory, however, reckons pride to be the queen of all the vices, and vainglory, which is the immediate offspring of pride, he reckons to be a capital vice, and not without reason. For pride, as we shall state further on, in question 152, Articles 1 and 2, denotes inordinate desire of excellence. But whatever good one may desire, one desires a certain perfection and excellence therefrom, wherefore the end of every vice is directed to the end of pride, so that this vice seems to exercise a kind of causality over the other vices, and ought not to be reckoned among the special sources of vice known as the capital vices. Now among the goods that are the means whereby man acquires honor, glory seems to be the most conducive to that effect, inasmuch as it denotes the manifestation of a man's goodness, since good is naturally loved and honored by all. Wherefore, just as by the glory which is in God's sight, man acquires honor in divine things, so too by the glory which is in the sight of man, he acquires excellence in human things. Hence, on account of its close connection with excellence, which men desire above all, it follows that it is most desirable. And since many vices arise from the inordinate desire thereof, it follows that vainglory is a capital vice. Reply to objection 1. It is not impossible for a capital vice to arise from pride, since, as stated above, in the body of the article and in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 84, Article 2, pride is the queen and mother of all the vices. Reply to objection 2. Praise and honor, as stated above in Article 2, stand in relation to glory as the causes from which it proceeds, so that glory is compared to them as their end. For the reason why a man loves to be honored and praised is that he thinks thereby to acquire a certain renown in the knowledge of others. Reply to objection 3. Vainglory stands prominent under the aspect of desirability, for the reason given above, and this suffices for it to be reckoned a capital vice. Nor is it always necessary for a capital vice to be a mortal sin, for mortal sin can arise from venial sin, inasmuch as venial sin can dispose man thereto. Fifth article. Whether the daughters of vainglory are suitably reckoned to be disobedience, boastfulness, hypocrisy, contention, obstinacy, discord, and love of novelties. Objection 1. It seems that the daughters of vainglory are unsuitably reckoned to be disobedience, boastfulness, hypocrisy, contention, obstinacy, discord, and eccentricity. Translator's note: Praesumptio novitatum, literally, presumption of novelties. For according to Gregory, in his commentary on Job 23, boastfulness is numbered among the species of pride. Now, pride does not arise from vainglory. Rather, it is the other way about, as Gregory says in his commentary on Job. Therefore, boastfulness should not be reckoned among the daughters of vainglory. Objection 2 further. Contention and discord seem to be the outcome chiefly of anger. But anger is a capital vice condivided with vainglory. Therefore, it seems that they are not daughters of vainglory. Objection 3 further. Chrysostom says in his 19th homily on the Gospel of Matthew that vainglory is always evil, but especially in philanthropy, that is, mercy. And yet this is nothing new, for it is an established custom among men. Therefore, eccentricity should not be specially reckoned as a daughter of vainglory. On the contrary stands the authority of Gregory, who there assigns, in his commentary on Job, the above daughters to vainglory. I answer that, as stated above in question 34 Article 5, question 35 Article 4, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae question 84 Articles 3 and 4, the vices, which by their very nature are such as to be directed to the end of a certain capital vice, are called its daughters. Now the end of vainglory is the manifestation of one's own excellence, as stated above in Articles 1 and 4. And to this end a man may tend in two ways. In one way, directly, either by words, and this is boasting, or by deeds. And then if they be true and call for astonishment, it is love of novelties which men are wont to wonder at most. But if they be false, it is hypocrisy. In another way, a man strives to make known his excellence by showing that he is not inferior to another, and this in four ways. First, as regards the intellect, and thus we have obstinacy, by which a man is too much attached to his own opinion, being unwilling to believe one that is better. Secondly, as regards the will, and then we have discord, whereby a man is unwilling to give up his own will and agree with others. Thirdly, as regards speech, and then we have contention, whereby a man quarrels noisily with another. Fourthly, as regards deeds, and this is disobedience, whereby a man refuses to carry out the command of his superiors. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above, boasting is reckoned a kind of pride as regards its interior cause, which is arrogance. But outward boasting, according to Ethics 4, is directed sometimes to gain, but more often to glory and honor, and thus it is the result of vainglory. Reply to Objection 2. Anger is not the cause of discord and contention, except in conjunction with vainglory, in that a man thinks it is a glorious thing for him not to yield to the will and words of others. Reply to Objection 3. Vainglory is reproved in connection with alms deeds on account of the lack of charity apparent in one who prefers vainglory to the good of his neighbor, seeing that he does the latter for the sake of the former. But a man is not reproved for presuming to give alms as though this were something novel. End of question 132. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 133 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 133 of Pusillanimity in 2 articles. We must now consider pusillanimity. Under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether pusillanimity is a sin. Second, to what virtue is it opposed? First article, whether pusillanimity is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that pusillanimity is not a sin. For every sin makes a man evil, just as every virtue makes a man good. But a faint-hearted man is not evil, as the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3. Therefore, pusillanimity is not a sin. Objection 2 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that a faint-hearted man is especially one who is worthy of great goods, yet does not deem himself worthy of them. Now no one is worthy of great goods except the virtuous, since, as the philosopher again says, none but the virtuous are truly worthy of honor. Therefore, the faint-hearted are virtuous, and consequently pusillanimity is not a sin. Objection 3 further. Pride is the beginning of all sin, according to Ecclesiasticus 10:15. But pusillanimity does not proceed from pride, since the proud man sets himself above what he is, while the faint-hearted man withdraws from the things he is worthy of. Therefore, pusillanimity is not a sin. Objection 4 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that he who deems himself less worthy than he is said to be faint-hearted. Now sometimes holy men deem themselves less worthy than they are. For instance, Moses and Jeremiah, who were worthy of the office God chose them for, which they both humbly declined in Exodus 3:11 and Jeremiah 1:6. Therefore, pusillanimity is not a sin. On the contrary, nothing in human conduct is to be avoided save sin. Now pusillanimity is to be avoided, for it is written in Colossians 3:21, Fathers, provoke not your children to indignation, lest they be discouraged. Therefore, pusillanimity is a sin. I answer that whatever is contrary to a natural inclination is a sin, because it is contrary to a law of nature. Now everything has a natural inclination to accomplish an action that is commensurate with its power, as is evident in all natural things, whether animate or inanimate. Now just as presumption makes a man exceed what is proportionate to his power by striving to do more than he can, so pusillanimity makes a man fall short of what is proportionate to his power, by refusing to tend to that which is commensurate thereto. Wherefore, as presumption is a sin, so is pusillanimity. Hence it is that the servant who buried in the earth money he had received from his master, and did not trade with it through faint-hearted fear, was punished by his master. Confer Matthew 25 and Luke 19. Reply to Objection 1. The philosopher calls those evil who injure their neighbor, and accordingly, the faint-hearted is said not to be evil, because he injures no one save accidentally, by omitting to do what might be profitable to others. For Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule 1 that if they who demur to do good to their neighbor in preaching be judged strictly, without doubt their guilt is proportionate to the good they might have done had they been less retiring. Reply to Obj. 2. Nothing hinders a person who has a virtuous habit from sinning venially and without losing the habit, or mortally and with loss of the habit of gratuitous virtue. Hence it is possible for a man, by reason of the virtue which he has, to be worthy of doing certain great things that are worthy of great honor, and yet, through not trying to make use of his virtue, he sins sometimes venially, sometimes mortally. Again, it may be replied that the faint-hearted is worthy of great things in proportion to his ability for virtue, ability which he derives either from a good natural disposition, or from science, or from external fortune, and if he fails to use those things for virtue, he becomes guilty of pusillanimity. Reply to Obj. 3. Even pusillanimity may in some way be the result of pride, when, to wit, a man clings too much to his own opinion, whereby he thinks himself incompetent for those things for which he is competent. Hence it is written in Proverbs 26:16, "The sluggard is wiser in his own conceit than 7 men that speak sentences." For nothing hinders him from depreciating himself in some things, and having a high opinion of himself in others. Wherefore Gregory says of Moses that perchance he would have been proud had he undertaken the leadership of a numerous people without misgiving, and again he would have been proud had he refused to obey the command of his Creator. Reply to Obj. 4. Moses and Jeremiah were worthy of the office to which they were appointed by God, but their worthiness was of divine grace. Yet they, considering the insufficiency of their own weakness, demurred, though not obstinately, lest they should fall into pride. Second article. Whether pusillanimity is opposed to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. For the philosopher says in Ethics 3 that the faint-hearted man knows not himself, for he would desire the good things of which he is worthy, if he knew himself. Now, ignorance of self seems opposed to prudence. Therefore, pusillanimity is opposed to prudence. Objection 2 further. Our Lord calls the servant wicked and slothful who through pusillanimity refused to make use of the money. Moreover, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that the faint-hearted seem to be slothful. Now sloth is opposed to solicitude, which is an act of prudence, as stated above in question 47, Article 9. Therefore, pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3 further. Pusillanimity seems to proceed from inordinate fear. Hence it is written in Isaiah 35:4, "Say to the faint-hearted, take courage and fear not." It also seems to proceed from inordinate anger, according to Colossians 3:21. "Fathers, provoke not your children to indignation, lest they be discouraged." Now, inordinate fear is opposed to fortitude, and inordinate anger to meekness. Therefore, pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 4 further. The vice that is in opposition to a particular virtue is the most grievous according as it is more unlike that virtue. Now, pusillanimity is more unlike magnanimity than presumption is. Therefore, if pusillanimity is opposed to magnanimity, it follows that it is a more grievous sin than presumption, Yet this is contrary to the saying of Ecclesiasticus 37:3, O wicked presumption, whence camest thou? Therefore, pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. On the contrary, pusillanimity and magnanimity differ as greatness and littleness of soul, as their very names denote. Now great and little are opposites. Therefore, pusillanimity is opposed to magnanimity. I answer that pusillanimity may be considered in three ways. First, in itself, and thus it is evident that by its very nature it is opposed to magnanimity, from which it differs as great and little differ in connection with the same subject. For just as the magnanimous man tends to great things out of greatness of soul, so the pusillanimous man shrinks from great things out of littleness of soul. Secondly, it may be considered in reference to its cause, which on the part of the intellect is ignorance of one's own qualification, and on the part of the appetite is the fear of failure in what one falsely deems to exceed one's ability. Thirdly, it may be considered in reference to its effect, which is to shrink from the great things of which one is worthy. But as stated above in question 132, Article 2, third reply, opposition between vice and virtue depends rather on their respective species than on their cause or effect. Hence, pusillanimity is directly opposed to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 1. This argument considers pusillanimity as proceeding from a cause in the intellect. Yet it cannot be said properly that it is opposed to prudence, even in respect of its cause, because ignorance of this kind does not proceed from indiscretion, but from laziness in considering one's own ability, according to Ethics 4:3, or in accomplishing what is within one's power. Reply to Objection 2. This argument considers pusillanimity from the point of view of its effect. Reply to Objection 3. This argument considers the point of view of cause. Nor is the fear that causes pusillanimity always a fear of the danger of death. Wherefore it does not follow from this standpoint that pusillanimity is opposed to fortitude. As regards anger, if we consider it under the aspect of its proper movement, whereby a man is roused to take vengeance, it does not cause pusillanimity which disheartens the soul. On the contrary, it takes it away. If, however, we consider the causes of anger, which are injuries inflicted whereby the soul of the man who suffers them is disheartened, it conduces to pusillanimity. Reply to Objection 4. According to its proper species, pusillanimity is a graver sin than presumption, since thereby a man withdraws from good things, which is a very great evil according to Ethics 4. Presumption, however, is stated to be wicked on account of pride whence it proceeds.
End of question 133. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 134 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 134 of Magnificence in 4 articles. We must now consider magnificence and the vices opposed to it. With regard to magnificence, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether magnificence is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, what is its matter? Fourth, whether it is a part of fortitude. First article, whether magnificence is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnificence is not a virtue. For whoever has one virtue has all the virtues, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, article 1. But one may have the other virtues without having magnificence, because the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that not every liberal man is magnificent. Therefore, magnificence is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. Moral virtue observes the mean, according to Ethics 2:6. But magnificence does not seemingly observe the mean, for it exceeds liberality in greatness. Now great and little are opposed to one another as extremes, the mean of which is equal, as stated in Metaphysics 10. Hence magnificence observes not the mean, but the extreme. Therefore, it is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. No virtue is opposed to a natural inclination, but on the contrary perfects it, as stated above in question 108, article 2, and in question 117, article 1, first objection. Now, according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:2, the magnificent man is not lavish towards himself. And this is opposed to the natural inclination one has to look after oneself. Therefore, magnificence is not a virtue. Objection 4 further. According to the philosopher in Ethics 6:4, act is right reason about things to be made. Now, magnificence is about things to be made, as its very name denotes. Translator's note: magnificence is formed from magna facere, that is, to make great things. Therefore, it is an act rather than a virtue. On the contrary, human virtue is a participation of divine power. But magnificence, virtutis, belongs to the divine power, according to Psalm 47:35. His magnificence and his power is in the clouds. Therefore, magnificence is a virtue. I answer that, according to On the Heavens 1:16, we speak of virtue in relation to the extreme limit of a thing's power, not as regards the limit of deficiency, but as regards the limit of excess, the very nature of which denotes something great. Wherefore, to do something great, whence magnificence takes its name, belongs properly to the very notion of virtue. Hence, magnificence denotes a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Not every liberal man is magnificent as regards his actions, because he lacks the wherewithal to perform magnificent deeds. Nevertheless, every liberal man has the habit of magnificence, either actually or in respect of approximate disposition thereto, as also in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, article 1, when we were treating of the connection of virtues. Reply to Objection 2. It is true that magnificence observes the extreme if we consider the quantity of the thing done. Yet it observes the mean if we consider the rule of reason, which it neither falls short of nor exceeds, as we have also said of magnanimity, in question 129, article 3, first reply. Reply to Objection 3. It belongs to magnificence to do something great, but that which regards a man's person is little in comparison with that which regards divine things, or even the affairs of the community at large. Wherefore the magnificent man does not intend principally to be lavish towards himself, not that he does not seek his own good, but because to do so is not something great. Yet if anything regarding himself admits of greatness, the magnificent man accomplishes it magnificently. For instance, things that are done once, such as a wedding or the like, or things that are of a lasting nature. Thus it belongs to a magnificent man to provide himself with a suitable dwelling, as stated in Ethics 4. Reply to Objection 4. As the philosopher says in Ethics 6:5, there must needs be a virtue of act, that is, a moral virtue, whereby the appetite is inclined to make good use of the rule of act. And this is what magnificence does. Hence, it is not an act, but a virtue. Second article. Whether magnificence is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnificence is not a special virtue, for magnificence would seem to consist in doing something great. But it may belong to any virtue to do something great, if the virtue be great, as in the case of one who has a great virtue of temperance, for he does a great work of temperance. Therefore, magnificence is not a special virtue, but denotes a perfect degree of any virtue. Objection 2. Further, seemingly that which tends to a thing is the same as that which does it. But it belongs to magnanimity to tend to something great, as stated above in question 129, Articles 1 and 2. Therefore, it belongs to magnanimity likewise to do something great. Therefore, magnificence is not a special virtue distinct from magnanimity. Objection 3. Further, magnificence seems to belong to holiness, for it is written in Exodus 15:11, magnificent in holiness, and in Psalm 95 verse 6, holiness and magnificence in his sanctuary. Now, holiness is the same as religion, as stated above in question 81, Article 8. Therefore, magnificence is apparently the same as religion. Therefore, it is not a special virtue distinct from the others. On the contrary, the philosopher reckons it with the other special virtues, in Ethics 2:7 and in Ethics 4:2. I answer that it belongs to magnificence to do, facere, something great, as its name implies. Translators note, magnificence comes from magna facere, that is, to make great things. Now, facere may be taken in two ways, in a strict sense and in a broad sense. Strictly, facere means to work something in external matter, for instance, to make a house or something of the kind. In a broad sense, facere is employed to denote any action, whether it passes into external matter, as to burn or cut, or remain in the agent, as to understand or will. Accordingly, if magnificence be taken to denote the doing of something great, the doing, factio, being understood in the strict sense, it is then a special virtue. For the work done is produced by act, in the use of which it is possible to consider a special aspect of goodness, namely that the work produced, factum, by the act is something great, namely in quantity, value, or dignity, and this is what magnificence does. Hence this way magnificence is a special virtue. If, on the other hand, magnificence take its name from doing something great, the doing, facere, being understood in a broad sense, is not a special virtue. Reply to Objection 1. It belongs to every perfect virtue to do something great in the genus of that virtue, if doing, facere, be taken in the broad sense, but not if it be taken strictly, for this is proper to magnificence. Reply to Obj. 2. It belongs to magnanimity not only to tend to something great, but also to do great works in all the virtues, either by making, faciendo, or by any kind of action, as stated in Ethics 4:3. Yet so that magnanimity in this respect regards the sole aspect of great, while the other virtues, which, if they be perfect, do something great, direct their principal intention, not to something great, but to that which is proper to each virtue. And the greatness of the thing done is sometimes consequent upon the greatness of the virtue. On the other hand, it belongs to magnificence not only to do something great, doing, facere, being taken in the strict sense, but also to tend with the mind to the doing of great things. Hence Tully says that magnificence is the discussing and administering of great and lofty undertakings, with a certain broad and noble purpose of mind. Discussion, referring to the inward intention, and administration to the outward accomplishment. Wherefore, just as magnanimity intends something great in every matter, it follows that magnificence does the same in every work that can be produced in external matter, factibili. Reply to Obj. 3. The intention of magnificence is the production of a great work. Now, works done by men are directed to an end, and no end of human works is so great as the honor of God, wherefore magnificence does a great work especially in reference to the divine honor. Wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that the most commendable expenditure is that which is directed to divine sacrifices. And this is the chief object of magnificence. For this reason, magnificence is connected with holiness, since its chief effect is directed to religion or holiness. Third article: whether the matter of magnificence is great expenditure. Objection 1. It seems that the matter of magnificence is not great expenditure, for there are not two virtues about the same matter. But liberality is about expenditure, as stated above in question 117, Article 2. Therefore, magnificence is not about expenditure. Objection 2 further. Every magnificent man is liberal, according to Ethics 4:2. But liberality is about gifts rather than about expenditure. Therefore, magnificence also is not chiefly about expenditure, but about gifts. Objection 3 further. It belongs to magnificence to produce an external work. But not even great expenditure is always the means of producing an external work, for instance, when one spends much in sending presents. Therefore, expenditure is not the proper matter of magnificence. Objection 4 further. Only the rich are capable of great expenditure, but the poor are able to possess all the virtues, since the virtues do not necessarily require external fortune, but are sufficient for themselves, as Seneca says, in On Anger 1 and On the Blessed Life 16. Therefore, magnificence is not about great expenditure. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that magnificence does not extend, like liberality, to all transactions in money, but only to expensive ones, wherein it exceeds liberality in scale. Therefore, it is only about great expenditure. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, it belongs to magnificence to intend doing some great work. Now, for the doing of a great work, proportionate expenditure is necessary, for great works cannot be produced without great expenditure. Hence it belongs to magnificence to spend much in order that some great work may be accomplished in becoming manner. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that a magnificent man will produce a more magnificent work with equal, that is, proportionate, expenditure. Now expenditure is the outlay of a sum of money, and a man may be hindered from making that outlay if he love money too much. Hence the matter of magnificence may be said to be both this expenditure itself, which the magnificent man uses to produce a great work, and also the very money which he employs in going to great expense, and as well as the love of money, which love the magnificent man moderates, lest he be hindered from spending much. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above in question 129, Article 2, those virtues that are about external things experience a certain difficulty arising from the genus itself of the thing about which the virtue is concerned, and another difficulty, besides, arising from the greatness of that same thing. Hence the need for two virtues, concerned about money and its use, namely, liberality, which regards the use of money in general, and magnificence, which regards that which is great in the use of money. Reply to Obj. 2. The use of money regards the liberal man in one way, and the magnificent man in another. For it regards the liberal man inasmuch as it proceeds from an ordinate affection in respect of money. Wherefore all due use of money, such as gifts and expenditure, the obstacles to which are removed by a moderate love of money, belongs to liberality. But the use of money regards the magnificent man in relation to some great work which has to be produced, and this use is impossible without expenditure or outlay. Reply to Obj. 3. The magnificent man also makes gifts of presents, as stated in Ethics 4:2, but not under the aspect of gift, but rather under the aspect of expenditure directed to the production of some work, for instance, in order to honor someone, or in order to do something which will reflect honor on the whole state, as when he brings to effect what the whole state is striving for. Reply to Obj. 4. The chief act of virtue is the inward choice, and a virtue may have this without outward fortune, so that even a poor man may be magnificent. But goods of fortune are requisite as instruments to the external acts of virtue, and in this way a poor man cannot accomplish the outward act of magnificence in things that are great simply. Perhaps, however, he may be able to do so in things that are great by comparison to some particular work, which, though little in itself, can nevertheless be done magnificently in proportion to its genus, for little and great are relative terms, as the Philosopher says. Fourth Article. Whether magnificence is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that magnificence is not a part of fortitude, for magnificence agrees in matter with liberality, as stated above in Article 3. But liberality is a part not of fortitude, but of justice. Therefore, magnificence is not a part of fortitude. Objection 2 further. Fortitude is about fear and darings. But magnificence seems to have nothing to do with fear, but only with expenditure, which is a kind of action. Therefore, magnificence seems to pertain to justice, which is about actions, rather than to fortitude. Objection 3 further. The Philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that the magnificent man is like the man of science. Now science has more in common with prudence than with fortitude. Therefore, magnificence should not be reckoned a part of fortitude. On the contrary, Tully and Macrobius and Andronicus reckon magnificence to be a part of fortitude. I answer that magnificence, insofar as it is a special virtue, cannot be reckoned a subjective part of fortitude, since it does not agree with this virtue in the point of matter, but it is reckoned a part thereof as being annexed to it as a secondary to principal virtue. In order for a virtue to be annexed to a principal virtue, two things are necessary, as stated above in question 80. The one is that the secondary virtue agree with the principal, and that the other is that in some respect it be exceeded thereby. Now, magnificence agrees with fortitude in the point that as fortitude tends to something arduous and difficult, so also does magnificence. Wherefore, seemingly, it is seated, like fortitude, in the irascible. Yet magnificence falls short of fortitude, in that the arduous thing to which fortitude tends derives its difficulty from a danger that threatens the person, whereas the arduous thing to which magnificence tends derives its difficulty from the dispossession of one's property, which is of much less account than danger to one's person. Wherefore magnificence is accounted a part of fortitude. Reply to objection 1. Justice regards operations in themselves as viewed under the aspect of something due, but liberality and magnificence regard sumptuary operations as related to the passions of the soul, albeit in different ways. For liberality regards expenditure in reference to the love and desire of money, which are passions of the concupiscible faculty, and do not hinder the liberal man from giving and spending, so that this virtue is in the concupiscible. On the other hand, magnificence regards expenditure in reference to hope by attaining to the difficulty, not simply as magnanimity does, but in a determinate matter, namely expenditure. Wherefore magnificence, like magnanimity, is apparently in the irascible part. Reply to objection 2. Although magnificence does not agree with fortitude in matter, it agrees with it as the condition of its matter, since it tends to something difficult in the matter of expenditure, even as fortitude tends to something difficult in the matter of fear. Reply to objection 3. Magnificence directs the use of art to something great, as stated above and in the preceding article. Now art is in the reason, wherefore it belongs to the magnificent man to use his reason by observing proportion of expenditure to the work he has in hand. This is especially necessary on account of the greatness of both those things, since even if he did not take careful thought, he would incur the risk of great loss.
End of question 134. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 135 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 135. Of meanness in 2 articles. Translator's note: parvificentia, or doing mean things, just as magnificentia is doing great things. We must now consider the vices opposed to magnificence, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether meanness is a vice. Second, of the vice opposed to it, First article. Whether meanness is a vice. Objection 1. It seems that meanness is not a vice. For just as vice moderates great things, so does it moderate little things. Wherefore both the liberal and the magnificent do little things. But magnificence is a virtue. Therefore, likewise, meanness is a virtue rather than a vice. Objection 2 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that careful reckoning is a mean. But careful reckoning is apparently praiseworthy, since man's good is to be in accordance with reason, as Dionysius states in On the Divine Names 4:4. Therefore, meanness is not a vice. Objection 3 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that a mean man is loth to spend money. But this belongs to covetousness or illiberality. Therefore, meanness is not a distinct vice from the others. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 1, article 3, and question 18, article 6, moral acts take their species from their end, wherefore in many cases they are dominated from that end. Accordingly, a man is said to be mean, parvificus, because he intends to do something little, parvum. Now, according to the philosopher, great and little are relative terms, and when we say that a mean man intends to do something little, this must be understood in relation to the kind of work he does. This may be little or great in two ways. In one way as regards the work itself to be done, in another as regards the expense. Accordingly, the magnificent man intends principally the greatness of his work, and secondarily he intends the greatness of the expense, which he does not shirk, so that he may produce a great work. Wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:4 that the magnificent man with equal expenditure will produce a more magnificent result. On the other hand, the mean man intends principally to spend little, wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that he seeks how he may spend least. As a result of this, he intends to produce a little work, that is, he does not shrink from producing a little work so long as he spends little. Wherefore the philosopher says that the mean man, after going to great expense, forfeits the good of the magnificent work, for the trifle that he is unwilling to spend. Therefore it is evident that the mean man fails to observe the proportion that reason demands between expenditure and work. Now the essence of vice is that it consists in failing to do what is in accordance with reason. Hence it is manifest that meanness is a vice. Reply to objection 1. Virtue moderates little things according to the rule of reason, from which rule the mean man declines, as stated in the article. For he is called mean not for moderating little things, but for declining from the rule of reason in moderating great or little things. Hence meanness is a vice. Reply to objection 2. As the philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, fear makes us take counsel. Wherefore a mean man is careful in his reckonings, because he has an inordinate fear of spending his goods, even in things of the least account. Hence this is not praiseworthy, but sinful and reprehensible, because then a man does not regulate his affections according to reason, but on the contrary makes use of his reason in pursuance of his inordinate affections. Reply to objection 3. Just as the magnificent man has this in common with the liberal man, that he spends his money readily and with pleasure, so too the mean man in common with the illiberal or covetous man is loth and slow to spend. Yet they differ in this, that illiberality regards ordinary expenditure, while meanness regards great expenditure, which is a more difficult accomplishment. Wherefore meanness is less sinful than illiberality. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that, although meanness and its contrary vice are sinful, they do not bring shame on a man, since neither do they harm one's neighbor, nor are they very disgraceful. Second article. Whether there is a vice opposed to meanness. Objection 1. It seems that there is no vice opposed to meanness, for great is opposed to little. Now magnificence is not a vice, but a virtue. Therefore, no vice is opposed to meanness. Objection 2 further. Since meanness is a vice by deficiency, as stated above in Article 1, it seems that if any vice is opposed to meanness, it would merely consist in excessive spending. But those who spend much where they ought to spend little where they ought to spend much, according to Ethics 4:2, and thus they have something of meanness. Therefore, there is not a vice opposed to meanness. Objection 3 further. Moral acts take their species from their end, as stated above in Article 1. Now those who spend excessively do so in order to make a show of their wealth, as stated in Ethics 4:2. But this belongs to vainglory, which is opposed to magnanimity, as stated above in Question 131, Article 2. Therefore, no vice is opposed to meanness. On the contrary, stands the authority of the philosopher who, in Ethics 2:8 and 4:2, places magnificence as a mean between two opposite vices. I answer that great is opposed to little. Also little and great are relative terms, as stated above in Article 1. Now just as expenditure may be little in comparison with the work, so may it be great in comparison with the work in that it exceeds the proportion which reason requires to exist between expenditure and work. Hence it is manifest that the vice of meanness, whereby a man intends to spend less than his work is worth, and thus fails to observe due proportion between his expenditure and his work, has a vice opposed to it, whereby a man exceeds the same proportion by spending more than is proportionate to his work. This vice is called in Greek banousia, so called from the Greek baunos, because, like the fire in the furnace, it consumes everything. It is also called apeirokalia, that is, lacking good fire, since like fire it consumes all, but not for a good purpose. Hence in Latin it may be called consumptio, waste. Reply to Objection 1. Magnificence is so called from the great work done, but not from the expenditure being in excess of the work, for this belongs to the vice which is opposed to meanness. Reply to Objection 2. To the one same vice there is opposed the virtue which observes the mean, and a contrary vice. Accordingly, then, the vice of waste is opposed to meanness in that it exceeds in expenditure the value of the work, by spending much where it behooved to spend little. But it is opposed to magnificence on the part of the great work, which the magnificent man intends principally, insofar as when it behooves to spend much, it spends little or nothing. Reply to Objection 3. Wastefulness is opposed to meanness by the very species of its act, since it exceeds the rule of reason, whereas meanness falls short of it. Yet nothing hinders this from being directed to the end of another vice, such as vainglory or any other.
End of question 135. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 136 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 136 of Patience, in 5 articles. We must now consider patience. Under this head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether patience is a virtue. Second, whether it is the greatest of the virtues. Third, whether it can be had without grace. Fourth, whether it is a part of fortitude. Fifth, whether it is the same as longanimity. First article, whether patience is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that patience is not a virtue. For the virtues are most perfect in heaven, as Augustine says in On the Trinity 14. Yet patience is not there, since no evils have to be borne there, according to Isaiah 49:10 and Apocalypse 7:16. They shall not hunger nor thirst, nor shall the heat nor the sun strike them. Therefore, patience is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. No virtue can be found in the wicked, since virtue it is that makes its possessor good. Yet patience is sometimes found in wicked men, for instance, in the covetous, who bear many evils patiently that they may amass money, according to Ecclesiastes 5:16. All the days of his life he eateth in darkness, and in many cares, and in misery, and in sorrow. Therefore, patience is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. The fruits differ from the virtues, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 70, article 1, third reply. But patience is reckoned among the fruits, according to Galatians 5:22. Therefore, patience is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says in On Patience 1, the virtue of the soul that is called patience is so great a gift of God that we even preach the patience of Him who bestows it upon us. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, article 1, the moral virtues are directed to the good, inasmuch as they safeguard the good of reason against the impulse of the passions. Now among the passions, sorrow is strong to hinder the good of reason, according to 2 Corinthians 7:10. The sorrow of the world worketh death. And Ecclesiasticus 30:25, sadness hath killed many, and there is no profit in it. Hence the necessity for a virtue to safeguard the good of reason against sorrow, lest reason give way to sorrow, and this patience does. Wherefore Augustine says in On Patience 2, a man's patience it is whereby he bears evil with an equal mind, that is, without being disturbed by sorrow, lest he abandon with an unequal mind the goods whereby he may advance to better things. It is therefore evident that patience is a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. The moral virtues do not remain in heaven as regards the same act that they have on the way, in relation, namely, to the goods of the present life, which will not remain in heaven. But they will remain in the relation to the end, which will be in heaven. Thus justice will not be in heaven in relation to buying and selling and other matters pertaining to the present life, but it will remain in the point of being subject to God. In like manner, the act of patience in heaven will not consist in bearing things, but in enjoying the goods to which we had aspired by suffering. Hence Augustine says in On the City of God 14 that patience itself will not be in heaven, since there is no need for it except where evils have to be borne, yet that which we shall obtain by patience will be eternal. Reply to Objection 2. As Augustine says in On Patience 2 and 5, properly speaking, those are patient who would rather bear evils without inflicting them than inflict them without bearing them. As for those who bear evils that they may inflict evil, their patience is neither marvelous nor praiseworthy, for it is no patience at all. We may marvel at their hardness of heart, but we must refuse to call them patient. Reply to Objection 3. As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 11, Article 1, the very notion of fruit denotes pleasure, and works of virtue afford pleasure in themselves, as stated in Ethics 1:8. Now the names of the virtues are wont to be applied to their acts, wherefore patience as a habit is a virtue, but as to the pleasure which its act affords, it is reckoned a fruit, especially in this, that patience safeguards the mind from being overcome by sorrow. Second article, whether patience is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 1. It seems that patience is the greatest of the virtues, for in every genus that which is perfect is the greatest. Now, patience hath a perfect work, according to James 1:4. Therefore, patience is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 2 further. All the virtues are directed to the good of the soul. Now this seems to belong chiefly to patience, for it is written in Luke 21:19, "In your patience you shall possess your souls." Therefore, patience is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 3 further. Seemingly, that which is the safeguard and cause of other things is greater than they are. But according to Gregory, in his homily 35 on the Gospel, patience is the root and safeguard of all the virtues. Therefore, patience is the greatest of the virtues. On the contrary, it is not reckoned among the 4 virtues which Gregory, in his commentary on Job 22, and Augustine, in Of the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans 15, call principal. I answer that virtues by their very nature are directed to good, for it is virtue that makes its possessor good and renders the latter's work good, according to Ethics 2:6. Hence it follows that a virtue's superiority and preponderance over other virtues is the greater according as it inclines man to good more effectively and directly. Now those virtues which are effective of good incline a man more directly to good than those which are a check on the things which lead man away from good. And just as among those that are effective of good, the greater is that which establishes man in a greater good. Thus faith, hope, and charity are greater than prudence and justice. So too among those that are a check on things that withdraw man from good, the greater virtue is the one which is a check on a greater obstacle to good. But dangers of death, about which is fortitude, and pleasures of touch, with which temperance is concerned, withdraw man from good more than fortitude, and pleasures of touch withdraw man from good more than any kind of hardship which is the object of patience. Therefore patience is not the greatest of the virtues, but falls short, not only of the theological virtues, and of prudence and justice, which directly establish man in good, but also of fortitude and temperance, which withdraw him from greater obstacles to good. Reply to Obj. 1. Patience is said to have a perfect work in bearing hardships, for these give rise, first, to sorrow, which is moderated by patience; secondly, to anger, which is moderated by meekness; thirdly, to hatred, which charity removes; fourthly, to unjust injury, which justice forbids. Now that which removes the principle is the most perfect. Yet it does not follow, if patience be more perfect in this respect, that it is more perfect simply. Reply to Obj. 2. Possession denotes undisturbed ownership, wherefore man is said to possess his soul by patience, insofar as it removes by the root the passions that are evoked by hardships and disturb the soul. Reply to Obj. 3. Patience is said to be the root and safeguard of all the virtues, not as though it caused and preserved them directly, but merely because it removes their obstacles. Third article: whether it is possible to have patience without grace. Objection 1. It seems that it is possible to have patience without grace. For the more his reason inclines to a thing, the more is it possible for the rational creature to accomplish it. Now, it is more reasonable to suffer evil for the sake of good than for the sake of evil. Yet some suffer evil for evil's sake, by their own virtue, and without the help of grace. For Augustine says On Patience 3 that men endure many toils and sorrows for the sake of the things they love sinfully. Much more, therefore, is it possible for man, without the help of grace, to bear evil for the sake of good, and this is to be truly patient. Objection 2 further: some who are not in a state of grace have more abhorrence for sinful evils than for bodily evils. Hence some heathens are related to have endured many hardships rather than betray their country or commit some other misdeed. Now this is to be truly patient. Therefore, it seems that it is possible to have patience without the help of grace. Objection 3 further: it is quite evident that some go through much trouble and pain in order to regain health of the body. Now the health of the soul is not less desirable than bodily health. Therefore, in like manner, one may, without the help of grace, endure many evils for the health of the soul, and this is to be truly patient. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 61 verse 6, "From him," that is, from God, "is my patience." I answer that, as Augustine says On Patience 4, the strength of desire helps a man to bear toil and pain, and no one willingly undertakes to bear what is painful, save for the sake of that which gives pleasure. The reason of this is because sorrow and pain are of themselves displeasing to the soul, wherefore it would never choose to suffer them for their own sake, but only for the sake of an end. Hence it follows that the good for the sake of which one is willing to endure evils is more desired and loved than the good the privation of which causes the sorrow that we bear patiently. Now the fact that a man prefers the good of grace to all natural goods, the loss of which may cause sorrow, is to be referred to charity, which loves God above all things. Hence it is evident that patience, as a virtue, is caused by charity, according to 1 Corinthians 13:4. Charity is patient. But it is manifest that it is impossible to have charity save through grace, according to Romans 5:5. The charity of God is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost who is given to us. Therefore, it is clearly impossible to have patience without the help of grace. Reply to Objection 1. The inclination of reason would prevail in human nature in the state of integrity. But in corrupt nature, the inclination of concupiscence prevails, because it is dominant in man. Hence man is more prone to bear evils for the sake of goods in which the concupiscence delights here and now, than to endure evils for the sake of goods to come, which are desired in accordance with reason. And yet it is this that pertains to true patience. Reply to Objection 2. The good of a social virtue is commensurate with human nature, and consequently the human will can tend thereto without the help of sanctifying grace, yet not without the help of God's grace. On the other hand, the good of grace is supernatural, wherefore man cannot tend thereto by a natural virtue. Hence the comparison fails. Reply to Objection 3. Even the endurance of those evils which a man bears for the sake of his body's health proceeds from the love a man naturally has for his own flesh. Hence there is no comparison between this endurance and patience which proceeds from a supernatural love. Fourth article. Whether patience is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that patience is not a part of fortitude. For a thing is not a part of itself. Now, patience is apparently the same as fortitude, because, as stated above in question 123, Article 6, the proper act of fortitude is to endure, and this belongs also to patience. For it is stated in St. Gregory, Homily 35, that patience consists in enduring evils inflicted by others. Therefore, patience is not a part of fortitude. Objection 2, further. Fortitude is about fear and daring, as stated above in question 123, Article 3, and thus it is in the irascible. But patience seems to be about sorrow, and consequently would seem to be in the concupiscible. Therefore, patience is not a part of fortitude, but of temperance. Objection 3, further. The whole cannot be without its part. Therefore, if patience is a part of fortitude, there can be no fortitude without patience. Yet sometimes a brave man does not endure evils patiently, but even attacks the person who inflicts the evil. Therefore, patience is not a part of fortitude. On the contrary, Tully, in On the Art of Rhetoric 2, reckons it a part of fortitude. I answer that patience is a quasi-potential part of fortitude, because it is annexed thereto as secondary to principal virtue. For it belongs to patience to suffer with an equal mind the evils inflicted by others, as Gregory says in a homily. Now, of those evils that are inflicted by others, foremost and most difficult to endure are those that are connected with the danger of death, and about these evils fortitude is concerned. Hence it is clear that in this matter fortitude has the principal place, and that it lays claim to that which is principal in this matter. Wherefore patience is annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue, for which reason Prosper calls patience brave in his Sentences 811. Reply to Objection 1. It belongs to fortitude to endure, not anything indeed, but that which is most difficult to endure, namely dangers of death, whereas it may pertain to patience to endure any kind of evil. Reply to Obj. 2. The act of fortitude consists not only in holding fast to good against the fear of future dangers, but also in not failing through sorrow or pain occasioned by things present, and it is in the latter respect that patience is akin to fortitude. Yet fortitude is chiefly about fear, which of itself evokes flight, which fortitude avoids, while patience is chiefly about sorrow, for a man is said to be patient not because he does not fly, but because he behaves in a praiseworthy manner by suffering, patiendo, things which hurt him here and now, in such a way as not to be inordinately saddened by them. Hence fortitude is properly in the irascible, while patience is in the concupiscible faculty. Nor does this hinder patience from being part of fortitude, because the annexing of virtue to virtue does not regard the subject, but the matter or the form. Nevertheless, patience is not to be reckoned a part of temperance, although both are in the concupiscible, because temperance is only about those sorrows that are opposed to pleasures of touch, such as arise through abstinence from pleasures of food and sex, whereas patience is chiefly about sorrows inflicted by other persons. Moreover, it belongs to temperance to control these sorrows besides their contrary pleasures, whereas it belongs to patience that a man forsake not the good of virtue on account of such like sorrows, however great they be. Reply to Obj. 3. It may be granted that patience in a certain respect is an integral part of justice, if we consider the fact that a man may patiently endure evils pertaining to dangers of death. And it is from this point of view that the objection argues. Nor is it inconsistent with patience that a man should, when necessary, rise up against the man who inflicts evils on him. For Chrysostom says on Matthew 4:10, "Begone, Satan," that "it is praiseworthy to be patient under our wrongs, but to endure God's wrongs patiently is most wicked." And Augustine says in a letter to Marcellinus, his letter 138, that "the precepts of patience are not opposed to the good of the commonwealth, since in order to endure that good we fight against our enemies." But insofar as patience regards all kinds of evils, it is annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue. Fifth article. Whether patience is the same as longanimity. Translator's note. Long-suffering. It is necessary to preserve the Latin word on account of the comparison with magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that patience is the same as longanimity. For Augustine says on Patience 1 that "we speak of patience in God not as though any evil made him suffer, but because he awaits the wicked that they may be converted. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 5:4, "The Most High is a patient rewarder." Therefore it seems that patience is the same as longanimity. Objection 2 further. The same thing is not contrary to two things, but in patience is contrary to longanimity, whereby one awaits a delay, for one is said to be impatient of delay as of other evils. Therefore it seems that patience is the same as longanimity. Objection 3 further. Just as time is a circumstance of wrongs endured, so is place. But no virtue is distinct from patience on the score of place. Therefore, in like manner, longanimity, which takes count of time insofar as a person waits for a long time, is not distinct from patience. On the contrary, a gloss on Romans 2:4, or despisest thou the riches of his goodness and patience and long-suffering, says, "It seems that longanimity differs from patience, because those who offend from weakness rather than of set purpose are said to be born with longanimity, while those who take a deliberate delight in their crimes are said to be born patiently." I answer that, just as by magnanimity a man has a mind to tend to great things, so by longanimity a man has a mind to tend to something a long way off. Wherefore, as magnanimity regards hope, which tends to good, rather than daring, fear, or sorrow, which have evil as their object, so also does longanimity. Hence, longanimity has more in common with magnanimity than with patience. Nevertheless, it may have something in common with patience for two reasons. First, because patience, like fortitude, endures certain evils for the sake of good, and if this good is awaited shortly, endurance is easier, whereas if it be delayed a long time, it is more difficult. Secondly, because the very delay of the good we hope for is of a nature to cause sorrow, according to Proverbs 13:12, "Hope that is deferred afflicteth the soul." Hence, there may be patience in bearing this trial, as in enduring any other sorrows. Accordingly, longanimity and constancy are both comprised under patience, insofar as both the delay of the hoped-for good, which regards longanimity, and the toil which man endures in persistently accomplishing a good work, which regards constancy, may be considered under the one aspect of grievous evil. For this reason, Tully, in On the Art of Rhetoric 2, in defining patience, says that "patience is the voluntary and prolonged endurance of arduous and difficult things for the sake of virtue or profit." By saying arduous, he refers to constancy in good. When he says difficult, he refers to the grievousness of evil, which is the proper object of patience. And by adding continued or long-lasting, he refers to longanimity, insofar as it has something in common with patience. This suffices for the replies to the first and second objections. Reply to Objection 3. That which is a long way off as to place, though distant from us, is not simply distant from things in nature, as that which is a long way off in point of time. Hence the comparison fails. Moreover, what is remote as to place offers no difficulty save in the point of time, since what is placed a long way from us is a long time coming to us. We grant the fourth argument. We must observe, however, that the reason for the difference assigned by this gloss is that it is hard to bear with those who sin through weakness merely because they persist a long time in evil, wherefore it is said that they are born with longanimity, whereas the very fact of sinning through pride seems to be unendurable, for which reason those who sin through pride are stated to be born with patience. End of question 136. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.